Good morning and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park for the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, supported proudly by the New South Wales Government's Tourism and Major Events Agency, Destination New South Wales. A beautiful day here in Western Sydney. We are currently getting underway with our very first heats of our two-day event. Joining me on the commentary for this morning is all the way from the land of the long white cloud, none other than Warren Sayre. It's so good to be back.
Oh, absolute pleasure to be here in the box with you, Diggles. Baker's Magic Party is back at Sydney Motorsport Park, and thank you so much for allowing me up here in your office to see how things go on the time attack side.
Well, it's an early mark for you because obviously you'll be getting into the international drifting later on this afternoon and this evening. But right now we're seeing footage on track here from Haltech Club Sprint. First session for them this morning. Entrant 51 out there right now, which is Trent Grubel. He is the guy that cleaned them all up here last year. So he's out there first and going to belt a few quick laps here this morning. Look, the weather forecast for today is a little warm. Sydney's 30, so out here in Western Sydney, 32, 33. So I think these early sessions in the morning are going to be the quickest. Middle of the day, I don't know. And then later on the afternoon, let's just see whether the track comes back.
A real game of strategy too, isn't it? Because last year I think I was actually at the hotel and I heard you just throw by the mic and there was this almighty eruption because the first session was predicted to be the fastest of the weekend. But you're saying conditions maybe, when are we looking ideal for today, do you think?
Oh, look, any of these right now, just that slightly cooler air right now, the track probably at an optimum temperature as well. But yeah, that middle of the day, that Aussie heat, that tarmac, the tyres, I mean, you know how soft these tyres are that they normally can run on these cars. So yes, you'll find that maybe you don't have as much life in them as normal.
Right.
So yeah, these early sessions I think would be a good way to get them all out and a good lap to stick. But yeah, during the middle of the day, whether that's consolidation or people that had problems this morning, they've got no choice. You've got to use every session, especially because you're paying for every session. And here we go, the cranky Integra through turn one, and this is what we're all about, the hard race Integra kicking it in here, and looks, lock in the rear, oh boy, that's entrant 55, which is the JDM Yard Hard Race AU, Adam Kazmiri. Oh,
Kazmiri can steer though. How many times has he hosted silver here?
Yeah.
Multiple times, right? Like he's a man who knows his way around Sydney Motorsport Park. Something I'm curious about, Diggs, because this is not my world. So the Pro-Am is we call it entry level, right? But it's really not. It's very serious.
Oh, look, absolutely. That's next level, that stuff. We're talking about the club sprint category where it is pretty much entry level. You'll see a few cars with still the license plates on them. Pretty much, track sort of specific cars that, you can still drive on the street. But you can see how wild they get already, because let me tell you, things like that Integra or that WRX on the street just stands out. It's club sprint, but not as we know it. They are, street cars with war paint on board. But then, obviously we can push them a little bit, only so far. You can't have massive aero on them. You've got limited aero. But mind you, that's evolved over the years, like everything here was. We are chopping seconds off, and I don't know where it's all going to stop. And I certainly don't know where it's going to stop in Haltech Club Sprint. Last year, Trent Grubel cleaned them all up with a minute 32.910. And who knows what's going to be happening this year. Now look, we've had a decent lap for Kazmiri. He's going to come through the finish line right now, and let's just see what time he gets out of the Integra. He's obviously just cooling it off. Here we go, entrant 79 out there now being, of course, Alex Mikalski from Mr. Plasma Man himself. So this car's been running around regularly throughout the years. And this is no exception. The ultimate platforms that we've seen, and especially in Club Sprint, you're going to see basically the purer forms of the platform. And I remember when Evos may have been affordable back in the day.
May have been, yes.
May have been affordable. Now they're almost just out of the reach of the mere mortals. But yet, we're going to see these probably forever in World Time Attack, especially from Club Sprint upwards. We're going to see obviously hotter versions of those in Open, Pro-Am, and then insane ones in the Pro categories throughout the years, just as they all evolve. Here's one of the later WRXs. What have we got there? Entrant number, I think we're saying 67 there. No, it's not. It's 57. And that's Ryan Marshall Motorsport with his STI WRX.
version 10, version 11?
Oh, mate.
I get confused between Bug-Eye and Hawkeye, and I know there's definitely a real Subaru enthusiast community out there who'll be looking at that going, why can't you tell straight away by looking at it?
My next door neighbour, she'll know she's a Subaru. She's got the rally cars next door from me. But I tell you what, this one's going not too bad at all for Ryan Marshall, as he's punting through these numbers, not doing too bad. Some of them are chasing a PB from last year. A lot of the time, a lot of our interests turn up just to be a part of it. Yes. There's only a handful that you would assume that would actually have aspirations to be on the podium. And the rest of them, well, they just want to go out and just beat what they did last year, get themselves on that class of 2024. Out there now is going to be Josh Muggleton, again in the other slightly earlier evolution of the WRX. And that's one thing about Subaru. They're still sort of, they're still developing the WRX. They've still got WRXs coming out. Mitzi's kind of stopped, but who knows? They give it a couple of years and then realise they shouldn't have stopped making them and keep making them from there. So he's got this on the leg for the first flying lap.
So with the Club Sprint class, how much aero are they allowed to throw at the cars? Because you can see, obviously, the big wing, the big front bar is kind of part of most of the cars, but they don't have the underbody tray.
Yeah, they don't need any more than what they've got there. Put it that way.
I think what's amazing looking at this is we came here. When did we start doing this? 2008 or something or other. And I think the time that one Club Sprint with Trent Grubel would have been what one Pro back then.
Absolutely, that's true. And I can't believe that we've seen Club Sprints get down into these ridiculous minute sort of 30 areas, where, as you said, like in our first ever sort of world time attacks, guys like the Cyber Evo and Sierra, well, they were basically running similar times on what we're now doing in Club Sprint. So look, Grubel, Assad and Garland were the way they finished, I think, last year. I think that's
problem there for Muggleton. Just look like, are they conserving tyres at this point, Douglas? Is there a rule around how many sets of tyres they're allowed?
Yes, they're only allowed. They might only be allowed 4 sets, I think. Yeah, eight for the pros, I think. So out there now is the Goddard Rex car driven by Michael Garland. There, Garland was podium last year, as you can see on our graphics. They're up there now, minute 34.198 last year. Jimmy Assad was second last year, 34.031, and 32.919 was an absolute screamer from Grubel last year that cleaned him up in the Subaru.
I love watching Jimmy Assad throw his Evo around Evolution Racing.
Well, we're yet to see him. He'll be out in another session shortly, but yeah, he binned it last year, tore the strut out of it. He has rebuilt that car. It's taken him most of the year, but I think even I saw something on his socials just last week that the thing was finished. So he is going to be back with a vengeance and wants that podium again. He's had a taste of it before. So
they call it too, don't they? A lot of the guys have now got to a point where they're so comfortable and so familiar with the cars, they kind of call it and go, well, okay, the time's going to be X. This is what we're going for. And I would assume with the Haltech or Link or whatever, or Mtron, whatever's on board, there'd be a lot of data in the cars, right? They would know exactly what the delta is for each lap.
Well, and again, a lot of these guys, especially if they're based in New South Wales, this is the track that they'll all be testing at as well. So, I mean, what they do in testing and what they put down at events, they're going to be very close. A lot of them have got that baseline, and as you said, that alpha. But here we go. Garland screaming down here in the WRX. Yeah, that's about as much aero as you can fit on a Club Sprint car. I know that we're getting cheeky. See, look, we've got rear diffuser there and everything like that. We are really at that point where these were street cars on steroids. Yeah. And look, Garland's just cooling that down now.
It'd be kind of fun to have maybe Luffy look into this later and just have described from a driver's point of view, because I think a lot of people would probably go to an open day or like a club local day and they drive their road car fast. But then the move, once you add the aero and just the different driving techniques, would be quite interesting just to understand from someone like Luffy who could describe the dynamics from the car. Maybe you can pick that one up later as a little piece of information for someone sitting out there watching the live stream, considering maybe entering Club Sprint next year. Well, look, you've got to be fast, though, don't you?
Well,
it sells out.
Well, at the end of the day, it's not that you have to be. Yes, it helps. We certainly don't want to turn anyone off wanting to enter, because you can, and I'm sure we'll be able to provide the people watching here live and right around the world on the live stream. We'll show you probably a couple of your classic OG Club Sprint examples in the next couple of sessions, but it's just lucky that what we've had in this first session have they've all taken a few steroids, and they've been, well, let's just say, developed and evolved, and that's what they are now. some of these things finely tuned. But remember, hats off to people like Honda and Subaru that made a pretty good package to start with, and they just lend themselves to being natural-born killers as far as time attack's concerned.
Factory fast, just add Yokohama rubber.
Yeah, that's it, and a bit more boost because, again, unlimited engine mods in here. You don't, no one's out there trying to check for sealed engines or anything like that. You've effectively, yes, you can't really engine swap too much.
No.
You've got to normally use what the manufacturer gave you, but in this case, with Subaru, yes, it might be at the 2.5 litres. We don't know. Even the Hondas, it might get that little K swap if it's still the same from the factory. But at the end of the day, what they create and what they bring here is always a treat for anyone watching or competing. It's just the natural thing. You want to be a part of an event. Yes, you can come to a track day and test, but you know what? It's nothing better than being right here in the place, Sydney Motorsport Park. And what a beautiful place out here, beautiful sunny Sydney, Australia. And we're having a great time out here with Haltech Club Sprint. And it's nice to get a bit of sun on you. You do get that in New Zealand sometimes, don't you, mate?
Occasionally. It's been pretty cold, but hey, New South Wales turning it on, right? Come over here, 29 degrees. And I think that heat will stay in the day too. It'll be a beautiful place to hang around all day. Go and grab a spot up on the bank tonight and watch the boys go sideways too.
That's going to be crazy.
International Drifting Cup.
That's going to be crazy. And of course, the forecast for today is 30 degrees. That was in Sydney. So out here,
right,
let's add a couple of degrees. And anytime we go west anywhere, you normally throw a few degrees on top of that. So yeah, make sure you keep your liquids up. Make sure you get the sunscreen on, and stay in the shade if you can. Or get yourself all that great merchandise from the World Time Attack merchandise tent there. We've got the bucket hats.
I need the hat.
Yeah,
I need the hat. I have not been sun smart. I need to go and put some sunscreen on my head. I think I saw the World Time Attack bucket hat. That's on my list for this year. I think that's looking good.
Yeah, I need to grab one of those as well. But I'll stay here under these lights. I've got a pretty good view up here, and I hope you get a great view from wherever you're watching. There's not a bad seat in the house here, to be honest. Now, look, here we go. We're going to get some nice footage here of some of our next session of Haltech Club Sprint.
Yep.
And again, R32s, yeah, well, the horse bolted there too, mate. I can't even get into R32s anywhere cheap these days, whether it's even a GTS or a GTR. But these are just those naturally engineered to race vehicles. And here we go. Here's Misha. This is the first bit of our international flavour coming in here, of course. Misha Sharudin, of course, YouTube sensation, Nürburgring lap master. And Hyundai have given him the fantastic vehicle to be driving, the Ioniq 5N. So yes, that is a street car per se,
yes.
But yeah, you might be able to get one of them cheaper than an R32 GTR though. Just saying. I was checking the retail price of those last night, and look, they're up there. But geez, you get a lot of car for your money. Talking to Ferris Cortumi last night, Ferris actually said he could turn. I mean, he's got twin turbo LS in his Corvette, but he said, and I made a passing remark about, I suppose, better than an electric car, and he goes, I'd go electric in an instant. He actually said that because he's had that N for a couple of weeks, courtesy of Hyundai, and he loves it.
And in a very Australian kind of way. I mean, yes, we're here for Time Attack, but part of the show tonight as well, roll racing.
Yes.
And he said just the acceleration is just there.
Maybe we need to slip that in. Now have a look at this already in that first session. If this is our timing coming up here on the graphics, we have seen movements already in that first session.
Grubel's on us.
Grubel half a second quicker than he was last year, 32.423. Mikulski also just over last year's win, minute 32.989, and then Garland 33.917. So there's our benchmarks. Kazmiri 34.061, Marshall 34.480, and Ty 38.121, Martin 38.529, and Muggleton 41.465. We didn't see Rahul Victor or Calabria out there in that session, but hey, this is how I think we're going to get our stuff now, Warren. One thing that I do miss is our little live timing screen here, but it's good that we've got the graphics coming up on the previous session. So session 1 saw already what's going to be first, second and third so far, but we just don't know what's going to happen with the next group. This is David Calabria now, so we hadn't seen him yet. I would assume Rahul Victor will be around here somewhere as well. And I think he's still got the RX-7.
Got 3 sessions, haven't we, of Club Sprint?
Yeah.
3 groups, so there's So they're running a sort of 10, 12 car, 8 maybe per
Pretty
session.
much.
Yeah, definitely a very full and stacked field. But it's interesting to see that they've gone under last year's winning time already. So you're kind of going, well, okay, there's got to be a little bit more in it, right? I don't think Grubel will be right on the edge yet. I don't think Mikowski will be right on the edge yet. Neither will Garland. Well, that's going to be tenths, isn't it? Or if not thousandths.
Well, I mean, geez, to already from last year's 32.919 to a 32.423 for Grubel to just shave that down that much. And as I said, I think this morning, in comparison to our later sessions today, when you know all that horsepower sapping heat comes in, the track basically turns you. You don't have to heat your tyres up pretty much. I'm sure by about the second or third corner, your tyres will be at that temp. It'll be real hard to probably improve for some of these cars during the middle of the day. But I mean, this is the thing about racing. Yes, we'd love to race till midnight and dawn, but you know, we'd like to run during the daytime because that's where we can get all the action in. But yes, we've got to cop the Aussie heat when we have to, and that's what we're going to do. Daniel Cunningham, all eyes on him right now. Cunningham, one of these fantastic cars. It's the CA Hill Financial Services Golf, and he goes through. Cunningham 44.138. But that was his first sort of full lap of the day. So I know that sometimes these guys, they just need, also too, we know this is a little thing that maybe people don't see too much on the stream, is that you need room in the traffic. If you're on a flying lap, you've just got to make sure that you're looking ahead to make sure someone else is on a flying lap as well. And if they're not, you've got to either try and get their attention before you arrive at a corner at the wrong time with him or her, and then, you know, you can be in really... You know, you could wash off, you know, get balked or whatever, and then that lap's wasted. Now, I'm just watching Misha on one of the other cameras here. Mind you, on track right now, where I've got the Sheepy's Garage car, Harrison Shepherd. Now, that's a great little play on words there. Sheepy's Garage, Harrison Shepherd. He's in the I-30N, so you know what? More Hyundais than ever entered this year. So let's just see what he can do here. Shepherd flies on through. And remember, Misha is somewhere in the background there, trying to get some clean air. But we've got other guys out there on track now, like Xing Hu in a Supra. I think you might have seen him there. We're just keeping an eye on. We've got eyes in the sky everywhere around here at the moment. And right now, this Haltech Club Sprint class is just sorting out our Group 2. And yeah, more cars as they come around on track than what we can show you in the one camera. This is entrance 66, the Goddard Rex Indawara GT WRX. So there's a few from the Goddard Rex stables.
It's fun watching just that age-old battle, isn't it? Subaru versus Mitsubishi, and then throwing a few wild cards, and then we effectively jump forward to the next generation of Hyundais coming through.
Oh, well, look, you know, this is it, because where do you get all those older platforms? And, you know, you're paying an arm and a leg. So, yes, there is some stuff now. The ends, and honestly, folks, maybe this is the advice for the future. Get onto I-30Ns now before they are collectible and going up, because any manufacturer, remember, that dedicates a vehicle towards motorsport and performance, it's not going to go down. I don't think there's one tilted motorsport out there that a manufacturer's done that's devalued. So they've all gone up.
Just to prove our point, there's the Sheepy Hyundai on the screen. I remember Josh Buchan was up here last year. He was talking about how much fun they are to drive to, just a real driver-friendly car.
Yeah, he knows how to steer him too, Josh, and he's done a lot for Hyundai in the last 12 months, especially helping them clean up a few awards and places. Now, just keeping an eye on some other ones through here. And, of course, the I-30, and I suppose Hyundai's attitude was, well, you know what, we want to get into that hot hatch market. You know, we're aiming at Golfs, and I suppose, you know, Yaris GR in there is probably nearly in the same group. You know, you don't have to go buy a Golf or a Yaris. You can get into an I-30N, and you'll find that they do lend themselves. Here we go. Speaking of Hyundai, speaking of...
Misha, the #1 Nürburgring content creator on YouTube.
Yep.
It's amazing. The track that... have you driven Nürburgring?
No.
It's scary. It's a
Are you
scary
talking
place.
about for real or on a simulator or a game?
For real, but even trying to drive in it normally is quite a scary place, and watching him do it while just having a conversation looking sideways is quite an interesting experience. It sort of speaks to the man's talent behind the wheel, and that's why he's behind the wheel of that car, right?
Here he is flying there, just trying to get everything sorted. He's not messing about here, Misha. He is really trying to push the Ioniq 5N. Of course, this has been done up by Hyundai to let him drive. And I suppose Sydney Motorsport Park, it's no Nürburgring. He's still got to get some laps around that to be familiar. I can see why he's so quick around Nürburgring. If you've got that many laps around there, you're probably going to find there's corners that you would be maybe a second quicker on than other people if they've never been there before. And I see that when we get our international visitors here at Sydney Motorsport Park, is that turn one's very daunting for a lot of them, and then you see guys like Barton Moy go around there like nearly flat stick, and you go, well, Barton's done 1 million laps here, so it's going to be easier for some to get acquainted to the circuit. There's a lot of people in this club sprint class that have had the laps and have got many years of experience here. That's Indawara that we're talking about right now out there on track. Same deal when they do come out. They know the track pretty well. But you know who was really good at calling club sprint? Josh, because he'll talk you through a corner and say, well, there's a bump here and there's a bump there. He actually knows the track so intimately that, for us mere mortals, I wouldn't know there's a bump there. I haven't been around here at full noise, even though I have been trying to talk for years. We should get a session where the commentators get to... I'd try and push an Ioniq 5N around. I would try. I'm no longer an electric vehicle skeptic. Of course, my brother's got an electric vehicle and he's let me drive it a few times. And yes, if I could afford one, I'd have one. But I'm still paying for petrol. Mind you, we're all paying for electricity, but I'm still preferring to pay for petrol. So keeping an eye on the times here this session, nothing's really chomping into what we've seen in that first group. But we are keeping an eye there on Indawara. Now, he seems a good attitude there through the... that's the bug eye, right? Yeah. Back to the Lotus here now. We saw him now. Look, we don't have too many in there. That's Alex Luther, Team Autopay. But a new name, I don't think I've had Alex Luther in here before. But you know what? I'd love to see we do have some new names in there, and that is good. That does show the growth, and you've got to have that growth through club sprint upwards. It's very hard for someone to come in, bang out of nowhere with an open car. Club sprint's not a bad time to dip the toe in the water. Race what you've probably been racing somewhere else, and then it's like, well, what's World Time Attack about? So, well, a lot of these cars are eligible. Here we go.
Well, the newest Supras, is it?
Yeah, Mozza Motorsport, Benny Wooster.
What a great name.
What a great name. I'll tell you what, mate, double blacks all the way this weekend, I can tell you. And the great man, we always think about him. Most days you can still get a little thought that comes in, especially around this time of year. It absolutely memories. And then to see that we've got a Mozza Motorsport out there, Adam Clark Lynch driving this Supra. And these things don't muck about either. They are one, and again, just that car that, you can't really walk up and acquire as a young bloke unless you've already made a fortune in IT. You're not going to grab a new Supra off the showroom floor just yet. But yeah, they are, again, Toyota committing to performance, just like Hyundai committing to performance. Still, they realise, how do we sell cars in the future? We've still got to kind of remind people that you can drive them with passion. And I think that's what really helps sell them we're still attracting a performance angle.
Evoking emotion, I think.
Evoking emotion.
Evoking emotion is the phrase that's used.
And you know what? Predominantly male purchases, but yeah, we do have a lot of
shifting
females.
Hugely, though. Shifting hugely towards a female demographic.
And just they want something with a bit of go.
We've got a couple of female competitors, haven't we? I think we might see Eleanor shortly. She's in this class.
Yeah, Eleanor will be in here. I know that.
Another Hyundai. Yeah,
and I know we've got Miji. She's yet to come out just yet to go for a lap. But this session, the way that we're working it out here, I don't know whether we've seen the flags out for this session to close. I think we were up at 15-odd minute sessions. But that group, still, even if you looked at that top 6 on the group there, 36.044 for Calabria. That's 32 to 36. Like, even they would have been crazy numbers 10 years ago in pro categories.
They all came out in the first group too, didn't they?
Yes.
It was almost like the first group sort of went, right, this is the coldest point in the day.
Yes.
Can I go and throw a number now which is going to put me... Because a lot of what they're aiming for as well is also the top 10 shootout, which happens tomorrow night.
Yes.
So that one final chance for the one perfect lap, and you can kind of almost lock yourself. What do you? Let's say I don't think you'll have a car. I don't reckon you'll have a car in that top 10 that's done anything less than a 135. I reckon tomorrow. by the top 10.
That's a hot tip. I'll take that one, I'll take that as a hot tip. And Nostradamus, it could be. This is Adam Nakarata, another Got It Rex, WRX STI. So Got It Rex, what a great business, specialising in the Subarus, predominantly the WRXs. In this case, he's pulled in early. I don't even think we saw a lap in anger there, or we didn't catch him on the cameras with a lap in anger. But that could be a prediction and a half there. 35s, another 35 or two could be coming. But we've already said that there were quite a few high wind weather warnings on the news last night. So we might get some big wins here through today. So let's have a look already on the Haltech Club Sprint leaderboard. We'll just elaborating on up to 6th there, minute 36.044 for David Calabria. But Trent Grubel under last year's time, 32.423. Alex Mikulski, 32.989. Michael Garland, 33.917. So what's that? Subaru, Evo, Subaru, Honda, and Ryan Marshall in a WRX. So there's a few Subis in there.
The ultimate JDM fruit salad.
Beautiful conditions here. As we said, slightly on the hot side, but I tell you what, we're only just getting started. We'll have a break and back for more here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Move back to the future.
We've got more Haltech Club Sprint coming out right now. I knew we had a few more lurking in the garages here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a beautiful day, as we said, predicted to be in the low 30s. The Weather Bureau was saying that the winds, be careful the winds might be a bit crazy. And that's a proper weather warning, but you can see the beautiful flags here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That's not too much. We can handle that for the moment anyway, Was.
I think every time we've spoken, the temperature's gone up by a degree, Diggs. Let's face it, it's going to be hot, right?
Yeah.
So if you're saying 32 ambient temperature, track's going to be ridiculous, right?
It'll be 50 to 60. Yeah. But you know what? It's everyone's got to race to those conditions, and I know that the longer the clock ticks this morning, the Club Sprint guys have kind of got the nice first jab at everything. It'll be interesting to see how we go when we crack out the other categories, including the Open class and Pro-Am, and what else? The pros. They'll be wanting to try and put a good lap down in the first sessions today, and as we said, who knows what happens during the middle of the day when the temps come up. I know maybe the winds will pick up, which might sort of help, but also remember the more aero we get on some of these cars, and there's still, I wouldn't say they're all super light except the pro cars, but whether or not the winds then play havoc with all that beautiful aero that they've got on them, as to maybe they've just got to get that lap in. It's like anything, you just can't sit there with a strategy and go, no, we'll sit out until the last two sessions on Saturday. So no, you want to get one in the bag now.
I've seen the rocket scientists, literal rocket scientists who are in the garage, right? They will have this worked out, because these guys have basically got a window, right? So effectively it's sort of one lap out, warm up, throw it, and that's it. Is there enough left for a second lap? Not once you get to pro, right? Like it's sort of one, and you'll see them, if they don't get the lap 100% right, they quite often abort the lap.
Well, that's right, and since we've allowed the pros to go to the slick, they've actually found a reprieve there from tyres that they're built for purpose, super sticky, and can give you everything on one perfect lap. But even if the lap wasn't perfect, the slicks give you that second lap. They actually give you a little bit more. and that they sometimes do cycle up in temp to the point that they can stay at temp, and then you can actually push on a second lap and they work. I think that's one thing that's kind of contributed to just the crazy times we saw from RP968 last year, that chopped that down to be the outright fastest thing around here, is that tyre held on a little bit better because they were on the slick. But I tell you what, we see so many good performances out of all of our other 8850 cars, and right now this is another club sprint class right now. This is entrant 83 being Josh Muggleton. So in the GR Yaris, yeah, we haven't seen a couple of these little hot hatches yet, but there's a couple of Yarises in here. And again, that is pretty much typical modern day club sprint right there. License plates on the car, no massive aero out of them, just what Toyota created, plus a lot of, you can do what you want suspension wise pretty much. You can also probably throw things off track a little bit there too if you want. Muggleton's no stranger to laps around here. And those little Yarises, they built their own following right around the world, those GR Yarises. They're no slouch. I think we've even seen some into the 9s over the quarter, which is mad for a 3-cylinder.
We've actually already seen Muggleton too. He's done double duty. He's got the WRX as well. So I guess the question becomes, from a driver point of view, do you start to fatigue at any point, or how physically are we're just talking about 50 plus degrees on the track? But look, these guys are, some extreme athletes in there.
Yes.
Thinking about Josh who sprinted across here last year, and I think really raced the sweat riders. Heartbeat was still in the 40s, and then there are some more dad-like athletes like you and I did.
Yeah, we'll walk over.
Yeah. Get the golf buggy.
I'll nurse the hamstring and knee injuries. Where I actually filmed Josh running over last year, and it's like even when he was running, he was conserving energy. But even this morning, he was up there. Here's pushing Muggleton there through turn 1. Muggleton, push. This is what we want to see. We want to see guys just pushing these stocks. Semi-stock platforms, that's what we should say. Stock platforms, not too many of them in stock platform. But look, even now here on track, the Neotech Honda. And again, I wish I bought a bunch of these back when they were affordable, because now they're ridiculous to try and grab them. But it's good to see the guys that have got them are holding on to them and using them for essentially what they got famous for. That's Meiji Kang and the Neotech Civic. So that is our friend Meiji from Korea.
Yes.
Mind you, we're just, there we go, Meiji pushing through. We've got a 350Z out there now.
Yeah, in one shot we just summed up world time. We had a Honda, an RX-7, a 350Z, and I think there was another RX-7 behind it.
And these are the cars that all of our, I shouldn't say our younger generation, but these cars have sort of come through with our young rev heads starting to really, associate with these. They may not know too much of the earlier chrome bar stuff around, but they certainly know by now the 350Zs, the Hondas, the Supras, and a great platform as well, the 350Z.
Been referred to as a really good driver's platform, really popular amongst the drifting circle, right? Because you can get an NA engine and kind of beat on it and learn the basics of car controls.
Absolutely.
One of the things the guys talk about, and sort of leads into time attacking, is learn to drive a less fast car fast before you start right at the top end of your fast car.
Find the absolute limits of a car, obviously with less capabilities. So enhance your own capabilities. Here she is.
Eleanor.
Yeah, this is Eleanor. Got a new wrap on the car because Project Mu, part of the wrap. I was calling her Miss Dangle because she'll normally get the left-hand rear up around the corners, and we'll see if we can get a little bit of air out of this. Let's see if we got some of that, famous Eleanor Terry left-hand rear dangle by the end of the day. Here we go. And this is Micra. Now we're talking. Yes, racer in. There we go. Entrance 67, chopping away. Team Takumi Drive. That's Di Nguyen in the 350Z. So two 350Zs, a Honda. Now I am loving this particular group because we've got variety central here. I think we had entrant 81 there. That's Team Takumi Drive, Mark Collingwood. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I didn't recognise the little MX-5 that's normally been here every year, but he's had a paint job, a new look. This is DL Racing with David Lahr behind the wheel with his 350Z. Neat car, neat deal. Fantastic to see. And that is a very, very smooth contender. Now, just looking for where he's run time-wise. A couple of times from last session there, Misha got the got the Ionic in the 42.658 there, so 18th there with the S. Well, it is the performance car, but then we've got all these other sports cars out there. Yeah, Collingwood, how good does that look this year? He's really had the little MX-5 all tweaked up, and I think still proudly NA. So cranky little thing, sings for its supper as much as it can, and a great setup. Just every year they seem to just grow a little bit more wing, and as you can see here, some more paint or a wrap. But yeah, Collingwood's been one that's been in this class for a long, long time, and every year just would love to take a little bit more off every year. You don't come back here to go slower than the year before. You're normally here to go a little bit faster. And there's a whole lot of them that know they won't be podium, but they just like to finish in that class of 2024.
Racing against yourself, right? What's your PB? How did you come in? I'd love to know if have we had any car go all the way from club sprint all the way through the classes and then eventually...
You know what? I just know that somewhere along the line, the thing, if it was somewhere, it either had a very short campaign and then stops, and then it gets rebirthed, and you forget that it ever had an early campaign. Here's a guy. This is one of the OGs here. It's good to see him. Paul Kovaceski, the Momo Porsche 944. I think he said he'd given the engine a freshen up from last year to this year. So yeah, he's throwing the spanners all over the Porsche as normal, and Paul's the same. He just comes out every year, knows he won't be podium, but he definitely just wants to come out and nibble those times down year after year. And this is a little bit more of a rolling history lesson, because yes, the old 944, it's not, it's basically stems from its origins from the 80s just about, from when they first started to do these front engine rear wheel drive cars. They thought they'd try that, Porsche. They thought they'd start the front engine rear wheel drive deal, and you know what, etched in history, 944s and 924s, and of course 968s. So there's quite a few very striking versions of Porsche's front engine rear wheel drive deal. Actually, we've got two 944s on the track at the once. Scott Pigden's out there as well, and so is Paul Kovaceski. And of course, whenever the entrants come up every year, Paul's one of the first ones to be entering. So yeah, it's not often we get two 944s
like
in the one lap.
Flyer program.
It is.
Seat 1A.
Yeah,
who gets that?
He's one of those ones that does it. So there's Eleanor there in the background. So we can see the Yaris cooling down now. So I think that's Muggleton. But we do see Eleanor out there trying to get herself some clean space. There's another Supra out there, the top, top garage Supra. And again, just not in full speed there. So whether or not they have pulled the flag on the session, I do not know. But there's a few people going a little bit too slow for our liking around there at the moment. Eleanor's trying to get a fire in. And back to that whole thing, isn't it, was about getting free traffic to be able to commit and go, right, if someone's on the exit of a corner, you've almost got to try and sum them up whether or not they're still under power, whether they're coasting, because if you're trying to commit to one perfect lap, that means 110% per corner. But if you've got traffic up ahead that have kind of got a different agenda to you, you can definitely lose time on a corner and go, well, that was a waste. But again, there's no malice towards any other competitor. Everyone's in the same boat. You've just got to try and basically, if anything, always be at least three-quarter pace everywhere. You can't be at 15% pace on a cool down. You just get to if you're going to cool down, just get to the pits and get out. Just got to have that 75% intensity every single lap, just to make sure that someone else out there that's trying to do a good lap doesn't get balked or blocked.
I wonder if maybe just because this is the first session, some of these might be some of the out-of-state or newer drivers who haven't done the laps at Sydney Motorsport Park, probably trying to work out where those, you referenced it earlier, the bumps in the corner and where everything is, and just, I guess, getting a feel for it, maybe doing maybe it is sort of a 50% lap, preserving the car, trying not to hurt it, and then just formulating that strategy. Go back to the pits, tell everyone what the car is doing.
And I can just see here might be an example too. You're coming out of the BOSCH turn 8 there, and just, that is a hairpin turn, and sometimes that's a good place to maybe just let a few people go by. As soon as you get someone by you, and you give them a bit of room to go, because they're either going to be on a fly down the straight or they're coming in. So that's not a bad place to start your lap. It gives you about, 3 corners to really get yourself some momentum. Like here we go now. We can see that example now. We saw Collingwood come through, and then we saw the Subaru just hold up a bit. Now going to try and do a flyer.
He sat back, didn't he? Gave himself that run up. It's almost the same strategy we've seen in various other series around here, where they almost sit back and they start that run up the hill, don't they? Around the turn 18 and wind it up onto the straight. Yeah,
and it's not a bad strategy to have. However, if everyone gets in that habit, then we've got all these people hanging around turn 8. Now that's the UPS spec performance WRX of Andre Rivera. So Andre is just, I don't know, whether there's some issues in the car or whether he's getting himself ready. But here we go. So we've got Miji and Eleanor in this little lineup here, just coming in down to pit lane. So club sprint, that session is finished. Having a look, we've got Muggleton up there twice, 41.465 and 42.054. No big moving and shaking in that group that time. But one car we did not see yet was Jamal Assad. So
Jimmy Evo.
Yeah, Jimmy not in this group. So whether or not he's just sitting back playing the long game, it all comes down also to how many tyres do you want to use. Would you rather save all your tyres up for later? And I honestly thought everyone should have had a good go at that session, purely because it's always been a fast session. So wrapping it up after that group, no big movements there. Ruben Mardan, they're in 10th, 38.529. Xing Q Top Garage, 38.418. Look at these 38s. Alex Luther, 38.187 from the Lotus, 38.121 for Kim Tai. So a bunch of 4 in the 38s. We've got 2 in the 32s, a 33, and 2 34s and a 36. So that is a crazy one. And all the way back even, 39 for Benny Wooster in the BOSCH Motorsport. And let's have a look there. Adam Makarada. There's Misha, 18th so far in the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. Cunningham, Muggleton again, Chapman, Clark Lynch, and Di Newen. So there's plenty out there, the good quality, and as we said, that entry-level class, yes, we shouldn't say it's getting harder to get into the entry-level class, because you can. Once the expressions of interest open up every year, you just go, bang, I want to be there. We're not going to say, oh, no, we don't know you. No, it's thank you, welcome, come on in. We'll give you a pit garage, get yourself some tyres, get yourself some testing, and we'll see you at World Time Attack.
Yeah, what we do know is the guys who've been there, done that for a long time, they know roughly the time frames. They're probably planning next year already.
Yes.
Right? They've got here, and the testing for next year started already.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy, isn't it? And you can already see that we're getting our show and shine area there here on the Friday done. It feels like a Saturday, doesn't it? Any day that you come to a racetrack, it feels like the weekend. We're going to have a break and back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park real soon.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the land of the long white cloud. Warren Sayre. Oh, yes, of course, in the Rogan car, Cintura. Here it is in all its glory.
Joshy Buchan behind the wheel.
And Josh, I can say one thing about Josh. He knows this track intimately and will give this car all the good service that it needs. Now, of course, Roden from New Zealand, the Cintura, they're aiming that this is a homologated vehicle, which obviously for the enthusiast is a good way to get into motorsport. I mean, yes, you can go and get a 996 Porsche or whatever, but you know what? Those things are, they're on the pricey end. Not saying that these things are cheap, but yet if you want a purebred piece of motorsport with all the right fruit, well, let me tell you, Roden, they've got these cars, they're literally building them as a manufacturer. So if you imagine getting a car like this, I tell you what, I wonder if we've got all of our camera microphones going here, because we've got to let that V10 breathe a little bit here over the weekend. I really do think that, sometimes I think we need to do less talking and let the engines do more. But right now, we'll just keep talking and sing around. We are getting a little bit of that. We might see if we can't get some of those camera microphones up for the V10. And of course, we do have... It's going to scream. It'll be absolutely howling, this thing. And let's see, he's in the M-Tron Pro class, and he's got a transponder on, which means we are going to get some lap times out of this car. And it is one howling New Zealand-built V10.
Purpose-built facility down there in the South Island, and we will actually be joined by one of the technical experts from Roden, who's going to come up and talk us through the ins and outs, the build process, all that little secret sauce that goes into building something which is truly unique. I think you hit the nail on the head. And now, speaking of unique, here we go.
All right, Barton Moore, the quickest man around Sydney Motorsport Park, period, out of this circuit. The famous, world-famous RP968. So Bart just doing everything here, working the brakes in. It looks like he's actually just only... He's only just taken the stickers off the tyres. I saw the labels come off, and now it's time to scrub these up to temp. And again, as we said, now that they're on slicks, it may not just be this one lap he'll go on a flyer. He might find the second lap will give him just as much feedback. But look, I spoke to Bart yesterday in the pits after he practiced with him yesterday afternoon, and he just looks at me and goes, Jesus, sits fast. And I said, well, I don't know where the end is. I don't know where the end is. I said, these things, he said he just sees so many places where he can still take a 10th off here and a 10th off there, and just so adjustable and so, tunable. But let's see how we go. 4 litres of billet Elmer Racing Thor 4-cylinder on board, and he is going to go for a flyer. So we saw Buchan go 27.960 in the Cintura, just through turn 1. Yesterday was the same. When you see it in real life, you just go, man, that thing is just stuck to the corners. Washes out there in turn 2, which he normally does. He takes it all the way out and gives it a fair squirt through there. It's going to be good to see through here now. But it's just so quick through this section. Here we go. He's just... Again, I don't know, it's just hard. The car was coming towards us at speed, now it's not, so I just wonder.
Maybe it's a phasing process. I've got no doubt that these guys know exactly what they're doing to the 10th of a second on each lap, right? There's a whole process they're going through to get everything to the optimal temperature for one perfect lap. We'll
have to get into his head and just say, well, Bart, in that first session today, you sort of got a few good turns in. You got to turn 2, turn 3. Maybe had too much wheel spin sort of through 3. I do know when we watched that minute 17 back, that he ran last year, is that traction control plays a fair amount of part in keeping that thing from wheel spinning, and you would hear it through actually turn 3 just how much a short shift normally through there for the car as well. But it's just a few little hints there that look, the thing is still moving, as we said, at 3/4 pace. He might go for another wind up here. Let's have a look. He might have had to do a bit more. He's still doing some brake checking there. All right, no oil indications. Let's have a look at 968 now. Look, this was a bit of an interrupted lap, 29.486, but he is more committed to this one now. Flies through there now. Look, Bart, maybe he needed some more brake temp up, I don't know. Backs it in there, backs it in through turn 1. He pushed that so deep that right at the end he had to make that correction, but this thing's got so much horsepower that he can recover quite quickly. Now, look, he'll not be happy with the way he backed that thing into turn 2, but he is making the rest of the corners stick this time. He is absolutely pushing this thing hard.
Given what you said, though, we've got a more forgiving tyre there, right? There's no reason he can't use this one as a wind-up for the next one, and possibly 2 laps out of this one, the slick.
Yeah, he really backed their thing. Whether or not they were not quite up to temp, it feels like they weren't quite up to temp even then. I mean, considering the conditions already, how warm we are. He's still there. There's purple in sector 1. Punches out of BOSCH turn 8 here. And purple section 2, so the rest of it's going to be good. Where does it all end from here for Barton Moore? Still correcting the steering wheel on more than one occasion this lap, but he has got it clean out of the final turn. 968 on his first registered pass here this morning. It wasn't a perfect lap, but what's it going to be this time? Flies on through 17.914. 17.914 picks up where he left off, and let's have a look, Bart. Let's just have a look here. Now let's see this turn. Let's see this turn. Oh! Yeah, he's just not pulling that thing up. He is not pulling that thing up through turn 2, and he's decided to give it up. I think in Bart's head there it was, well, you know what, I'm going to take this all the way through turn 1 one more time. Let me try turn 2 again. I mean, the previous time he backed that thing in, you saw it. He literally locked that up and Nelly sort of backed it in. This time it just didn't want to go through there. It sort of understeered, and that's when he decided to abort the run. But how about that one?
I think he wanted it. I think he wanted to keep going on.
Oh, absolutely.
He was carrying that momentum. 17 with the slide.
Yeah, 17 with the slide at turn 2 on the way in with the quick lap, and then to go through and go 17. And then thought, you know what? Let's see what turn 2 feels like again. And then I think it was like, no, Bart, that's too much. And then he realised there was no way he was going to be able to back that up. But talk about the first shot fired. And if that was a settler, well, we're right back into the second quickest time nearly ever. I mean, I know they were trying to run a 17-something, and it just did it again. 17.914 to be so close to what he did, last year, that 17.860. So there it is. But as he said to me yesterday, he goes, this thing's just so quick. He just doesn't know where it might all end. But he certainly pushed it there hard. And it's like anything, I suppose. He can nearly do this whole place in his sleep. But yeah, he won't be happy with that turn 2. I'm sure you'll get some feedback from him. And I know that normally by the end of the weekend, we get a little bit of in-car back from 968, up in 968, that might be able to show us some of that behaviour within the
I was actually
the
going to
driver's
suggest that
compartment.
too, right?
Yeah.
We sort of know that people tune in, they watch the live stream, they watch others. Jump on, watch the onboard lap from last year. It's just phenomenal just to see what's actually going on and experience it and listen to it.
Absolutely. Let me tell you, the M-Tron Pro class already just brought my pulse up a little bit there. I mean, the Rodin V10, that's enough to really just sort of, satisfy the soul. And then you look at RP 968 out there on the same flying lap, and then your pulse just goes up from there, because there's a certain intensity that comes from that.
We've got FZ coming up too, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got
FZ as well.
There's an FZ. There we go. So much attention here this morning already, but I tell you what, it's nice to welcome our friends here on pit lane. A big welcome to Charlie and Warren for the first time today.
Hi Diggles, hi Warren, it's back, it's our annual catch-up, isn't it, Warren Luff? And where better place to do it than at the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And hey, let's just pick up where we left off last year, hey, because it looks like Barton Moore has.
Yeah, look, 1:17.91 straight up out of the box is a very impressive time. One of the things that you've got to take into account today, though, is this wind direction on the front straight. You've got a big, strong headwind on the front straight. So around the back part of the circuit, they've got a bit of a tailwind. Talking to the guys from Yokohama, track temperature is kind of in the window where we want to see, but we know that that ambient temperature is going to come up today. So we're looking for a track temperature under 30. But we're looking at an ambient temperature of over 30 later. So it's going to be, if we're going to do times, we need to do it now.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there is a bit of a wind. I can certainly feel it in my hair, Luffy, but I can see that yours just doesn't move under any condition, guys. Same as last year. Luffy's come back strong as always. There's so much to play out over this weekend. We've got the same classes what we had last year, but we've got new faces, we've got international entrants. who are you watching? As well as Bartman this year, who else is one to watch?
Yeah, look, there's so many great competitors across all the classes. Obviously, we've got Ferris back. He's got that monster Corvette back here again. Like you said, we've got some amazing people from overseas. It's really going to be probably more competitive than ever across all those classes. And then we look at sort of our club sprint guys and girls, that sort of grassroots of motorsport. The times that those cars are doing, even this morning, is really impressive. We've got a bumper field of club sprint cars. So, look, there's going to be action across all the classes. I think we're going to see records broken. I'm hoping we're not going to see Bart try and do another jump off the roof and break his ankle again. I'm pretty sure we've done and dusted that one for 2023. Yeah. But look, it's going to be another great event. The weather's going to be fantastic. If we can get rid of some of this wind, I think we're going to be in for some fast times.
Absolutely, but it wouldn't be World Time Attack Challenge if it wasn't unpredictable. So how about you go over and see if you can have a quick chat to Bart if he's hopped out of the car. Have we seen him as yet? Whether we can have a quick chat to him.
I'll go and have a chat.
Yeah, we'll go have a quick chat and we'll find out what it's like inside this beast that we all love. And of course, World Time Attack Challenge. Diggles, I can guarantee Warren's hair has not moved this entire time.
Oh, look, it took about 3 minutes there to get that reference in. As Eddie did alert to, Luffy, about that wind, and was now we think about it, if that's coming at that bit of a headwind there, maybe some of that's affecting the aero, and maybe Bart didn't have as much grip there from the aero that maybe expected coming through that part. But as we said, that wind warning has come through from the Bureau of Meteorology last night, warning everyone about this high wind. But there he is, so a little bit of a chat there. Now, yeah, Bart's going to have plenty of feedback there, not only to give to the team, but he'll obviously, Luffy will get that out of him. But he's looking everywhere. And you know what I love about Bart is that, you know, he's driven the wheels off a lot of things in his life, but this car is basically just injected him with this energy that he just keeps belting back. Just, you know, you're never going to get him out of the seat. He's the perfect pilot for it. And the feedback that you can see that RP968 engineers are getting from him show that this thing is, you know, he knows that there's something more to be unlocked, and I'm sure we're going to hear from that with Luffy shortly.
Well, the team motto is do better, isn't it? I think that was the mantra that they live by, and it's interesting watching just the body language there. As I mean, anyone else, as Luffy referenced before, might have been jumping off a car having gone 117, but it's another day at the office for Bart Moore and RP968. They want to go faster.
Oh, absolutely, and let's see how they go here today. Right now with that
Nathan Morgan in the gas, Evo was first car, and then there was that Benny Tran in the BYP Integra.
Yes, Benny Tran is back.
Another name that's familiar from having competed for many, many years. Nathan Morgan, of course, a accomplished pilot as well. I think was he in the F5000, something like that? I think he's a man of many talents, isn't he? He'll drive the wheels off most things. So will Benny Tran. Yeah,
Morgan, Grubel, there's plenty in there. Kazmiri, Tran. These guys over the years, you know, they've done their apprenticeship, so to speak. You know, they've done their apprenticeship at track days and every other thing. But then when World Time Attack came along, they've risen to be our heroes purely because this is a different format to any other form of mainstream motorsport anywhere. You can see Benny Tran out there probably getting some. Well, I don't know what he's doing right now. Whether or not that's just
riding the brakes, I think you see the light.
Yeah, I don't know. Has the thing lost power? That is not good to see him in such slow motion, because I love seeing that thing when it's at 11/10ths. But right now, when it's just sort of rolling around like that, whether or not he's just getting a few systems sorted out. And I think this is another one that has not gone, because we've got a few supercharged Hondas. We haven't had too many turbo Hondas, but we've got supercharged Hondas like Mighty Mouse and this one, a Benny Tran. Loud as hell, of course. But that would be Morecambe, I think, in the background. We can hear fly down for a flying lap. But yeah, this is not good for Benny Tran right now, just rolling through. The Integra. Whoa, Morecambe, push.
Talking about Alan getting that rear wheel up before Morecambe just did that braking real hard into that turn 2 in the Global Aircraft Services Evo. Yeah. One of the late models out there.
Yep, and I think we just heard Rob Newen going past in the Dream Projects S15. So there's plenty of action happening out here right now in GCG Open class. And just quickly, we got Luffy down there in the pit lane with Barton Moore after that 968 lap.
Yeah, look, down here with our reigning champion, Barton Moore, 1:17.91 straight out of the box. Obviously a very impressive lap, but what can we expect it from this car today?
Well, we're hoping to beat our record. That's what we're here for. It's funny. It's funny how difference a year makes, right? So 17.8 last year, I was jumping off the roof, and we did a 17.9 then, and I'm actually disappointed. So that's where we're at.
I think it's probably a good thing you don't keep jumping off the roof of the car. That didn't end well last year, but obviously, look, there's a lot of hype about this car. It's 12 months on. How much development have we seen in this car? And I suppose everyone wants to know, what is the potential of this car this weekend?
Well, we've focused on the steering system, so we've gone from electric to a hydraulic-based steering assist system. So we're still dialing that in, and to be honest, me getting used to it. And we're here to go faster, mate. So we'll be disappointed if we can't beat our time. And obviously, we're pretty close.
Well, there, you've heard it here first. Bart's going to go faster. We don't know whether we'll see it today because obviously temperatures are going to play a part, but we look forward to seeing this car back out on track around midday.
Well done, Laffy. Well done, Bart. And as he said, yeah, changing the steering system too. So I actually was wanting.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot going on.
Sorry, Bart. I wanted more out of. I wanted to know his thoughts for turn 2 there because
Right.
twice, so 2 consecutive laps there. He backed one in and then the next one he pushed
I don't know
through
if
there.
you saw that. You spoke
Yeah,
to
we
Tim
did.
Slady had the same issue with Extreme GTR.
Yeah.
So we had a red flag on track. Now that was for, we did see Nathan Morecambe in the Global Aircraft Services car come to a halt there.
Yeah.
Which has brought out the red lights here. And yeah, Slady went out. And the Extreme GTR didn't want to turn in 2 either, but maybe just a bit of a sighter there for Slady.
Yeah, well, I also caught a little glimpse of Rob Newen with the Dream Projects S15 through turn 1, and he had a serious moment through the middle of turn 1 there, bouncing through. We've got plenty of other machinery lined up in pit lane, but we do have the stranded winner of last year out there now, unfortunately, Nathan Morecambe in that Global Aircraft Services Evo, stranded on the side of the track. That's why the red flag's out for now. But it's crazy to think that we saw Timmy Slater with Extreme GTR out there as well. He kind of had to slow down, whether or not the reds came out, and that's why he did slow down. But right now, we're just going to obviously ferry those vehicles off. I tell you what, this is GCG's 45th anniversary this year. Of course, proud sponsors of the Open Class. The company established in 1979 by 3 partners. Today, GCG employs 43 people in 4 countries, Australia, being Sydney and Brisbane, Japan and South Korea. They've been associated with World Time Attack since day one, both as a supporter and as a sponsor, and also a partner, helping with contacts in Japan through GCG's Tokyo office. Of course, this year GCG introduced the People's Choice Trophy for Open Class. To vote, head down to the GCG stand and scan a QR code. Pick your favourite team. The winning team will get a trophy, and a lucky voter will win a Hapco Professional Series Toolbox. Thank you, GCG, and thank you, Warren Luff, with more information from pit lane.
So here's something we don't see too often in World Time, a tyre change mid-session. The Extreme GTR guys are actually doing a full tyre change on this car. Talking to the crew, it was something that they were planning on doing, so we'll see Tim Slade back out there shortly, and obviously there's an intent to go super fast for these guys.
Well, there you go. And I know I was talking to Michelle yesterday afternoon, standing beside her tyres, and look, she's not going to throw a million tyres at the car this weekend because, let's face it, look, you know, as much as this is an Extreme GTR and you think, oh, yeah, no expense spared, hey, Michelle will still know nearly every nickel and dime that's gone into that car, and it's not like she will throw excessive amounts of money. She's fed the beast for many, many years, and she's happy with the beast. The beast still gives her conniptions sometimes because she sometimes can't watch. She just knows that this thing is on the thin end of the wedge.
There's a mad scientist involved too, isn't there?
Oh yeah, well, Sheriff, and of course when Sheriff's around, Sheriff has already given us a few hints on his Facebook posts about maybe what's left in the car and it's already showing. So we just don't know what's going to come out of Extreme GTR. It's interesting to know what tyres may have been on the car to start with, whether it might have been a slightly older set from yesterday if they did test yesterday. I don't think they actually did test yesterday, so maybe that's a slightly older set, but it's a good way to probably get everything up to temp, get the brakes up to temp. You haven't had to wear the tyres out to do that, and if so, they're an older set of tyres. They're going to try and use a stickier set, but it's crazy conditions out there, and let me tell you with new tyres, let's see what Extreme GTR can do, but I want to know what happened to Morecambe just then, because these things, as we say, are so highly strung, 1,000+ horsepower. If you want gearbox, drive shaft, something, could be something, we don't know.
He wasn't overly frustrated in the car, though, right? The body language was relatively calm, so maybe it could be just something's come off and he's just shut it down just for, I mean, these are, what are they, at least $250,000, maybe $500,000 machines. You just don't want to risk an engine or something this early in the day because the conditions are right now. So if you can get back into the pits, open sort of pit lane format, fix the car up, come back out and have another swing.
Well, we heard from Bart that, and Luffy to say that right now the conditions are still kind of premium, so we should be able to utilise what's out there on track. The air temp's not quite up there yet, so everyone's making good horsepower if you're boosted. But still, it just goes to prove how highly strung these cars are, not only in Pro-Am, Open, you name it. Everyone comes here with a fair amount of horsepower, and of course these things are so, we're talking about lateral Gs here like nothing else. So yes, suspension components are stressed, engine components, well, we're getting better at that because we tend to be able to build really tough engines. Yes, the odd billet block screams around there, and of course we've got some of the very best engine builders and engine gurus putting engines in these cars, and of course great engineering as well. And have a look at this; it speaks for itself. The Extreme GTR, the winner, the one, of course, with this last year missed out. Remember, I think the thing was just going for one last hit and didn't quite just clean them up. But they've tasted the podium before, Extreme GTR, and look, it's back in the pits though, so it got towed back. So maybe the thing just shut off. Who knows? Maybe he had something break inside and they could tow it around. Oh, look at this little horsepower lineup coming up here as we're ready to go through. They're definitely going to need to do some spreading out here because, as we said before, traffic, you've just got to be able to get a flying lap through traffic. Well, you don't want to go through traffic.
Are they looking for a bit of a tow behind Extreme GTR, maybe, with just the power, the hole that thing can punch?
You know what? We haven't looked hard enough to see about the tow idea. Of course, works well in NASCAR. I think I was watching Daytona the other night and just how well drafting works for them. But yeah, these things, I don't know what the aero footprint is on these things from behind them. I don't think they particularly care about how it all works behind them. It's just about what it does to the car as there. I just don't know what the air looks like. Where's Mr. Brilliant when you need him? I want some simulation of what it looks like behind the car and how someone trying to get behind a car like that, whether that's actually going to help you or try and throw you off the road. You know what I mean?
Driver and team probably won't give you the honest answer. Well, no, stay away from me.
Just don't get up behind me.
About it,
and as if you can really get a tow off Extreme GTR because he'll be just accelerating away from you if that's the case. But this is it. Everyone's getting brake temperature up. Everyone's trying to get tyre temperature up. Just trying to find their spots here on the track for another crack at it here. And look, Luffy's got more information for us down in pit lane.
Yeah, look, we've just seen Nathan Morecambe get pushed back into the garage. The team is sort of going right over the car at the moment, obviously trying to diagnose what it is. It's been a loss of power out there. We saw it get sort of towed back in. So the teams are going to work now. They'll find out what it is, and we'll come back to you with a bit more information shortly.
Yeah, there we go. So, look, that's a relief that it's not a relief that it lost power, but it's a relief that it's something that they haven't incident. Slady!
Look at the
Slady! All right, I think the tyres, if they weren't up to temp by now, they're up to temp right about now. Turn 2, beautiful, beautiful balance through there. That looked very clinical. All eyes on the Extreme GTR right now as he punches that RB32 through the turns. And again, just that attitude. He's just off it again. See, Bart did the same thing through there. Comes out of turn 2, maybe not happy.
These cars are not on the slick though, are they?
They're on the ADO50. Yes. So yeah, they've got to have that sticky radial tyre on it. So we'll have to get back to Extreme GTR as time permits, and we're just keeping an eye on a few other cars in the field and to check out the old JZA 80 Supra. That's entrant 45. That's John Sabellic. That's Dartone Racing. And then behind him looks like a little MRS. And that is Close Enough Racing, I think, Justin Golyanix. Well, I'll tell you what, Johnny Boston driving the motive video car through. Now, forgot about Boz. This is our quickest S-Series car in the open class. And he knows his way around this track too, Johnny Boz. He's screaming through. We've got a few in this one here. Brandis Yasuhiro is out there as well, ready to try and put a lap down as well. That's the Scoot Auto Rescue RX-7 from Ando Yasuhiro. He's out there. So is Akamura. He's going to come and have a run here now, which we haven't seen either. That's the Team Yashio Factory S15. So we've got some S-bodies out in this session, an MRS, a Super as well. And, of course, that GDR. Oh, and a Janetta. Throw that in there. Do you want exotic? Yeah, we'll give you some exotic. We'll give you exotic.
These guys definitely running a lot closer than we've seen in the other classes as well. Maybe there is a bit of a theory here from some of the drivers in terms of the advantages there. What a great mix of cars too. WRX there, a Supra out there, an Emperor S. What a mix of cars. The Sylvias as well.
Have a look at this. Yasuhiro number 1 at the moment. So Yasuhiro, minute 36.267. That's no slouch. That's not a bad one at all. So, yeah, 33. Oh, there you go. Day now goes 33.439. So there's a few now getting their laps through. So Dan Day in the SJ1000 WRX gets his lap. Here goes Johnny Boston. Let's have a look. Flies down the straight. Oh, look at that. Let's get some tyre rub. Got to be some aero on just forcing the tyre to hit. And Boston, no, I'm sure a time will come up shortly for him. Extreme GDR in the pits. All over it. There still is some screaming vehicles flying past us here in the commentary position, but Slady out of the car, a little bit of feedback will be coming through there. Sheriff right now just keeping an eye on things. Entrant 43 out here now. So Cole Powelson. So yeah, we've got a few internationals in this class. So Powelson, Yasuhiro, Okamura in there as well. So and now Cole's going to try and give a flying lap. Who knows with Racer Cole on board? Come on, Cole. Let's we'll keep an eye in here. Tell you what, the guy can steer, of course, out of everyone here. He's the only guy that I think's, apart from Mad Mike's been going up Pikes Peak. You know what I mean? Yes. So, I mean, you know, from Utah, so home of where Pikes Peak is.
Man who'll jump behind the wheel of anything and give it a steer, right?
Yeah.
Which way is turn 1? Throw me the keys. That's the Yashio Factory S15. Maybe a little bit of heart surgery possibly on that car last night. Just finding his way around the track. Hasn't been here before, but it's great to see that distinctive livery, Diggs.
Well, Kazahiri Okamura, what can you do when you haven't been to this track? I suppose in a lot of simulation. Talking to the kids yesterday, a set of courses is probably the best game you can play to simulate Sydney Motorsport Park.
It's going well, the high on dice.
Yeah, he's done not too bad for himself already, Okamura. He's minute 39.573. We've got Dan Day, then Yasuhiro, then Okamura. So that's our top 3 at the moment. Johnny Boston, no smoke right now, but yeah, that must be pushing down on the rear guard there or something, that aero.
Boston won 31.668.
Yeah, so he's
Open
in there.
count.
Now, I think he hit a 29 last year. Remember, they if they hit the 20s, they were going to be through the roof, and it did. I think it hit a 20 last year.
I think car owner Andrew Hawkins has made some significant promises, hasn't he, if they're able to get to the 28s?
Just having a look at all the vital signs there. I wish I could catch all those vital signs. I don't know whether the thing's running or not. I don't think it is running. So what we've got there are some variables, maybe some tyre temperatures there as well, maybe. But Boz, here we go, back into turn 2. He is good, mate. He was of course, he's one of the OGs from the very first Super Lap we ever did at Oran Park. Johnny Boston was there. Now, issues there for the MR2, so Goyanik's off to the side. That is not good. Don't know what happens there. Normally turn 2, if you're gearing down there for turn 2, it could be a box of neutrals. It could be something there why that car has lost power. Who knows? I've given up diagnosing. I've really given up diagnosing vehicles. If they've lost power, they're off the throttle. And right now, where that car is, I don't think that flashing green will be flashing green for long. Oh, no, he's back. So whatever it was, he's restarted the car, and he will be moving along. So lucky enough, we might have saved that session, because you can't have stationary cars out there for too long before race control throws a red flag on it. He's just going to move himself around there now. And isn't it amazing, in no time flat, he's down at 8th. He was like 4th there, now he's 8th. Paulson, 32.884. So Newen, 28.569. So he got one down. Rob Newen, the Dream Projects S15. He's stuck under the radar, didn't even see that. So Rob Newen, Dream Projects S15, I'd say that's got to be him. 28.569.
I think we were watching the John Boston lap while Newen and Brandis both went out through 28 and 31 respectively, chasing what's it, last year's winning time? 24.
Yeah, that's a lot of lap, that one there from last year, Nathan Morgan, 24.274. So to have that car not even do one lap in anger and not get a time down there. But, you know, we've seen this before. Haven't we seen thrashers before the Super Lap shootout by Saturday? We'll see thrashes, whether it's an engine swap or a gearbox swap, or they've had to fix something, and then they race it back together, and then it's all up to the driver. You know, so hats off to the team. We take the teams for granted because it's about getting the car set up to a certain amount. But that driver, I mean, we still need him. We can't send these things around remote control. The driver's the one that brings the last bit out of it. So they're all eyes all over it. So they're just checking things out. I think the thing's off. I don't know whether the thing's turned off or still running. It's a bit hard to get that noise there in the pit lane, but I do think the thing's off. But they are looking at it. We've got Sheriff looking at the data. But back on track, it looks like we've still got action here.
Yeah, it's the 39 entry of Morris, sponsored by Pro Reps. Another one of the Hyundai Ns. That's I believe the fastback style.
Yeah, love it.
It's not bad looking, is it? It's a bit different to the traditional 5-door sort of, I suppose the hatch, the flatter back, the fastback style of vehicle.
They're getting more daring Hyundai with their styling, aren't they? They really are. They're really throwing everything at it. And look, he's just again getting things warm there. I can see him doing a bit of weaving, so maybe he just needs a bit more tyre temp or whatever. But look, he's managed to get himself out there on a fly. You just got to get a number down to start with and then work from there. They're all not here to try and be on podium, but there's a handful that know that they are a chance. But right now, Newen at the top of the pops, minute 28.569. But looks like we've got Luffy back down in the pits with a hot update.
Yeah, here with the Extreme GTR crew. As you can see, they're working feverishly here in the background. There's some kind of throttle sensor or some kind of technical issue. We saw Tim Slade go to a new set of tyres, go out there, started a lap, but obviously aborted that lap very, very early on. So they've come straight in. They're working hard on the car. They're pretty sure they know what it is, so they've got a bit of time. But interestingly, looking out into pit lane, we spoke about it earlier, and the wind has really picked up out there. This headwind on the front straight is really getting quite strong now. So from a car and driver perspective, you're going to have really good grip at turn one, but then as you get over to the back part of the circuit, that really good headwind becomes a tailwind. So that last part of the circuit coming up through celebrations is going to be quite exciting, especially for some of our Club Sprint competitors.
There you go, you've heard it from Luffy himself. So the wind, as we talked about earlier this morning, we didn't know what part it was going to play other than, what we call it here in Australia, play silly buggers. Speaking of that, we've just had Woz take a well-earned break, and speaking of another beautiful person, Tony Bish on the mic with me now. Tony B, what do you think about it all, mate? It's just fantastic to be back, isn't it?
Look, I'll tell you what, the intro there of silly buggers and then the throw to me, mate, I love that. That is an awesome introduction.
Didn't mean that.
No, that's cool, mate. I absolutely love it. Hey, thank you for the lovely introduction, and thank you everyone for tuning in at Sydney Motorsport Park. I've had a chance to have a bit of a walk around this morning and get a real vibe for the place. And look, I tell you what, it's turned up to 11 again. The paddock area here behind the grandstand, behind we are, has more vendors and more things happening than we did last year. There's a lot more going on, but yes, all of the talk about wind on the track, I was watching the flags on the top of the pavilion. It comes and goes. It's a big, massive gust across the top of the pit area, and then it will calm down for a bit. So pretty unpredictable on the track, and I'm sure all the teams and engineers are certainly going to be looking at that to, how they can optimise the cars.
Yeah, and then it's obviously down to the driver to see what sort of feedback he's getting back from the car. Is the thing stopping? Is the thing gripping? Is it, is the aero that we for so long you start to get confidence in all of a sudden not there because the wind just went away for the moment. It's just funny this thing air. We seem to continue to need it in every single way, and then when it blows like that, it's like, whoa, hang on a sec. Yeah. I wish I had more air then, or I wish I had less. So headwinds, tailwinds. The headwind's going to slow us down. The tailwind's going to maybe lose some aero on the vehicles. But hey, look, nonetheless, look at it. Beautiful breeze blowing through. At least we know. Well, hopefully everything's bolted down and we go from there. But we are into Plasma Man Pro-Am by the look of it, because I can see out there Drew Hall and a few other interesting sounding vehicles. So we've got some beasts and a half coming out here right now, and it is good to see. Now, of course, Pro-Am just seems to grow a little bit every year. Our open class has sort of been balanced with enough competitors in it, but it's just what we're going to see here in Pro-Am that might just shake a few things up. There goes Wayne Lee out there in Tanuki. Of course, we shouldn't say formally Hammerhead, but let's for the people that have been following for a few years and may have slipped out of it, you've just got to be able to notify people that yes, these cars sometimes just get rebirthed. And tell you what, Tanuki, you couldn't get any more rear the end plates on the rear wings there. It's just crazy.
Looks fantastic on track. It absolutely looks stunning, the new livery. And yeah, we had an issue last year, was the losing a wheel. So let's hope the team have obviously got that all sorted and ready to go fast again. This category's got so many different chassis, so many, you know, some, what was it, the Ginetta, the British handmade car, you know, there's that, there's rear-wheel drive, there's all-wheel drive, Lotus 6 Siege, there is just a whole bunch of different vehicles in this category, and it's really exciting to watch.
Oh, it's going to be. We've got V8 versus V6 versus four-cylinder versus well, that Audi. We'll get that Audi out there as well. So we've got them coming out here shortly. Now I just don't know where it's going to be this year. Now last year it was well, the lap record. So last year was Ferris. So if Ferris could go back to back, that'd be something. But there are a few guys out there that could probably be contenders this year. Mind you, word on the street is Ferris is a little bit quicker than he was last year as well. So who knows? But yeah, Tanuki could be the biggest threat. Who knows? We might even have the Magic Mighty Mouse in there. Okay, Luffy.
Hey guys, down here at Turn 1, watching the start of this Pro-Am class is always exciting. You're watching Ferris on entry at Turn 1 there. It's only a warm-up lap so far, but already that Corvette's looking fast. We see Tanuki out there, we've got Drew Hall, we've got all the regular contenders here in Pro-Am. This session is going to be electrifying.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes a category just sneaks up and bites you, and it might just be Plasma Man Pro-Am this year. That is the entertaining class, because the diversity, the horsepower's up there at 11. R34s, Corvettes, Ginettas, S13s, Exeges, throw in a couple of Imprezas, 35s, 34s, throw in the Mighty Mouse, he'll be in here somewhere, Toyota 86s, Sammy Sievenin from Finland in the R8, yet to come out, so it's all happening. It is all happening, and right now all eyes are on Drew Hall trying to get himself a first flying lap here. Yeah, it was a bit of a traffic jam there, wasn't it? A big carbon fibre traffic jam, but now everyone's starting to spread themselves out. Again, the same deal, you better look ahead. Sometimes when you come onto the main straight, it's like, can I, you know, do I see anyone or not? So someone down the end, as he goes around the corner, if I come around there flying and he's just slowing down, you just hope that these guys are aware and can move over. Yes, sometimes we need to use mirrors in time attack.
Yes, look, you know, yes, they want to go forward, but certainly building a little bit of space so that they can prepare their lap appropriately, warm the car, get all the brakes, tyres, everything up into the optimal window, and then they can attack turn 1 just like that.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that thing of Drew Hall's, that is howling through there. So that's one of our ones that we need to keep an ear out for the whole weekend, because that's the sort of sounds that give you the price of admission, that sort of stuff. So I mean, it's crazy what we can see through here. So yeah, right now Drew Hall, minute 31, 164 is holding there number 1, but everyone's starting to get them. So, well, where's he going? I was about to say everyone's starting to find their mojo, and then off he goes into turn 2. Of course, Richard Perini last year got himself onto the podium, I think, last year from memory. So Perini now on a flying lap here, looking for some room. He's got to find some. He's going to get some here to at least get this lap to stick, but he's just going to be careful near turn 1 here, because he did have someone in front of him. 31.87. He's now the quickest around here. Ferris is into the pits. The Corvette with its freshly built LS engine, getting it back in at 4 o'clock, I think, Thursday morning rather. I forget what day it is.
Absolutely incredible. You know, they bring the vehicle over from the US and you know, putting an engine in the car the day before. You know, that's absolutely amazing. He
did a couple of test laps in it, and he said he was losing oil pressure. They changed the oil, tried again, lost oil pressure again, tried again. Noticed that the oil was starting to give him a little bit of it. Oh, yes, please, more screaming RB. He takes it back off Perini, 29.508. That is howling. Of course, here we go. This is Dylan Cofield from Queensland, the R35 GTR. Probably the, oh boy, Dylan. Dylan all over the place. And this has got to be, I think this is the only time I've ever seen a street-registered vehicle in Pro-Am, but I think it's about the only place it seems to fit.
Just hanging on to the number plates, I would say. Just hanging on to it, but incredible scenes, getting a little bit crossed up coming down the straight. All
right, Sammy Sievenin, and now we see from the long shot coming onto the main straight now. It's been affectionately called the Fat Cat. There's a Mighty Mouse to make a chunk out of the Fat Cat this weekend. This is that R8 1-to-1. 1,000 kilowatts, 1,000 kilos. And it's got plenty of aero. Have a look at this thing. This is one of the fattest Audis you will ever see. And he's now going to try and get one out there. Wow.
Incredible piece of machinery.
So that was the Subaru we saw there was Alec Kazakovsky. More on Sammy Stevenson shortly, but first another word from Warren Luff in the pits.
Yeah, you talk about beautiful cars, guys. I'm down here with Ferris. They've brought the Corvette straight back into the lane. Then we saw them do that warm-up lap. Slight technical issue. The traction control is not working. So with over 1,000 horsepower at the rear wheels, he's finding it a little bit tough to get the power down. So they're just trying to diagnose that. We saw him in the car on the phone, obviously having a bit of a debrief back to the crew, obviously maybe back home in the States. Just trying to work out what the problem is, but hopefully we'll see him back out there shortly.
There you go. So on the phone, on the dog and bone, mate.
I guess standing on the loud pedal of a car with that much horsepower rear-wheel drive, that would be a handful. That would be an absolute handful.
It needs TC, that car. I've heard that thing around here, and it's on TC most of the lap because it's got that much horsepower. And I was saying to him last night, I said, you know, you could make 2,000 horsepower with this engine, but you can't use it all. He goes, why not? And I said, well, first of all, you can't put 2,000 through a corner. Here we go. Sammy Stevenson, all the way from Finland. He is up in first section, second sector, third sector, 25,787. 25,787. He's on his way towards. I tell you what, because last year it was Ferris that won with a 27 oddish, I think from memory. The record in that class is 24,630. So Sammy Stevenson puts a 25. That's the quickest he's ever been around here. And check out the flat six there of Kazalovsky. Listen to that flat six. It's got some grunt to it, hasn't it?
Sounds absolutely amazing.
It's crazy what we can see out there. Right now we're seeing Akuma Racing with Harry James, the 86, coming out for a lap. No, backing it in. So he's been out there for a little bit of a run, but boy, oh boy, Sammy Stevenson. Keep going like that, mate. We don't know where you might end up. And remember, the guy can only really do simulation on this course, not like some of our other drivers that have got plenty of laps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So Sammy's probably going to get a little bit quicker the more he feels the car can give him that on each corner. Meanwhile, Mr. Ferris Cortumi sitting there and trying to make some sort of correlation between, well, hang on a sec, this car ain't that fast without traction control.
Yeah.
How can I drive it without traction control? And the answer is you probably can't with all that horsepower. So let's just see what comes out of that phone call from the States, eh? Now, remember, he pulled everything apart to when he had the engine issue. So maybe it's just something that hasn't gone back in, you know, maybe it's something there on the throttle body, or maybe it's a wheel sensor, which you wouldn't think have been affected when he was doing the engine swap, but something's not letting the traction control work. This is FE Motorsports, Jason Rex in the R35 GTR. Now this is what one looks like when you start to really breathe on them. We already saw go out there with pretty much a street-based car. Horgo 29,508, so we saw Drew Horgo minute 29,508, Perini 30.135, Kazakovsky 36.48. So they are bunching up a little bit, but geez, there's daylight there with Stevenson 25,787.
I guess breaking through that minute 30 time barrier is always something that's, you know, a bit of a target. And yeah, kind of dipping under there, Stevenson and Hall. GTR 352. Queensland number plates, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we have got plenty of ambient pit action going on here, I can tell you. Here he goes, Perini's back. Perini's back out for a flyer here. And yeah, look, I forget what engine he ran in the Ginetta before. I think it's VR38 powered now, but you know, there is some horsepower to be had there. It's called the BOSCH controller.
Wind it up.
It's something that we don't have in too many forms of homologation and regulated motorsport. But here we regulate you a little bit. As you can see, the rules kind of allow you to do what you want to an extent, and that doesn't mean that you can limit you to boost. You can send this thing out on kill if you want. It's just whether or not you can steer it. And that's the thing about these guys is that we've got to give them wraps as well. The cars look fantastic. You can only take the car so far before the driver's got to take it the rest.
And we can see just a lot of wheel work. The car shock absorbers bouncing, just coming over a few of those bumps coming into that last corner there. So, it might look pretty smooth and calm and under control, but when you see a bit of that wheel work straight through the windscreen, the driver's really pushing on it.
Yeah, so Perini doesn't, he doesn't improve too much. Out there now, I can see that's Sammy in the pits and pushing back, so he's got to be happy with that. 25.787. I know that he's got competition now. This is called the Fat Cat. Now look, there's been a little bit of a social media campaign, and it was started by Rob Newer. Now Rob's not, he's a quietly spoken guy. There we go, fatcatrr8.com. But Mighty Mouse wants to take what they call the Corvette. He calls the Corvette the American Pigeon, and he calls the Fat Cat the Fat Cat. But here is Mighty Mouse out of retirement. Well, it wasn't ever retired. It was just parked up for a couple of years while Rob sort of got on with life. It's been rebirthed, and here it is in its full livery back again. It's Mighty Mouse, I call it 2.0, but he knows he's got himself a big target to hit for now that there's 25s getting thrown out there. Mighty Mouse would have to pull out an all-time PB to have a shot at the Fat Cat. Mighty Mouse, all eyes are on that. Now, I think the thing at over 600 horsepower weighs about 850 kilos. And not sounding good now, just on the rollout. So we didn't get a flying lap there from Newham. But Mighty Mouse, I think, although, he's pulling right uphill. This is not good. Oh. This is what happens when you go after, you take a shot at the big boys and then you come out the little mouse. And right now, the little mouse is been caught in a little rat trap here because he's whatever happened there, it was not a happy camp. It's a shame because that car is an enigma in its own right.
Yeah, it did definitely sound just a little bit off as it came past us going around the corner there. Yeah, K24 supercharged, 600 horsepower, and the thing weighs nothing. Like, it's just incredible.
Yeah, and Rob's such a good driver as well. But once he heard from testing that Ferris and Sammy, it kind of had a hit at the track, and they were in that sort of mid-minute 20s. He goes, maybe I've shot the internet off a little bit too early there. But hey, Mouse can stand on its own previous achievements. But right now, the Mouse ain't in a good place right now.
Parked on the inside of turn number 2 down there. Yeah.
It sounded a bit funny, but we'll get back to him with some more info shortly. But right now, we're down in the pits. The man from Finland, Sammy Sievenham, with Warren Luff.
Yeah, I'm down here with Sammy in this beautiful Audi R8. Obviously, seeing what the potential of the car was in that first session. How did you find the car, and how did you find the track?
The car is good, but track is very slippery. No good grip.
So how much faster do you think you can go?
I think 3 or 4 seconds.
Well, there you go. You've heard it here first. 3 or 4 seconds faster. That's going to put us in unbelievable territory out there. So we're excited to see this car back out there later on.
Oh my goodness, he just goes, a couple of seconds in it.
When people talk about tenths normally, or hundredths, or whatever, a couple of seconds in it is absolutely incredible.
We'll just have to check the language barrier there to see whether or not he might have been referring about 2 or 3 or 4 tenths.
Yes.
Or did I hear right? Did he say 2 or 3 or 4 seconds?
That's a lot.
I mean, at time attack, time attack, we know that there can be chops, but that's a 4-second chop. Now, I can't believe that Sammy... look, I have to agree with Sammy from what he's saying. His feedback is that it is a bit slippery out there. I wonder whether that could relate to maybe tailwinds and things like that. That maybe not as much sort of aero help when you've got that tailwind. Maybe you are a couple of 100 kilos down on downforce if you're getting a tailwind. Maybe that's the slippery he's referring to. Obviously, front end grip, rear end grip for that car being rear-wheel drive. Hey, it's nice to see. We've just in our little background, our little peripheral vision, it seemed that the mouse has found its way back by itself. So that's not too bad. So we're going to take a little bit of a breath here because, oh my goodness, we've seen some big chops from a few people in this class. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more shortly.
Get your turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
Sydney Motorsport Park, beautiful here on a Friday. There is so many things to see, so many things to do. The Shannon Stylised Car Show on the skid pad is what we're seeing right now. And we've got more information coming down from the pits where Warren Luff's got some more info for us there, Warren.
Yeah, look, it's exciting when you can get up close and personal with these cars. We can see here RP968, it's stripped down. We can see into the heart of the car. But the thing that I find most fascinating about this car is when you talk about aero and you look at the underside of this massive front sort of air dam area, and you can see how obviously all the aero works in terms of how it's shaped under the car. These fins on the side, it's to try and sort of channel the air. You can already see there's a fair bit of wear on these here. But the thing that I find most exciting about this car is just look at the overall size of this front wing. Like if I try and pace this out, you're talking like it's 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4 metres wide, and you can really start to get a picture of how the aero on this car works. And then you look towards the back of the car and you see that massive rear wing. We come next door. We look at a different variation, and again, we're still talking about massive aero. Again, you look at the size of the front spoiler area on this vehicle. Like the garages here at Sydney Motorsport Park, these aren't small garages, and when you look at how much space there is between to try and sort of get this car back into the garage, and same again on the back of the Audi, you can see that massive rear wing. So it's all about channeling that aero over the front of the car and directing it to the rear, but obviously it's also about trying to create minimal drag. So it's exciting to get up close and personal with these cars, and when we talk about cool and exciting cars, we see Mad Mike heading out on track now.
Oh yeah, crazy stuff. Warren Luff, like again, I mean, we talk about these cars just being so fat, P-H-A-T in Australia, we would refer to that. But now, honestly, where's the limit with aero? Obviously, if you can't fit it in the garage, you can't have it.
It's going to be a problem.
Don't you reckon?
If they get any wider, it's really going to be a problem. We're going to have to extend the pit garages.
That is crazy. And you know, that's a great way to show it, is when you put up the front splitter like that, and it's like, well, there's no room to walk past it. Maybe only Luffy can get past, but anyone with any sort of chunky legs and that, they're not going to do it. Now, speaking of fat, this man, he is so cool. His creations are so amazing. And now we have got our first on-track hot lap going to be coming from Mad Mike with that. He's going to try and do slip and grip this weekend. Now, it's not too many times that Mike tries to go slip and grip, but he's going to try and do both with this quad rotor turbo. I think this was the Pikes Peak special, this one, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Pikes Peak special. And look, this car is on triple duties this weekend. So they've got it set up for grip, and he's doing some exhibition runs right now, but then they're going to transform it later on tonight and replace some front knuckle and hub components, change the wheel and tyre package, and set it up for drifting sideways action as well. So absolutely incredible.
Yeah, well, here we go. It's 1,400 horsepower, 4-rotor twin turbo, rear-wheel drive, no traction control, no OBS, no flat shift, no assist, just man and machine. The man and the machine. Fastest rotor in 101 years at Pikes Peak. Fastest Mazda car built in 3 months from TCP Magic in the Kobe Hills of Japan. And yeah, time attack and drift for setup changes. That is fantastic. And he's going to go from the race tyres to the drift tyres and suspension. Here we go. It's coming.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, boy. He doesn't have to change the aero, but he is changing diff ratios by the sounds of it between drift and grip. Swap time attack control arm, steering knuckles, rack position. Hang on, he said we don't have time to swap that. I just read that he has to swap it, but no, he doesn't have time because he would like to do that, but he can't. So there's a few compromises in the deal. There's things he can change, but there's not a lot that he can't. And as we just heard, zero driver assist. It's just Mad Mike on the right foot.
And we talk about the amount of cars that he drives and all the different conditions, and he's getting a bit crossed up there and letting it all hang out. Looking fantastic on track. Rotary action.
Mike!
Is this the grip session or the drift session? I'm not really sure.
I think might find something that works both. So, yeah, so he's got more of that horsepower now. I know yesterday had sounded like he had a little miss or a limiter or something yesterday, just with a little bit of testing. It doesn't look like he's got any of that problem here. It's got all the power by the looks of it. And you know what? How many times have you ever seen a Mazda, what we call that later Mazda? Was that a 3?
Mazda 3.
It's a Mazda 3. It's the toughest looking Mazda 3 in the world. But that's Mad Mike and Mazda. I mean, that's a partnership with a manufacturer that I think Mazda realises they got really good value out of Mad Mike, and they just get to let him do what he wants. I love the little streamers off the back, whether that's just for decoration or maybe for a bit of simulation. But Mad Mike on a flying lap, but he's going to be coming down here through the main straight, and I think straight after that we're going to throw to Warren Luff.
Yeah, standing down here at turn 1, you can see Mad Mike coming down through turn 1. You spoke before about obviously the importance of being able to change between drift and obviously grip. You can hear it hard on the limiter down the front straight here. So obviously they need to look at something in terms of diff ratios there, because he's obviously losing a lot of time. But you talk about the sights and sounds at World Time Attack. Hearing that car come down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park is just something else. It's fantastic to be here and see guys like Mad Mike out on track.
Give Luffy a bit more there. I didn't know where Luffy was. If I knew he was on that corner again, I would have gone, oh, well, I'll let you come all the way through. I thought he was up the pit lane a bit there, but yeah, we'll make sure we don't make that mistake again. It's so that's it, the rev limiter. So gearing wise, he's got all the gearing he can. So maybe it's more to do with running out of gears in top. But how is he going to do it, Tony B? How can he drift? How can he time attack it?
The guy's just an absolute legend. And yeah, as the car came past us in the commentary tower on the rev limiter, I felt the pump on my chest as it went past. It was just absolutely incredible stuff. He can do it.
Well, I mean, him and rotary engines, it's just a match made in heaven. And you know what? I even remember catching up with Mike at the after party last year, and you get him on the subject of rotaries, and we will talk rotaries for a long time. And even later on, I walk past and he's in a conversation with someone else, and he's talking rotaries with them. So you know, he is truly one guy with so much passion for not only what he does, but just this engine. And I remember talking to someone the other week, and they've known him since he was a kid, and you know, and basically seen his rise from, you know, doing burnouts with rotaries and all of that in New Zealand, which again per capita is probably the biggest pack of rotor heads in the world per head of capita in New Zealand. But for Mad Mike to sort of rise up and be this international motoring athlete, here we go. Yes, it's on the limiter just past the start finish line, so he's got it all in. He definitely needs those three diff gears in there, not the 4 3s. I think he could go between them, but he's going to need the taller ones if he was ever to give this more of a shake. But hey, you know what? You can only bring so many spares. He doesn't have a set of 3 2s or 2 9s. You know what I mean? He might need that, you would find. Actually, to be honest, wouldn't it be nice to know? I'd love to know the final drive of 968. You know what I mean? What's one thing we haven't found out? We know about aero, we know about all of this.
Engine, yep.
Yeah, but do we know about final drives and what everyone runs? So it'd be interesting to know. I'm going to have to ask Sammy. We'll get lucky to start asking that. So Mad Mike flying through there now. He is on a bona fide timed run here because is it slip or grip? Because the man is attacking it almost like it's a drift, but he's using the exit to the corner to be the beginning of the drift instead of let's start the drift before the apex. So even there through turn 8, the Bosch hairpin. He is on it.
So a little bit of intel about this car. We were chatting to BT. They always had a bit of a plan when they were building this car for Pikes Peak. They always had a bit of a plan in the back of their mind that it could become a drift car, in the future. So when it was set up for Pikes Peak, it still had the hydraulic handbrake installed. So and Mike's style is he actually used the hydraulic handbrake to steady the car at Pikes Peak, which no one else is doing it. So it's all about his driving style and part of his brand with Mazda and rotary and drifting and everything else. That whole package, that whole excitable package, is what you get when Mad Mike hits the track. It's
there we go.
Very cool.
Minute 40 for him with no driver aids, obviously no traction control. The only thing, obviously the only stability control he's got is the hydraulic handbrake. That's about that, and all of his driver skills. So that's our Mad Mike timed run with, again, less than perfect car for it. I mean, yes, Pikes Peak, yes, drifting wasn't really on the cards, but again, as you said, any car Mad Mike hops in can be a drift car. It is a drift car. Anytime Mad Mike hops in a car, it's a drift car. And honestly, here he goes. Now that he's done the time lap, now it turns into a drift session.
That was an on-purpose initiation this time around, for sure.
If he's in battle, is he actually like he normally does? He just enters and battles. I think he came here with no horsepower last year. He came with about 300 horsepower last year.
That's right.
And again, he doesn't mind being the underdog. He is a global phenomenon, but he doesn't mind being the underdog because that's just how humble the bloke is. I don't know whether the rear diffuser should stay on for the battles tonight. That thing will be gone in the first battle.
You come around the final corner in full drift mode, the car's on squat, it drops over that ripple strip, and he's going to lose a rear diffuser for sure.
It's out there. That thing, I'm sorry, I mean, I'm not an expert in international drifting battles, but I don't think that diffuser needs to stay on. That thing's definitely going to not be on there for that, you would imagine. Normally probably need it. Probably a little bit handy trying to get the thing to grip around here, but when he does go... when he goes to full lock and in the battles, that thing really can't be on there because that'll be over here on the side of the track. And you know what? You know what our fans are like here? That thing would be souvenired in an instant if that thing came on.
Absolute vultures. At least he signs it. As long as he can sign it and someone can take it home.
I think he won it back though.
Yeah.
All right, down to Charlie in the pits. I think she's got someone with us.
Yes, well, we saw Mighty Mouse come a little bit unstuck in its chase of the Fat Cat in that session, but it did come back into pit lane under its own steam. Rob Nugent, tough day at the office at the moment, but talk us through what happened with Mighty Mouse.
Oh yeah, all new wiring, just wait till this car goes past.
Mad Mike making his presence well and truly known. Continue please, Rob.
Yeah, because all new ECU, new sensors. So I think the sensor is a bit faulty. It just protected the engine around turn 1 with the G-force. It shut everything down. So I turned it off as a precaution. And then I just had a look at everything. Everything looked normal. I started up. Everything ran back normally again. So I drove back my own steam. So it's just a faulty sensor, I think. We'll be back out there next session.
Well, that's great to hear. But I really feel like Mighty Mouse, you've got nothing to prove. It's a fan favourite. It shocked everyone when it turned up in 2016. Why are you back? We want to know.
The finish friends are back, so I just had to. New aero. I just wanted 2 cars to drive, making the day more interesting. Double the laps. It'll help me go a lot quicker. So yeah, we'll work hand in hand.
And we can see they're working furiously on the Sylvia. Talk to us about what's happening there.
That one also, we had a small issue. First lap, everything's going good, but we got a red flag. And then the second hot lap, we got a boost issue. We ran at half the power, and so yeah, we're just chasing where the boost leak is coming from.
Well, we want to see you back out there. We want to see Mighty Mouse take on the Fat Cat, gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. And so there we go. Great information, Charlie. Right on it there with info from the pits. Beautiful day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're back with more action shortly here at Yokohama World Time Attack 2024.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
goes back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge for 2024. And Tony B, what a display we've just had on track there from the full send boys. Unfortunately, sending a little bit too hard there.
They sent it just a little too quick. We didn't quite catch any of the images on the track, but absolutely phenomenal stuff. And it's a bit of a mixed bag of different vehicles, as we saw. There's
mixed bag of nuts.
All sorts of creations. We've got we've obviously got the body dropped Nissan Patrol from Luke Fink.
Yes.
Sitting on a 370Z chassis. That's a unique creation for one. Jay Duca, low standards, got his VL Commodore with a rotary and a sequential, and now it's got a roll cage and all sorts of stuff, and that is absolutely on the ground doing laps out there as well. Yellow BT1 ex-police car sort of looking vibe going on there. Obviously, my good friend Driftcat, Cat Hewitton, with the Dodge NASCAR V8 VK Commodore, actually a VL Calais originally.
Bit of a comeback story in that one too, isn't there, for Driftcat? One of the OGs, true OGs of Australian Drift.
Yes, absolutely, and that car's been in development for the last few years, so she's been out doing some laps as well, which is absolutely awesome to have her here. So that's our full send crew. They're just a part of the Australian motorsport creatives, we'll guess. You know, they don't really fit into any specific category, but they're here for a good time and they're putting on a great show for the crowd.
Yeah, so you're going to see them tonight. So Tony and I will be your hosts tonight for the International Drifting Cup. So pool format tonight, Tony. Definitely going to want to be up there in your favourite posse on the Celebrations Hill, watching 24 of the best drifters in the world going head-to-head. No single pass qualifying.
Yes.
All dual pass battles.
And I love that format. It just gives everyone a lot more opportunity to get seat time. You know, this event is, it's our one main event for the year. All these guys are bringing their absolute battle machines out for one massive show. And the solo passes can, sometimes be a little bit challenging for these guys. but certainly the battle format is really cool for that.
Hey, I tell you what we do. Let's take a look at what we're looking for from the drivers tonight. This is courtesy of the Australian Drift Drivers Club.
Thanks guys, it's my pleasure to take you through the judging criteria for 2024. This year we're back at the Natural Amphitheatre of the North Circuit using turns 16, 17 and 18. This unique layout allows for aggressive transitions and chase runs with the drivers on full throttle for over 90% of the pass, producing incredible battles of high risk. Make a mistake on this layout and the consequences are severe. On the line, we have last year's champion from Western Australia, Luke Wiersma. In the other lane, we have Japanese legend and multiple D1 champion, Masashi Yokoi, who finished runner-up in his last trip down under. Accelerate from the start line to around 4th gear. Chase to be in the nose to tail position, ready for a weight shift, clutch kick, power initiation. Lead is to initiate at the cone on the right side of the track and transition to the left side, first outside zone. Chase can initiate at the start of the first outer zone to maintain proximity. Your rear bar needs to be out to the line but not over it, and full power to fill the zone. The chase driver is to drop onto the door and not be forward of the A pillar. We'll be looking for snappy transitions to the mid-track deceleration zone through turn 2, missing the inner ripple with your car sitting in the middle of the track, and quickly back onto the power to push wide and into that outer zone past the hump. Note here, you will be heavily deducted for wheels off, so it's better to be a little bit inside than a little bit too far outside. From here, it should be essentially full noise, aiming through the little gap back onto the main circuit and set up for the last corner. With the nose of your car on the midline of the corner, again, wheel drops in this area will be heavily deducted when you're crossing the line. We'd really like to thank the Australian Drift Club for helping us set up all of this video.
So that's what we're looking for tonight, Tony. The one perfect lap during the day, the one perfect section at night. 4 corners to string it all together and try and get that win over your opponent decisively.
And look, it might look like a simple part of the track here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but it is high speed, it's all commitment, and getting the car to rotate and then drop over the outside of the track but not too far is the key part of it. It's such a balance to be able to, like I said, flat out, full noise, balance the car. 90% of the drift lap is going to be full throttle, and it's managing just keeping on the edge of grip. It's going to be exciting to see.
The great part is that I guess what the judges have asked for is technical, but it's something that all of the field are capable of delivering at a really high level. So we look at 24 top drifters, and I can't pick a top 8 at the moment. I'm looking at it going, I just can't work out from each of the pools. There really are 4 or maybe even 5 drivers that could go through.
Absolutely, and you've got from the international talent that we've got, Case Pullenbury, he's an absolutely phenomenal driver from D1NZ. I'm certainly excited to see him put down some laps against, he's in the same pool as Luke Wiersma, last year's champion. So, just in that pool alone, that battle is going to be absolutely phenomenal.
We throw Saxon Moyes into that too, right?
Yeah.
The next generation of up-and-coming drivers is just, they're here to do battle in Pool A. But then you look at Pool B, right? And you've got Matty Harvey, who was runner-up last year.
Yes.
Daigo Saito. Now, Daigo Saito, let's be honest, he's been here and passed in exhibition cars. That's a comp car this year.
Yes.
He's not here to mess around. Daigo Saito
yes.
has won the event before, and he is definitely one to watch. And then, of course, Sean Pottrell, who we saw last night, probably one of the drivers who adapted the quickest to the section. Driver out of Taranaki in New Zealand, sponsored by AirTech this weekend. Shout out to his mother is watching online.
Thank you.
She's been hosting harassing me looking for live stream links.
Pool C.
Yes.
So we've got obviously a local talent again, Brad Toohey. So he's been here 2022 when we just had the local series on the back of COVID, when we didn't have all our international guests. Did very well there. So he'll be battling in there. Rob White in the 370Z supercharged car. He's going to be in that pool too.
Cool. And then Pool D, of course, Brodie Mayer, Mad Mike, head to head in that pool. And then you throw in Matty Hill, the wild style.
The story's all through that whole group. In each group, it's going to be absolutely something to watch. So looking forward to it.
All right, let's go to a quick commercial break and we'll be back with you shortly.
Legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Track here with the Hot Wheels stunt team, Matty Bingo and co-Kent Dalton out there as well, Tony. Just absolute
fun
insanity.
habits. Fun
This
habits.
is fun, right? This is probably not too much of us talking. This is screaming engines, screaming tyres, and stuff going airborne.
They are at nearly every event around Australia. I think they're on the road 26 weekends of the year, every second weekend, putting on these exhibitions at all different community events, race meetings, all sorts, and it's just a good time.
What concerns me as well is that they're letting a good friend of the event, Chris Dorr, control the pyro. Dawsey and pyro should probably not be anywhere near it. Now, they're not going to jump the Holden, are they?
I think they're going to do that.
Jump the Holden?
Or they're going to jump the little trophy truck with the big trophy truck, or the little. Mate, it's just everything's going to happen here on track. So certainly keep your eyes peeled. They are all about motortainment, which is certainly Baker's DNA as well.
Look at the suspension extension
Awesome.
on that stadium truck. So that will be Matt Bingo behind the wheel of that.
That's his truck, yes. I think Ken Dalton's driving the VF, the sedan drift car. And it must be Madsy in the little trophy truck as well. So a bit of a family affair, Matt and Madsy.
Yeah, a little
awesome.
Rotary, isn't it? Rotary power truck?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, 1200 Datsun. I think they, if I remember correctly, all these guys have quite big social media presence online. You kind of follow the builds and just see what's going on. I reckon we're going to see Kent Dalton do a few donuts maybe and that go over the top of... I don't even know these guys.
I can't wait.
This is Ian Baker things, right? Like
yes.
We've had a plane doing donuts. We've got cars jumping through flames. We've got full scene demo crews. We've got the fastest cars in the world going for 1 minute. That international trip out tonight. And just absolute motortainment at its finest here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Thank you so much to all of our partners as well who are right behind the event. Of course, Newline all over the Hot Wheels team.
Yeah. Newland's been supporting the Hot Wheels crew for the last couple of years and certainly providing lubricant options for these cars in high horsepower fashion. So
you speak like you know something about the product.
Got one or two things about it, yeah.
Decent oil apparently,
yeah, make a good product, great product. All right, here we go. It's lining up again. You see the heat haze from the pyro, and like we said, I think Dawsey's in control of that, which is...
That's probably the most concerning thing of all.
All right, lining up again. Ken Dalton. The donuts at the base of the ramp. Wow.
So that's over the top.
Wow.
We'll talk about this a bit tonight too, Tony.
Yes.
The perception is quite different because we're calling to the camera feed, so it does look slightly different. Of course, the best place to experience any of this is right here in person.
In that grandstand. Breathing in the tyre smoke, feeling the RPMs, feeling everything that we got to put on display here. And there we go, lining up to go again.
Madsy's just chilling off the side there. He's probably just... what do you reckon? He's live streaming it, just updating social media somewhere? So Kent will just... I assume they just keep going until they run out of tyres, right? Although it doesn't take very long to cook a set of tyres when you've got maybe 6, 7, maybe 800 horse, I think. out of one of those cars, knowing Mr. Mingay?
I've been in the back seat of that Hot Wheels VF Commodore at Phillip Island, 4 up. So he takes hot laps at different events as well, and I've been in the back seat of that car going absolutely flat out at Phillip Island on a full drift lap. It was amazing.
Now, if you are here at the venue and you do want to check these out a little bit closer, you can wander across through the grandstand, and there is a lot of exhibition stuff over here.
Yes.
The Hot Wheels team are located over here. They've got plenty of merchandise, t-shirts, the Hot Wheel tracks are set up. I'm sure Matt and Madsy will be there signing autographs along with Kent Dalton. So make your way across the track and have a maybe grab a bit of water, maybe an ice cream, and have a little chat with the team.
Well, this whole section behind the grandstand is all a new addition for this year. So that the Hot Wheels activation out here, there's food and drink, there's tables and chairs, bean bags, a big screen, big chill out zone, a great place to come with family. You know, bring the kids along, go to the Hot Wheels activation, check out what they've got going on. Certainly fun for the whole family.
Yes, 24 degrees now, Zong. I'm quite keen for the ice cream. I don't think it's going to like me, but I'm going to go and get one anyway. Because look, if you ask most people anyway, we'll probably dribble a little bit on these broadcasts regardless. So we are of course here for the World Time Attack. What you're seeing at the moment is the on-track entertainment being provided as part of the full Sender Drift Demo crew, and these guys will be part of tonight's festivities as well, just partaking, doing slightly more demonstrational wild laps than the prescribed line asked for by our drift judges.
And look, I know they've got a little bit of a routine that they've got planned there, but there's always something that happens towards the end of the session. You know, I've watched enough of these stunt shows to know that they ramp up towards the end. So there's always a little bit of a finale that is coming our way shortly. Oh, the car sounds absolutely fantastic coming past our commentary box.
Yeah, it's a completely unique perspective, isn't it? Being up here and watching, calling, and then hearing at the same time. It's just a bizarre assault on the senses as we see the pyros go off again. Madsy's still sitting off to the side there, and he must still have a full set of tyres. So I don't think we're quite done yet. As Mr. Mingay jumps out of his car, the helmet's off. Kent Dalton out as well.
And what
to the crowd.
What a story from everything that Matt Mingay's done in his time and all of his racing career, and obviously being pretty severely injured a few years ago to be, you know, the showman that he is, and still you can see he's just still got a little bit of a limp, but it doesn't hold him back at all. He can certainly put on a show and he loves it. But go and have a word with Madsy. Maybe the little Ute's got a little drama. Maybe he's parked off to the side.
Possibly.
We'll find out.
One of the things we do know about the temperature here is it can play havoc a little bit. That's why we were talking about earlier on in the time attack sessions in particular that it is crucial to get those laps in early while the temperatures are that little bit cooler. Of course, something like Kent Dalton's HCP V8 probably going to be okay. It's a slightly different configuration. The stadium truck's a bit different as we take a look over the top of what will be jam-packed, Tony, with the stylised show and shine. Runs both days this year.
Both days this year, yeah. Usually it's just a Saturday thing, but they've got half of that show and shine area already full today on the Friday, which is absolutely awesome. There's so much to see and do at Sydney Motorsport Park for the World Time Attack Challenge weekend. There we are, some images of some of the awesome cars on display, and they just come out of the woodwork. You might not see some of these cars on the road all that often, but people build these cars up all year. New wheels, new aero, style, it might be functional, it might be a bit of an out there sort of style, whatever it is, something for everybody in that stylised show and shine.
Functional, style, lifted Falcon with NOS bottles on the back. What is that? Look, I think that's the definition of Australia.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
As we can get.
Yes.
Somewhere down there is a man probably sporting a haircut similar to Diggles. All right, Charlie, you've located Mad Mike.
I had to have my annual catch-up with the one and only Mad Mike, because we saw that lap, guys, and Luffy and I were in pit lane and we said to each other, you can feel this through your chest. The rotary-powered Mazda 3, what was it like inside?
So intense. I just love it. Can't stop smiling the whole way around. But trying to do, you know, this weekend we challenged ourselves. We actually, while on Instagram, I did a vote, you know, because this car, we got 2 world records up Pikes Peak. So it's built to huck a fast time. But after Pikes Peak, we put some drift knuckles into it. So Partial Max, we made some knuckles to be able to get a lot of steering lock, to be able to get the thing sideways, because we wanted to come do the drifting. So we did a bit of a vote thing for a bit of fun. Instagram votes went for drifting, and then on Facebook, all the comments were time attack. So I was like, well, should we try and do both? So now it's just about trying to find a balance between, you know, in a perfect world we'd have time attack today and then drifting tomorrow, and we'd spend the night swapping all the steering rack and everything around. And you know, there's a lot we change even now with the tyre pressures, the shock settings, wheel alignment, gear ratios. But there's only so much you can do between doing the runs. But that was my first like full run around the track. I felt like I was pretty much drifting the whole time. I'm trying to hang on, but it's actually the like safest I've felt on this thing. Because last time we ran this, it was Pikes Peak, and you got cliff drops and stuff. So here you feel kind of like very safe. You got tyre walls and catch fences and kitty litter everywhere.
Yeah, a concrete wall means nothing to Mad Mike, absolutely. But 1,400 horsepower in this, and it's your signature no traction control. Look, that's terrifying, Mad Mike.
Yeah, I feel like having no assist though, like with drifting, you really adapt yourself as one to the car and really like try and make it an extension of your body. And so there's certain controls, like we've got a hydraulic handbrake in there which we run for drifting, right, and that just locks up the rear wheels. And that, for me, even like going through turn one, as crazy as it sounds, like as it starts to understeer, the best way to start, rather than coming off the throttle, is actually just giving a little bit of handbrake, and then kind of like on a BMX bike where you're a kid and you skid it out sideways. So yeah, I'm still a kid skidding out sideways, I guess.
We absolutely love everything that you do, and the fact that you just give everything a crack. There is nothing that scares you, it seems.
I get scared. I drive till I'm scared. Like that's even my son's like, Dad, how do you not get nervous? I'm like, man, I'm nervous every time I open the car. And I believe if you're not nervous, then the reward ain't big enough, you know. So no, you drive, push the limit, you know, feel that's just that balance of like fear and adrenaline. It's very addictive. And yeah, building cars like this. I mean, this car was built in 3 months as well. Team TCP Magic, we won the 2018 Formula Drift Championship with our RX-7. And then, you know, with a factory Mazda deal, it was kind of like pitched to us to do the production class with this car and showcase the new Mazda 3, which is usually a front-wheel drive, 4-cylinder, you know, probably just no more than 200 horsepower. And I was kind of like, man, I'm not the production car type guy. And we pitched this concept to them, and they're like, wow, that would be sugoi. Awesome. Let's do this. So, yeah, Kawato and the team, TCB Magic up in Kobe, Japan, built the car, and then a couple of testing sessions, and then went and got 2 world records up Pikes Peak with it. So and now we're here. We got it in Australia.
Well, congratulations for everything that you're going to achieve this weekend as well. Cannot wait to see it. And of course, you can see the Bullet up close right here in the paddock, and the wonderful Magic Mike is continuously signing autographs. He's such a good bloke. Come on down and see them get up close and personal to this one of a kind.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlie, bringing us the inside, all the action from pit lane. I did notice that she called him Magic Mike there, not Mad Mike, so I'm not sure what Charlie's been up to, just preparing for this weekend, but she's in the mood, she's having a good time down there. We will have Mike, of course, in VIP, doing some signings, doing an interview, and then he'll be on the stage later on doing autograph signings as well. So plenty of opportunities to get up close with Mad Mike. I know that they've got merchandise. Yes. Now, what I can tell you, having done a number of events with Mike, you go early. You do not wait. You want Mad Mike t-shirts, you want Mad Mike hats, you want hoodies, anything like that, you go early because they do sell out really quickly. Now, I know that the team will have a lot of stuff sitting there, but you want to get in early because you just don't want to miss out.
And look, those graphics of just that engine bay, that's the first time I've seen in the engine bay of that car. When I get a chance to take a little break, I'm going to go check it out. Squeezing 2 turbos in there and the rotor and just everything in where you would normally see a production front-wheel drive engine, that's a car to check out for sure.
It's just Mike, right?
Yeah.
So one of the interesting things is most people don't realise how big the fleet is. I was actually talking, I didn't realise, I was talking to him the other day. I said, how big is the fleet? And he says, it's actually 20 plus cars. You just don't realise because he's doing so many different things in partnership with Mazda and with GMC, with like a lot of different people. There's so many different cars within the fleet. Of course, the McLaren, which was debuted at Goodwood,
in different areas of the world.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to throw in a little plug because I know that you and I were talking about it. Mad Mike's Summer Bash, Hampton Downs, December the 7th. It is locked in. Jared Deander will be back over for that. So if you want to see the finest drift, I actually heard rumours yesterday that a number of Aussie drivers are looking to lease cars and come over as well because they want a part of the Mad Mike's Summer Bash.
The Aussie hysteria for what Mad Mike's doing in New Zealand is certainly real. We are certainly a little bit jealous of some of the things that he's pulling off there. And I hear there's a Southern Bash coming up as well, and that's going to be early in the year next year near Queenstown.
Highlands Park.
Yes.
So definitely something that that is a place that does run short of accommodation. So you do want to get in early because there's not a lot within, I guess, a close radius of the track. You've sort of got about half an hour or to an hour's drive. Although that's doing 10 k's in Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney. That's a normal commute. Don't worry about
just
it.
an hour's drive trying to get somewhere.
But Queenstown, flying into Queenstown and being in that area of New Zealand is amazing as well. So if you're going to go for the Southern Bash event, you can stay around and experience a bit of the South Island.
Highlands Park, phenomenal too. Very well set up for the kids. It's got like parks, playgrounds, go-karts, all sorts of bits and pieces. Definitely a great way to experience New Zealand. And we will go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with Chris Diggles, and I believe we move into Pro-Am.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Who's back to the future?
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
track here at Sydney Motorsport Park with our second session for Heltec Club Sprint. Tony, be with me. Warren Sayre off to do VIP duties. How does he get that gig? But anyway, he gets it.
He gets it. What can I say?
He gets it. I think Mike will be there, plus I think Misha and a few others, so it's going to be a who's who in the VIP areas. But hey, it's the who's who of the Heltec Club Sprint now as well. And some of our guys may not have come out in the first group, but they're in the second group here. Of course, here are the guidelines. Only minor body aero mods allowed. Unlimited engine mods, we love that. Engine must be the same brand as factory, so yeah, you can swap, but you've got to be the same. Must be the same number of cylinders, no sequential gearboxes, must run Advan Neova 80 or AO50 tyre. No pro drivers not allowed, and minimum weight 1425 or factory minus 5%. And it still leaves a fair amount of scope there, Tony, to go quick.
When I think of Club Sprint in my brain, and you know, my background's certainly drifting, not so much in the grip racing, but I think of Club Sprint, I think of basic stuff. Unlimited engine modifications, you know, that's still pretty serious. The aero is, you know, a bit more basic, but these cars are just as serious, and the drivers, you know, these guys are putting laps down in their home states, and they're certainly keen to come out to Sydney Motorsport Park for this event.
And a lot of these cars can do, you know, more than double duty. Yes, the odd one can still go down and get the groceries, but they're using them at hill climbs and sprint days, and yeah, look, we do have other time attack events, people call them that, at various tracks around Australia, so, you know, they do get a little bit of use out there, and it's good to see a few starting to tear around now, like Garland back out for another run right now. He's just about to start a fly there. We've got cameras on him right now. That red beast. Other ones through coming down the main straight. Marshall as well following them behind. So they're all starting to roll out now in this group. Now Garland didn't do too bad in that first session, but it didn't take too long before everyone started to sort of chop at it. Garland third so far with a 33.917. But the rest of them include Mardan as well. So they've all starting to fly in with their laps. Now Mardan, of course, Tunehouse Racing, Ruben Mardan in the WRX. Some of these guys have not had a run as yet. Not exactly everyone came out in their first session. So trying to, I don't know whether they develop a strategy or whatever, or it might be a case of, no, I'm ready now, wasn't ready before, now I'm ready now. So we're keeping an eye here on Garland. Other ones coming through, Muggleton, Rahul Victor's out there this time too, so Rahul will be getting a lap down.
Garland just looking just a little bit, looks like the tyres moving around on the surface, probably just trying to get things back up to temperature, getting an eye in for the track again as the ambient temperature and as the sun is beating down on the track surface as well. Things will be changing from a grip level and just setup perspective. So it looked like the car was just moving around a little bit. Won't be disappointed where he's at so far.
Yeah, good news here. I've just seen on the timing, Jamal Assad is out there ready to do a lap as well. He's flying through. What I didn't like was a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Lancer just coming down the straight, and still might be around yet. But Garland, all eyes on him. Here we go. Now we've got Jamal Assad there. Now that is not good. You can see that smoke sort of coming out of that 4G63. I hope it doesn't have any oil attached to that, other than, well, I just hope any of that's just superficial, but sometimes it's not good when you see it coming out. He is one of these guys that we know can be right at the front. He's trying to defend his title, but obviously last year it was actually the winner last year was in Club Sprint Trent Grubel. So it was actually Grubel that got out there right at the last minute. But Jimmy Jamal Assad can certainly do that if he just, I don't know, with the smoke. We'll have to see whether that affects his flying lap time. Coming down the main straight now is Rahul Victor, goes 42.356 to get one of them, get a good lap in there. But yeah, back on footage here of Assad through turn 8. Of course, the BOSCH corner. And let's just see how it affects him from here. That smoke
still consistent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, look, if it's something like a valve stem seal, that's not so bad. It's a little bit of smoke out of that. Yes, it would be down on power. Lucky enough, that sort of stuff doesn't let anything really get onto the track. It will cause you, of course, a loss in horsepower and probably some detonation, which is not good. But look, he's going to fly one down here, Jamal. It may not be perfect, but it's a 38.424. We know there's plenty more than that where that came from, but yeah, the smoking issue, not a good issue for him. I'm just trying to catch a glimpse of whether or not it is getting anything in the track. I hope that it's not, and that it's just something out of the exhaust. But look, he had that big incident last year, that big off where he hit hit one of the barriers, sort of thing around turn 10 or whatever, tore the strut out of it. I think they've reshelled the car and it's back again.
He's got it just to the side of the track at turn number 2, just on the inside of the track. It's almost coming to a halt. So
yeah, right.
Might have been shutting it down.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. And look, it's not a perfect place where we can see from here. So here comes flying through here is Grubel, and he's going to have, as you will find out, Jimmy's not in a really good place to have Grubel come past him. And yeah, there's Grubel there. So you know that's the makings of a red flag, which it is. Looks like they're just throwing the red flag there now. So ideally not the perfect place. And I don't know, maybe he thought keeping it off the grass may have, if there was anything to do with a fire, at least then it's not catching the grass on fire. Just here in Australia, we zero fire bans, and especially today with the wind, it'd be an absolute. If there could be a -100 fire ban today, there'd be a -100 fire ban.
Yeah, he must have been concerned about fire, a bit of a scare. He might have some smoke in the cabin. That's why he stepped out of the car. And yeah, you're right. Keeping it off that grass, it could be catastrophic if he pulls over to the side there and you know adds more fuel to it.
Here I am just about to probably chip him for not taking it off the dangerous line. Honestly, we're coming up to turn 2. At least there, people are slowing down earlier there, so it's not like they can't see him on the way up there, but probably wondering why he might be in a point where some of them might be trying to line an apex up there. But look, we've got to get the recovery vehicle out just for that. Leaking a little bit of oil or belching out a bit of oil, whatever information he had inside. Mainly, maybe gets a bit of radio from the pits on the way through. I'm sure, NASCAR's not the only ones with spotters. I would imagine that we would have guys here that might be able to radio through in his own crew that might say, you're blowing a bit of smoke out of the car, is everything okay? And then saying that the smoke hasn't cleared up. And just not a good start to his 2024 campaign for Jimmy. He's going to try and have a quick look underneath it, but I would say it's back to the drawing board. We've got another session obviously this afternoon. I think from memory normally they get 3 per day, so 3 today, 3 tomorrow. So he's got plenty of chance to clean up what he needs to clean up.
Take a bit of a look,
And remember, not everyone tests on a Thursday, and not everyone's probably got an opportunity to get out to Sydney Motorsport Park on the lead-up to these events. Sometimes you just turn up and you've got to be there and make it all work. And up till now, all reliable every year. Jimmy's done really, really well with the car, but it's had needed a complete rebirth after that incident last year. So that's why they've had to do that. So right at this moment, that's recovery mode, and still plenty of more action happening around the place, including Charlie, who's got something abnormal for us.
Absolutely, guys. You know I can never shy away from a shiny thing. I am like the human magpies. I've gone down to the Shannon's Stylised Show and Shine, and right now it is just an entree to what is going to appear here. Over 200 cars expected here tomorrow, but none quite like what we're standing in front of. Sam from Queensland. This is a kid's dream. This is when you buy a 78 XC Falcon, stick a big block Chevy in it, and then 40-inch tyres. You must have doodled this on a serviette. Is this what happened?
That actually is what happened. So I have someone who worked for me who's a tattoo artist, and I'm like, just draw this thing up for me, big motor, and it looked that good. What we actually did is built the car from a render, and that's how we've come up with this. So yeah, 2 turbos, supercharger, 454 big block, 40-inch tyres, it's got 16-inch coilovers, so I'm a muscle car guy at heart, and I wanted a street machine on top and then a 4-wheel drive at the bottom, so it's pretty much what we've come up with.
And talk us through how long the build took, how many of you, how did you even start to do the engineering involved?
So for me, I'm sort of self-taught, and this was a project for me to kind of learn my fabrication skills, and I started with 2 straight lengths of RHS and we just built my own chassis. That was about 2 years ago. The build got pushed back a little bit. We had some other stuff going on, and once we got back into it, it took us about 9-10 months to get it fully finished, but it wasn't too bad because it's not a street car. I didn't have to worry about things like lights and indicators. You can just kind of build what you have in your head, and we got it done pretty quick after that.
So how did you get it here? I can't imagine there's a trailer on the planet that would be able to fit this beast.
No, we actually had to buy a truck. So to move this thing around the country, we got a 20-metre truck with a trailer, and we stick it on that. It's going all around the country this year, so it's even heading over to WA, Adelaide. We've just come from Melbourne. There's a show next weekend that it's on display. So yeah, since it's only just been built, we really want to try and get the car around to as many events as we can. I do a bit of drifting, a bit of forward driving, so whenever we have events, I put this on the stand, and then we have our other cars on track. So it's just cool for people to look at, you know.
Oh, absolutely is. So make sure you come down to the Shannon's Stylised Show and Shine. Come and see Sam and his Mega Beast. That's what I'm going to dub it. Thank you so much for being involved, Sam. I'm blown away by this, guys. But I feel like this is probably a little bit more my jam. I feel like Stylised Show and Shine, I've got the shoes to match, guys.
Oh, yes. Yes, you do, ma'am. Yes, you do. That's indeed. We'll take you on that one. But, yeah, that how's that monster
creation.
truck? How's the monster truck?
I can only call it a creation because, yeah, like Sam was saying, it's just something you have in your mind. And what a platform. You know, World Time Attack Challenge, the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine. Hey, let's bring down this abnormal creation and wow some fans. And you saw some fans just beside taking photos and what is this thing?
Yeah, well, you can see, well, we just went to the long shot of the show and shine. That thing stands out from space, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's a fantastic effort. And it just goes to prove every single year. I mean, it's not like you turn up and see the same thing every year. Yes, we've got a few OGs that keep turning up and you go, yeah, unbelievable, I love this car last year. But then the new ones, the ones that people have finished building. And the thing is, I don't think we're finished yet in this country from building. I think everyone's still doing it, and I think when you come to events like this, and you know we've got a pretty decent car show culture in this country, all over Australia, and as big as Australia is, you know, WA, they don't miss out at all. New South Wales, Victoria, South Aussie, you know, mind you, right, there's a huge one happening in Alice Springs right now this weekend with Red Senate, so it's happening all over the country. We're probably, and I'm putting my heart on the sleeve here, saying that we're probably the most if there was something called auto patriotism, we are definitely that, but we're also embracing every other make as well. So it's not just Fords and Holdens. We have got JDM like these, you know, these very rare Mazdas, you
Cosmo,
name it. NSXs, holy dooly. Like, we have got millions of dollars of cars here, no doubt about it. And only some of them are on display now. Batman, there's Batman.
Absolutely, Batman's in the house. I think you're dead right. It's, you know, the cars, there might be some similar cars, but they get a bit of a reimagining. They get some restyling, they get some new wheels, and then all of a sudden some random ones will come out of them.
Yeah, Renault LP. When's the last time you've ever seen one of those in the flesh? No, wheels, everything. That just goes to show, like, you know, ever since manufacturers started to design things became something beautiful, like styling became a thing. Initially, when Henry Ford probably did the first Model T, there wasn't a styling department, it was all practicality. And then over the years, you know, especially European manufacturers, people started to realise that something that looked appealing was going to sell more than something that didn't. So then styling became a thing, and you know, when I grew up as a kid, I wanted to be an industrial designer. I wanted to style and design cars like, you know, Pininfarina and Giugiaro and everything like that, Bertoni, these styling houses. But, you know, again, we also got a lot of manufacturers that had a lot of good styling in their departments in-house, and you can't go past the old Toyota pickup, complete with the three-wheeler. Honestly, there's a whole lot of 90s, 80s mischief right there.
Well, that's the next thing, right? So maybe as the younger generations are coming through, they're starting to find some cars from the 80s and 90s, and that's their older car generation. So they're in the restoration mindset of a 90s era car, which, you know, for me, it's probably, I think of as maybe a 70s era car, an 80s era car, but you know, you added a 10 years of age reduction, and the 10 years of age, the different cars that they choose, and they come up with all sorts of creations and ideas. It's just great to see.
And it's a museum. It's almost becoming a museum. As much as, you know, the world looks like they're trying to force us all to drive, you know, cars with no soul, there's still manufacturers out there that realise that you can't do that. You can, if you sell a car that's got a bit of soul, you're going to sell them in opposition to a manufacturer that doesn't make them with soul anymore. And you know what? Some of the best cars that we've ever had made, they'll last forever if people look after them. Like, here we go, right now, an E21 comes up. I had one of them. I'm crying on the inside because I had an M. I had one of the very first M E21s.
Wow.
6-cylinder, 4-speed, Recaros, Momo, Bilstein. It had all of that in it, and I'm crying that I got rid of the thing for under $2,000.
And look,
crying.
These cars invoke emotion in people. They invoke a creative style and everything about it. And like, I've got a friend that says, you know, all the cars that are just basic white and they get you to and from work, they become an appliance.
Yes.
You know, it's something you have, it does its function, and that's okay, but that's nothing about what World Time Attack's about. We are about creating, going fast, having a good time, and that show and shine is what it's all about.
If you want an event where it's just cookie cutter, well, there's a few other places you can go to get that, but here we ain't cookie cutter. We've just about got everything pushing the thin end of the wedge. Exhibit A, yeah, you can see that from the other end of the complex, that one. But that just sums up us in a nutshell, doesn't it? Just the celebration of anything automobile, we do it. And this is every car geek's dream to come to World Time Attack every year. And it's only Friday, folks. We've got so much more on track and off track to show you guys. But that skid pan, that'll fill up a lot more by tomorrow, let me tell you. Because, you know, this is a Friday here in Australia. Not everyone can get the Friday off.
No, there'll be
I had to pull a lot of strings in 6 months' notice to be here this year with a new job. But we are here, as with all these other great teams from not only here but overseas, to make the commitment to come down and celebrate with us. But it's fantastic to see, and so much more action to come. It is crazy. We've got we had just kicked off the Haltech Club Sprint class when we had unfortunately that red flag with Jimmy, and look, he couldn't take the thing away. He had to keep it. It went out on the tilt tray, so it is going to be inspected and looked at. Of course, a lot of these teams very experienced. They know how to troubleshoot. They know how to fix things. So this is going to be something that they're going to go and have a look at. So this is what they'll be doing. Let's have a look at the leaderboard so far in Haltech Club Sprint. There's Trent Grubel, minute 32. Was that 4:23? 32.989. Mikulski right behind him in the Lancer, and then Garland in the Rex, minute 33.917. So what's that? Evo Rex. Integra, and then Ryan Marshall in fifth, 34. David Calabria, minute 36.044. Kim Tye, minute 36.826. Alex Luther, 38.175. 38's everywhere. 38.418 for Xiang Hu, and 38.424. Look, he's still got within the top 10, Jamal. And then we still go with the 38s there. Ruben Martin, all the way down to like 20th. There's Misha Sharadine down there in 20th with the only electric vehicle in Club Sprint. And I don't know, it might even be our first one in history that we've actually had there. So
is that the Ionic N?
That's the Ionic 5N.
Yes.
So that's not doing too bad.
Which was demonstrated here last year for the first time.
Yes,
I think everyone saw it in person for the first time.
Chia-san set that thing alight last year. And look at that, Collingwood down there, Kovacheski, Sean Austin, Jonathan Munro, Andrew Price. We've got some new names in there, and some old school OGs in there as well. Eleanor, of course, Miji, Scott Pigden, Tim Weston and Nathan Wheeler. So look, Tim Weston and Nathan Wheeler not on track as yet, but it looks like Eleanor and Miji have been out there in their respective vehicles. But it's all clean greens as far as our circuit is concerned, and that means more on-track action now for our second session. That's TME Motorsport, David Calabria, the Evo 7. So yeah, he's a new guy. I knew that we would get some new guys in eventually. I know it's hard sometimes when they open up the expressions of interest, but those fields can fill up quite quickly. So you're either ready, it's time to enter, and a lot of people won't enter until they're ready either. So sometimes those entries come in a bit later. But sometimes it takes a few years to get ready, and when you're ready, you're in.
And that's what it takes. You come along to this event, you stand up on the pit garage and you go, hey, I want to get involved. I've maybe got a chassis at home, I've got something going on, and the creative juices start stirring. But also, you know, you get your entry in, and then it's a push to get the car built and ready to rock and roll.
And you know what, as you said, you know, and it's going to be rarer in the future for someone to have a chassis laying around, just because of the traditional platforms that we know that they keep fighting with. It's going to be harder for people in the future to chase those platforms, because they're just getting more and more expensive. They're just not something you can find. So maybe we'll see a few more serious front-wheel drive cars. There's a few more of them available to come by. The traditional front-engine rear-wheel drive cars, there's not many around unless you go and dig up an old-school one and use it. But right now we're keeping an eye out here on Calabria. We've had Indawara GT come through the finish line, Western as well, and Nakarada. So a few of them now coming back on track to try and get a number down. But we are keeping an eye on Calabria to see if he can improve. And he's so down in this sector. Another one through Cunningham, making a few noises. Cunningham's car on the way through. That's the Gulf. But it gets a little bit busy traffic-wise out there. Everyone's still sort of evenly spaced. But, yeah, we've got eyes on Western and Calabria at the moment. Western's actually lit up a sector there. Oh, OK, Calabria pushing his way through BOSCH turn there, turn 8. And not the cleanest of laps there. And I'd be surprised if we lit up any other sectors here with quicker tyres, because, yeah, it's just might be going all to mush out there. The conditions aren't getting any easier. Look, the sun on the track is making it stickier. Look, the wind is probably saving us all from sweltering. You might be getting up a sweat, but at least the wind is evaporating it. Thank goodness for that. So look, a backup time there for Calabria, 36,797. It was a 37,887 straight after by Western. So that's the best for Western so far. No one else to light up. Worcester out there at the moment has lit up a PB sector. That's the BOSCH Motorsport Toyota Supra. So we do have someone lighting up greens there in this session. And, you know, some of them would be room for improvement if they developed a problem in the first session. This is the one to start lighting the greens up. And as I said to you before, we get to the middle of the day. Be rare if anything gets green in the middle of the day, but maybe someone that's still playing catch-up might. All right, so keeping an eye on a flying lap here as he comes through. That is into Warra GT. Minute 47.304 for him. Worcester out there keeping an eye on him as well. Nakarada's come through the finish line. Minute 44.122 as well, as has Andrews, 45.448. That's the best for Andrews so far. Here comes this flying lap here for Worcester. He comes through. It goes minute 46.365 for Cunningham. Worcester was through there as well. Didn't quite get that time come up there, but yeah, Cunningham 46.365, Clark Lynch 50.491, Shepherd 206 starting a flyer, and I do believe we're going to have there's Worcester 202.614. Here comes Misha on the flying lap. Let's see if he can improve here, Misha Sheridine. He just flies past there, isn't it? They're deceptive.
Look phenomenal as well.
And he's pushing. So here we go. Yeah, so I don't think we've got a live sector for him yet, but we've got to keep an eye on Misha there. So getting more and more confident in the car with every single lap. Yes, it's not the Nürburgring, but it is Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm sure he's done some simulation before getting here. And I tell you what, he's pushing. It's not like he's not pushing out there, Misha. And I know that you can tweak these cars to a fair extent as the way that you want them to handle, soft or hard. And he's just trying to find the right setting here. But he's definitely giving it a punch there. He'll want to take this thing back to the Nürburgring. That's what he'll want to do. I mean, let's see how good the deal with Hyundai is. It's like Michigan goes, can I bring this back to Nürburgring and punt it around the Nürburgring? Because I don't know whether they've put one around there yet. A lot of manufacturers were using that as a bit of a measurement once they finished the car. They're going to Nürburgring, and that's where you get your time.
Yeah, the first testing measure. A bit of real work, yeah. Looking through the windscreen, he's certainly working it to get through the circuit.
All right, no improvements from Nakarada, Price or GT on that previous flyer. Wheeler, let me tell you, there's 5 in a row here. Wheeler, Chapman, Luther and Misha all on faster sectors. So there's going to be a few, I think, PBs lighting up for today here shortly if he doesn't get caught in traffic. Right now, I think he's clean all the way to the finish line, and he's making a good lap of it here, Misha. He really is. All right, so now gets it onto the main straight, puts the power down. And remember, this is a real linear delivery of power. Like, it's all of it. If you've got it on the right mode, it's just all the power. There's no power band. There's no revving. Misha goes 42.757. So he's got it's best of a 42.658. So he's got it within an ounce of the potentially found before. Luther 38.695 had gone a previous 38.175. Clark Lynch had gone 53 then instead of a 41. So a few guys right close there. And this is what we'll see. Some guys just consolidate. It's only a tenth off maybe what they've run before, but they are putting the times in.
Well, Misha, first 2 sectors green. Yes. It's just the last sector that maybe fell away a little bit coming around those final couple of corners, but looking good.
And you know what? Sometimes you think, is it a horsepower thing because they're really painful punchy out of some corners where you think internal combustion cars, they've got a rev, they've got a shift. The electrics are probably really good out of those sort of slower corners and powering
Just
out of
instant
them.
torque.
And maybe we've just got some legs here. It needs to grow an extra gear or have an overdrive or something. It almost just needs extra legs there to make it up. But he's getting it close everywhere else. And I'm sure if I were to check sector to sector, he's nearly identical because that thing is nearly perfect through some of those slower corners. 42.565 is an improvement for Nakarada. Wheeler's on an improved sector as well. So a few of these guys are still lighting greens up around the place. And back to Misha here, he's certainly trying to back that up. And geez, doesn't it look good?
It looks great.
Really pushing hard. You can't say the man hasn't flown all the way from the other side of the world to not have a go. And he is giving it his all. And yes, we were doing a little bit of a fanboy thing with him yesterday. He's got about 1.2 million followers on Insta. Mad Mike's got 1.1. So he's actually got about 100,000 more people following him.
Trumped him.
But I mean, you know what, Misha, we will talk to him. Minute 44.292 there on the next lap for him. Oh, and a whole lot of exit there on the ripple strips for him. Pushing hard, and again, you got to look at maybe also to the point of pushing the tyres hard too. We are hot now. It's starting to get a bit more oversteer there. So
it'd be interesting to understand, as the battery becomes depleted, you don't necessarily lose forward momentum and drive. You know, if a car starts to, or a combustion engine starts to, suffer a little bit, that's when you start to maybe lose a little bit of forward momentum. But it'd be interesting to understand a little bit more about just how the power delivery works, and just as the battery maybe becomes depleted, does that have an effect on anything? It's fascinating.
It's still all stuff to really nut out, and if we matched every lap we've done with internal combustion with every lap we've ever done with electric, we are millions of years behind what we've managed to get as far as data out of the ICs. But when it comes to the EVs, it's all new and fresh to us. But I tell you what, as I said before, Ferris has had one of these for a couple of weeks, and he is just raving about how much fun they are to drive. And he said he'd swap in an instant if he had a platform that could be as competitive as what he's got, he'd be there. Yeah, there's the replay. Ooh. Now that's maximum attack there for Misha. It's about this time that Misha realised that he's been pushing very, very hard.
Yes.
And turn one is one place where you can chop a whole lot of time off your lap, but it comes at a price if you don't get that right.
The risk versus reward.
And we've some big moments through that one. But now Misha's backing up. Let's see, he hasn't lit anything else up there. Let's have a look. His previous 44.725, 42.658. Hey, Weston comes through with an improvement, 37.628. That's the best there for him. Yeah, Misha, minute 44.725. Yes, a big lift in turn one's probably enough to wash a lot of potential off there for him. Luther comes through, 39.422, but it's Weston that actually has improved there a little bit. That's, of course, TME Motorsport, the Evo 10. As we said before, Tony Bish, it's going to be hard in the future to use these same sorts of platforms because they're not getting any cheaper. You can't grab these things as cheap as you could maybe 10 years ago, and then in the next 10 years, they're like house prices, mate. They're not going to go down, I don't think.
They're going to be precious, and people are going to have an emotional attachment to them, and it's just, they're not going to want to let the cars up.
There we go. So a little message there for you, Tony Bish, with plug over the PA for the VIPs. So we've got to try and get their VIPs around, because there's going to be some VIP experiences coming up very, very soon. How do you get to meet Misha when he's still in the car? I guess he's straight upstairs. It's like Sachia. Sachia will do one thing and then he's got to be somewhere else.
Hot property.
Mad Mike will do one thing and then have to go somewhere else. So the VIP experience, you get up close and personal. A lot of our stars here this weekend, but sometimes they're running cars and a little bit over schedule because we did have that little delay, that little recovery delay. But hey, it's not stopping the rest of them running. Flying through here now is the Supra. And he would be on a fly now, I think. Yeah, Misha's last run, 43.365. So small delay in some of the times coming up as they all come through. This is entry 82, which is Benny Wooster. That was a 2:21.507. So now, hopefully, with a bit of clean track, he's able to push a little bit harder. as we said, a little bit of traffic, just one guy on the wrong corner. You might be six corners in on a flyer, and it's the bloke on the 7th corner that just might get in your way a little bit. Not deliberately, there's no malice here. It's just sometimes a bit of bad luck, bad planning. You wish you had a horn you could honk. You wish you could flash a high beam. You just hope that everyone's still got a rearview mirror in these cars. Because there's nothing in the rules to say it's mandatory, but geez, it's common sense, isn't it?
A little bit of racetrack courtesy.
Well, mirrors, because we're not dicing, that's the thing. We're not dicing. We're just using the mirrors probably to make room for everyone.
Yes.
And if someone is coming through on a flyer, you almost got to just shoot. If you're coming towards an apex, you've got to be shooting out of the way so that person can get one in behind you. So we've just made this this Super really sort of work really well. It hasn't really lit up anything as far as a PB is concerned, but sometimes a whole bunch of lap times really close to each other is enough to say, well, you know what, that's a fair shake. You know, you can say, look, I couldn't get any more out of it. The conditions, so not only as we get hotter, it saps the horsepower, as it says, it saps our traction a little bit as well. But, you know, he's done everything he could on this lap to really make another shake at it. So let's see what the Woos can do on this one as he flies through. Yeah, 44.54. So he is, literally... technically nearly a metric second off what he'd already run. Maybe in the premium conditions earlier on today, a little bit more horsepower was made, a little bit more traction was provided, and I just can't help but think that maybe just seeing that it's just picked up, you would think it wouldn't be tyre smoke. I don't think he locked the thing up, but a little bit of mist off there, which might have been from Misha.
Yes. Misha
might have brought that on there because he did come off that ripple strip. Let's have a look there. No improvements as yet, and no surprises either, folks. 32.423. Grubel hanging on by about half a second there. Alex Mikulski, 32.989. Garland, 33.917. Kazmiri, 34.061. You know what, Kazmiri and Ryan Marshall, they've got a good chance with a really good lap to get themselves over a couple of positions and onto the podium. And then 36 from Calabria as well, just a little bit too far to maybe feature in a Super Lap shootout tomorrow night. Right now, Kim Tai, Tim Weston, Alex Luther and Xiang Hu, the top 10 so far. Nothing shabby there at all, let me tell you. Jamal Assad, again, whatever they got to fix, they better do it before the afternoon session. Ruben Martin, Ben Wooster in the Mozzo Supra, Daj Newen, Adam Clark Lynch, Josh Muggleton. Haven't seen some of these guys yet. We're going to see them in the next session, you would assume. Dan Cunningham, Josh Muggleton, Rahul Victor. Still more of these guys yet to come out in the next session. And not a bad field, is it? 30-odd and even more. Adam Nakarada, 22nd now for Misha. I think he was 18th after the first session this morning. Now he's 22nd. Just goes to show a few more people have found their mark. Nathan Wheeler, Endawara GT, Andre Rivera, Harrison Shepherd, David Largai Andrews, Andrew Price and Jonathan Munro. This is all part of our class of 2024 for the Haltech Club Sprint class. And our final page there, Sean Austin, Paul Kovacheski, Mark Collingwood, Eleanor Terry, Miji Kang and Scott Pigden. Some of those people we're going to see in the next two sessions. No doubt about that at all, and I can see them all marshalling up. And it's a feast on the eyes, isn't it, Tony B?
Yes.
It's good to see. A few more sneaking in. Geez, let's add up the dollars there. Lots of it.
Well, there was a few more in that club sprint class that actually got out in that session. That I think there were a couple of them might have been doing some prep work and missed the first session. They got out in the second session, and getting some times on the board, getting comfortable. I think you get a few laps back to back. You start to find that rhythm and groove, and all good. But yes, absolutely, that show and shine area is starting to fill out. A lot of people here early on a Friday, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, millions of dollars of vehicles in the place, and you are in the right place if you're watching it here live right around the venue. If you're watching on the live stream, we wish you were here, and you've still got a chance if you live anywhere in the southern hemisphere. You could still get here by tomorrow if you want. You can get here by tonight if you really were keen. It's definitely worth doing. I tell it to all my friends every year. You've got to come and see this. And even last night, you know, as we were having a bit of a bench racing session in at our normal watering holes, and in drop a couple of drag racing legends in my mind anyway, that John Barbagallo and Bruce Leake, and I said, are you guys in town for this? And I point over to here and they go, no, we're in here for something else. I said, well, do yourself a favour, boys, you like horsepower, come and have a look in here, because what you'll see in here you won't see anywhere else. And again, you just can't exactly pigeonhole this event into anything. There's nothing else really that compares to this anywhere in the world. And you talk to Cole, of course they've got Global Time Attack at the Circuit of Americas, but as he said, it just doesn't have the vibe that we've got down here in Sydney. So Baker set the benchmark, and a lot of people are going to try and duplicate it. But
absolutely,
guess what? We've almost got the patent and dibs on it anyway.
And that's it. I say to people all the time, I'm going to World Time Attack, and you try and summarise it the best way you can, and you just can't. You just say, look, it's some of the most incredible cars, the most incredible aero, and they're all going as fast as they possibly can.
All right, down to the pits with Charlie.
Well, guys, speaking about how you describe what World Time Attack Challenge is, for me, it's car culture Christmas. And why is it? Because of cars just like this supercharged 1989 Toyota MR2. Guys, I don't have to tell you, but the best things were made in the late 80s. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right here. But it's the story behind this car. Kate, who lives locally in Penrith, Western Sydney represent. Her and her husband, well, they tracked this car down in the remote coastal region of Victoria. They travelled by train 4 hours, the last stop at the end of the line, to pick this car up because it was the same as what her husband had when they first met. Then their plan was to use the car for their wedding. It'd be their wedding car. On the way to their wedding, an alternator went and they were late. These are the stories at the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine that you can hear from all the owners here. Immerse yourself in it, and there is nothing like the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine right here at the World Time Attack Challenge.
Oh, Charlie, what a great yarn. And you know what? You've only got 198 more stories to try and get for us like that. I love that. Like, if you can come to us with one of those stories every single time you cross, that's the sort of stuff that really does enrich the car culture. And how's that? Travelling to go and find that and make that part of their wedding.
And then the alternator, let's go.
Yeah, well, that's cars for you.
Yeah.
It's like the old Eric Barner doco, Love the Beast. You've got to really love it because, you feel like a million times, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to burn it, I'm going to get rid of it, but then you get it fixed again, and then it just gives you that pure pleasure.
I've done it 1,000 times. You have those choice words in the garage looking at the car that's let you down, and then you take 5, you replace a component, you do whatever you do, and then it's all smiles again the next time you get to drive it.
Well, that's the old AW101 MR2, and as she said, all the good things that were made in the 80s. I like to say a few good things were made in the 70s as well, but yeah, the 80s. I was a teenager in the 80s and blew my mind, the technology that came out. Of course, we grew up as a teenager in the 80s, Group B rallying was there, International Group A touring cars were there, and of course Formula 1, the turbo era. 3 fantastic times in the 80s, and Baker will be the first one to admit that, yes, he's a child of the 80s as well, and that was a golden time as a car nut. You just couldn't get enough of that technology. Turbos were new, EFI was new, like it was barely coming on, and touring cars with this international flavour. We didn't know what the hell these cars were, but guess what? We certainly learnt quickly.
And as technology was evolving, they started to add some of the digital dashes of the 80s, which just look absolutely phenomenal, and people are trying to restore them now, and you can't really get some of those components because those cars sort of fell away a little bit in popularity, and then as people are restoring them, they've got these beautiful digital dashes from the 80s. The real square boxy cars are in fashion again, and such a time.
My mother had a TX5 gear Telstar, and it had the digital dash, and we pegged that thing. We wanted to see what the tacho looked like when you got it up that side.
As far as it would go.
Yeah, but of course then you've got the big speedo happening in the middle there. Hey, don't stop the clocks anywhere there, folks. We're going to get some more Haltech Club Sprint happening shortly, but first a break and back with more soon.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open hours. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
Back on track here, just like we said we would, and it is Haltech Club Sprint session number 2, qualifier number 2. You call it whatever, Group 2, we've got them all, and the diversity continues again with this great group, and this is where you can start your World Time Attack journey from Club Sprint. Mind you, you can see the investment already is decent. We've got Austin out there right now, entrant 71 being Sean Austin. Well, we've got the Supra on track right now, but I just saw Sean Austin come through on the timers. It's the little red Micra, if we can ever see it. We've got Yaris's, we've got the RX-7s out there, so they're all coming through. And yeah, there we go, a little bit of, I think they're both decided to start their flyers together. Kang's out there, La, Newen, Pigden, Eleanor Terry back, Collingwood back, Muggleton back, Austin back, and Hugh back. So, yeah, Xiang Hu in the top garage Supra. We've just had Jeffcott go past, which is the 86 shop, George Jeffcott. And we're keeping an eye out here right now on the Yaris. Of course, V-Sport by Comp Friction, Josh Muggleton driving that GR Yaris. Kind of had to sort of muscle his way past the RX-7 there to start his flyer. But he is on one here. Now, just trying to keep an eye on what Muggleton had already done in this car. Entrant 83, GR Yaris 83. What have we seen for him yet? That's we'll keep an eye on the next flyer. But Muggleton, you can see already, maybe already affected him that first turn. Not so much an altercation, but both decided to get on a flying lap together. Might have been even Rahul there, I don't know. And the RX-7 in the background getting our attention through BOSCH. Of course, Turn 8 was sponsored by BOSCH this weekend, and it is a hell of a corner to set up properly. But look at this GR Yaris pushing hard. Fly there for Austin, 47.116, Q 148, 149 for Kovaceski off camera. But here goes Muggleton now. All eyes on him flying through. Muggleton rips one off there, 44.251. Straight after him comes the RX-7. But the Yaris still might be on another one here. We had Collingwood in the MX-5 through there too, by the look of it. But we are not picking up the RX-7, I noticed there on timing. I think Miji's out there too. I just saw the little Honda. So they're all coming through. Miji Kang, 52.919. La, Munro and Jeffcoat. Now there we go. Jeffcoat goes 49.315. Jonathan Munro now keeping an eye out on him. All right, flying through here now, Jonathan Munro. There's Paul Kovaceski as well. So Kovaceski, one of our OGs, pretty much from the beginning of World Time Attack here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the Porsche 944, and may they live forever too, folks, because there'll be a whole generation that will grow up not really knowing too much about the earlier cars. Would you believe there was a Fiat X19 racing at another event last weekend? I still had guys in their early 30s not knowing what a Fiat X19 was. But 944, let's make sure that it's not the same there for that. Kovaceski goes through, minute 48.082. He went a minute 47.170 there before, so he has had a little bit more performance in the 944 previously. Now Muggleton coming back for another back-to-back flyer after that previous lap. But let's just see what he comes through there now. I'm sure that's the RX-7 in behind him. So Muggleton has rolled right off the throttle to let the RX-7 through. But yeah, just rolling off the throttle there. But we're keeping an eye on George Jeffcott at the moment. Entrant number 54. Oh, sorry, Jeffcott rather. Entrant 84 in the 86 shop. Eleanor Terry goes 49.640. Muggleton, yeah, 49.190. Austin improves a little bit. So the No Idea Club, the K11 Micro, which is out there somewhere, the little tiny Micro, he's improved. So the Micros had a good lap there, the No Idea Club. So there's a few there. Lit up as well was Jeff Cott, 45.15. Rivera in the Subaru WRX for UPS Spec Performance, Andre Rivera. Rivera goes through for a 49.414. The other 944 on track now. Very rare that we'd have two 944s in the one place. That's Scott Pigden. Scott Pigden's previous a 56.903 for Pigden. Munro's gone through after a previous 46.714, only a 214.813. So yes, some of these just consolidating. A few greens lighting up for the ones. That's Jonathan Munro, Rallyx Motorsport, the Rallyart Mazda, Rallyart Lancer rather. Again, Chesky, he is pushing. He's still pushing out there, Paulie. He's done a few good laps here, but that is still a registered street car, and there's no reason why it wouldn't still be. Honestly, wouldn't probably ping you for too many things for that on the street. Flies through the super on the main straight now. He's still pushing. Kovacheski up on his first sector. Entrant number 68 being Top Garage, Sieng Hugh now on a flyer. So let's see what the Supra can do. Got to keep an eye on here now for the 86 shot. Just not in full motion there at all. Collingwood just on a flying lap past us here as well as Eleanor Terry. Collingwood goes minute 50.830. Eleanor 50.347. Meiji comes through right now. So Meiji comes through for a flyer in the little Honda. Here she is. All the way from Korea, Meiji Kang. Motorsport Influencer, minute 51.379. So we have got probably more international competitors this year than I think many, because when you rattle them all off, we're nearly at a dozen there when you add them up in the different categories, drift and time attack. But here they are punting through in the various classes, including Haltech Club Sprint. So yeah, Korea representing there, driving the Honda. But here we go, Collingwood on screen now. That little MX-5 NA6. So this is a unique car, had it for many, many years, but looks fantastic in the wrap. And just so much fun. And for those people that remember MX-5s, how much you could get them for back in the early days as to how much they cost now, it's like, well, I should have grabbed them as well. Should have grabbed a few MX-5s as well. Of course, I don't know where I would have kept all these cars. I just knew that I knew how much they were and how much they are now, and it's like, well, that horse is bolted as well. But you know what? If you look around, you might end up with an MX-5, you know, for a decent price, but perfect car for Club Sprint. And Collingwood's just proven that, you know, you can do whatever to them, and you know, yes, you may never be at podium, but geez, you still get some good laps and have a lot of good fun. And if at the end of the weekend you've burned up a couple of sets of tyres and got a whole lot of lap times there and featured in the class of 2024 Haltech Club Sprint, well, that's living life to the fullest. And here we go, a best for him today, minute 48.367. So Collingwood has put a good one down, so has Middleton. So that's Rotomaster Racing, Rodney Middleton. So there we go. The RX-7 did finally give us a time. 49.003 there for Middleton. So that's his first run out there today, actually, I think, for Rotomaster Racing, the RX-7 FD. Is this him now? Let's get the time up, get his number up. This would be him, I think. So here we go for the Rota fans. Now that's interesting that we've just had him slow up mid-corner. All right, we've got Luffy down in the pits.
Yeah, guys, down here with the Club Sprint guys. I've got Guy Andrews here. Some may remember him from the 90s as being a bit of a surf lifesaving guru, but we actually go back to the original days of the stunt show at Movie. Well, we both started there in 2008. Gone on to do some stunt work, done the last two Mad Max films, and you're now here at World Time Attack. How's the weekend going so far?
Oh, mate, the car's a rocket. The Cherry Tuning i30N is it's putting out about 420 horsepower at the front wheel, so it's a bit of a handful, but we've had a little bit of tuning issues and some issues with the splitter in the last session. sessions. They haven't done a lot of great laps and actually done one good lap.
Yeah, I see the front splitter sitting over against the wall there. Yes, it got ripped off in the last session. Are you going to be able to get it back on? What's the plan for the rest of the weekend?
I'm sure we will. We've got a spare one. We're just trying to sort that out and get out there and get the tune right. Just get my eye in and get some laps. Try and put down some times.
Yeah, it's been a little while since you've been around here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but good luck for the weekend.
Thanks, Luffy. Good to see you, mate.
You too.
Well, how about that? Luffy's found them all, hasn't he? That's why he's got that gig, because he can rustle up a good interview any which way, including Guy Andrews. How about that? Guy Andrews at a World Time Attack and steering around at I-30N. An ever-increasing list of new names. I shouldn't say older faces, but yeah, Guy's not on the... he's on the older side of 21, and there he is out there trying to get the I-30N out. As he said, it's making 400 plus horsepower to the tyres. It's just got to get out there and get it to run. And that's, of course, cherry tuning. As he said, he had about one lap out there, and that's about it. So hopefully he can get out in either this session or the next session. So out there on camera right now is Ralix Motorsport, Jonathan Munro. And he's done not too bad for himself. He's up in the current sector at the moment. He's got a 46.714. Miji's improved again. Miji's gone minute 50.273. So that's a best time for Miji King so far in that little Honda. So she is improving. Eleanor 48.676. Rivera minute 44.772 after a best of a minute 44.358. So some of these guys, as usual, only a couple of tenths away from where they ran in the first session. So that's, for Sunderland, that's some really good quality laps, considering that, you know, the track is getting a lot hotter. Yes, the breeze is keeping us all coolish, but the track is not going to, you know, get any effect from the breeze at all. So Picton goes through, so slowing down on the main straight. Back onto Collingwood, we can see here. Collingwood goes minute, well, he's up on the second sector there, Collingwood. So let's just see if he can get it down below the 48.367 that we saw before. So here we go. He's been up in the first sector. The second sector, let's just see what the third sector looks like here. Has he put enough together to go quicker again? Oh, no, he must have had a slow middle. Wow, 49.47, still not too bad. 48.367 the previous time for him. So, you know, he's found a sector there where he was really fast. It was actually this very first sector where maybe just a little bit more courageous through turn one. And obviously, that's one place you can pick a tenth or two up. If you don't lift or stay later on the throttle into turn one and try and get the thing turned around. And then also, if you're brave, you're back on it. It's just how late you want to break into turn two and how you set up that double apex from there. Paul Kovacheski on camera now too. Paulie the same, plenty of laps. He's up on both sectors at the moment, so maybe the 47.17 is in trouble. He might be able to get a 46 something here. Everything looks good for the 944. He's got it dialed in. And let's see whether he can. He's got no traffic to worry about here. He's going to get a nice clean lap here as he fires it down the straight here. One of the best views you can think you can have in Australian motorsport. It's just coming out of that final turn, and you've just got open slather down the straight here. Here goes Kovacheski. Oh, yes, it's a good one. 45.657 up on every single sector and improved by a second and a bit. So that's our biggest mover so far in Club Sprint, to be able to take that much time off in only a couple of laps. But as we see, some guys come in early, and then there's more room out there. If you're on a fly, you've got more of a chance. So he's flying now on the other 944. Let's see what Picton can do. Picton goes, he's gone a 56.903 that time, a 201.834. So that 944. Just not able to back up one of these previous 56. And as you can see on this one too, folks, it's got the license plates on it as well, because that's where Club Sprint's kind of started from. It's the street, the race car with license plates, or is it the street car with race paint? One of the two. But these vehicles, from humble beginnings, from mile to wild, you'll see them all here in Haltech Club Sprint. And as we said, limited body modifications. You can go unlimited on the engine. You can't have sequential boxes. Can't have a pro driver. Can't have slicks. You got to run. You know, you've got to run that DOT style radial tyre. Still a good tyre, but still all of the different platforms we've seen in there, everything from RX-7s to Evo Lancers. We haven't seen the Mini Cooper too much yet, which you might see here. We've got a couple of Lotus Exceeders in this group, 2 944s, a couple of Hyundais in the group, as we said, Civics and Supras and Evos, and you name it. And we're not done yet. We've got a few more in the next session coming up. But right now, no big improvements you'll see on the front page here between Grubel and Xianghu. But I just have a funny feeling Kazmiri could find something in that Integra that might get him into third yet. But you know what? Where they are right now, Superlap shootout tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night, might just see some of them jump off the podium and on the podium. All the way down there now, Kovaceski will be on the next page. But yeah, Rahul Victor, Jamal Assad, no more Jimmy, of course, after that first session where we had to take him away on the tilt tray. And this is where we've seen some movements here between Nakarada, Misha, yeah, still 22nd, Nathan Wheeler, Indawara GT, Paul Kovaceski, there we are, 30th. Guy Andrews, yeah, in the little I-30, we just see the interview with Luffy there. He's in that top 30. Andrew Price, Jonathan Munro, Sean Austin, Rodney Middleton, Mark Collingwood, nearly 40 there. Eleanor Terry, Miji Kang and Scott Pignan, 38. I would imagine relatively happy club sprint entrants in that list for the class of 2024. And one more group, I think we might have either cut them loose and they're going to be out there in a sec. We must have that other session there, I would say, because, yeah, we've still got, and I do remember things like 350Zs and things like that we haven't seen yet, which I know we're going to see probably in this group because we didn't see them the last one. So quite a lot of action happening throughout the pit area. And yeah, as we look inside, which is the magic vehicle here as well, we're looking inside, we pan back, oh, and it is. So it's Racer Cole going to be driving that WRX at some stage not too far into the future, I think, in the Pro-Am class. So he's around here somewhere, and I'm sure Luffy will get onto him very, very soon. Beautiful day here at Sydney. Beautiful day in Sydney Motorsport Park, and yes, Luffy's got him now.
Yeah, down here with Cole Powelson. Now, it's been a very interesting 12 months for you. You were here, obviously, this time last year. Tell us a bit about what's been happening. You've done a few exciting events in the meantime. What's the last 12 months look like for you?
Pretty wild ride, man. I absolutely adored my time here last year. Was able to run the Pro Class and Open Class and carried that momentum into our big time attack event in the States, Super Lap Battle. We were able to reset the record there with that same R35 GTR. A couple months later, was able to get a win at Pikes Peak. So I've been a busy man and having a great time, and just trying to roll some of that success into this weekend as well.
Yeah, and how's the car been going so far? Obviously, it's been 12 months since you've been here. What have we got in front of us here, and what can we expect out of it this weekend?
Some minor changes. It's like, don't fix what isn't broke. There's a lot of really great things on the car, but the thing slowing us down last year was the hydraulics in the braking system. So it was a manual, like, pedal box, no ABS. Now we have nice pedal box, really good ABS, and it's just making the rest of the car really work well.
So in terms of overall lap time, what's the goal for this weekend? You know the track, you know the car. What is this car capable of?
You know, I think without pushing it too hard, there's a full second. So we were about 31.9 last year, so 30.9 would be the ultimate goal for us, and then anything in that is icing on the cake.
So what I hear from that is he's going to be aiming for 29s.
You're not wrong.
Oh, yes, indeed. And you know what? It's so good to have Cole here. It almost wouldn't be time attack without Cole coming down under now. If he's not driving, he's done some presenting before as well for us. He's just one of those sort of guys with a natural flair to steer anything. And anyone that's gone around Pikes Peak with a win has got the credentials through and through. And if it's someone that can get the potential out of this car, it's going to be him. And we can't wait to see how that looks next time he rolls out here on track. But it's a beautiful day. The breeze coming and going, and they did warn us for high wind, but lucky enough at the moment it's not gusting like they reckon. It's just that beautiful breeze through. Still pretty warm on the tarmac though, but I think anyone that's here has got to say you're getting your money's worth right now, because we have got plenty to see automotive wise on and off track. And yeah, we're winding into the deep hours of this evening as well with plenty of stuff. But right now I reckon everyone should get some sunscreen on, get a bit of water on you, have a break, and we'll be back soon.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Who's back to the future?
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's white line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yes, we are back on track after that. Well, we were waiting for our pro guys to come out there for a quick hit, but they decided, you know what? best to spend that time to get the vehicles ready for this afternoon session. So I'd say that's what they're doing. They're having a little tweak on everything. And where it is, we're into GCG Open Class now. Then to tell you what, this year marks 45 years of GCG. Some restrictions in this class on body and aero. Side and rear windows can be Lex, and unlimited engine mods allowed. Sequential transmissions you can have. You've got to run that Advan Neova AO52 tyre. Pro drivers are allowed. Minimum weight 1,257 kilos or factory minus 15%. And of course, let me tell you, Tim Slade in the Extreme GTR, one of the superstars in this class. GCG Open Class on track now for their next session. To celebrate its 45th anniversary, GCG is running a huge sale, up to 45% of Garrett and Borg-Warner turbos, selected Forge and BOSCH Motorsport products, and everything else. Do yourself a favour, check it all out. GCG are also famous for rebuilding and custom building turbos, from bolt-on upgrades to big boost, big horsepower racing applications. Don't forget that People's Choice Trophy for Open Class. To vote, head down to the GCG stand and scan a QR code. Pick your favourite team. One lucky voter will win a Half-K Professional Series Toolbox valued at over $1,400. So go down and check it out at the GCG stand. Vote for your favourite Open Class car. It could be this one. Nathan Morgan now on a flyer. Now we're going to keep an eye on him. He had issues, all sorts of issues in the first session today, and did not get a representative time. He's going to have to do a hell of a lot here to try and defend his win from last year, because he did come from right at the last, at the death last year to put a huge number in. He won it. Actually, Tim Slade won it last year in Open, but the actual lap record is minute 24 from the car. Brandis flying through there, Morecambe as well. Yasuhiro is on track as well, but we're keeping an eye on Nathan Morecambe right now as day runs through as well. So we've got a few in this session, keeping an eye out on a few of them. Yasuhiro out there enjoying it, enjoying the track every lap. The Scoot Auto Rescue RX-7, but Morecambe coming now into Bosch turn 8. And looks like Rob Newen is out of the Dream Projects S15 as well. Yasuhiro goes minute 36.139. So that's the best lap that he's done so far. Sabelic now on a fly as well, but we are keeping an eye on Nathan Morecambe, because there's green in the second sector. Push it through into the final turn now, all the horsepower. Whatever the problem was last session, it's not there anymore. So here comes a big number now. It's going to be a big one from Morecambe if he keeps it all together. Morecambe, 27.024. Morecambe gets Newen out of the way. Minute 27.024, but Robert Newen is on a flying lap there from the S15. So we'll keep an eye out on what Newen's doing in the S15. But boy, oh boy, right now I think that's Alexander there on track as well. No, Lane Brandis rather. Apologise, Lane Brandis, the R32 GTST. He's now on a flyer. Brandis' previous best has been a 31.617. Got to let this RB scream here too, because geez, we've got some tough standing RBs here this weekend. He goes through for a 33.506. So not an improvement for him. Rob Newen on track now. We can see that Dream Projects S15. A thing of beauty. SR20 on board. Let's have a look. We didn't really get any sector times there for Newen. Let's just have a look at how this one goes. Flying lap now there for Newen. He could be on a fly right now. We're just trying to settle it up. 29.346. So no improvement, but Morecambe 27.024. And remember, 27.024. Morecambe has gone as quick as a 24.274 as far as lap records are concerned. So there's a little bit more in the tank there, you would imagine, once they turn it up. Right now is not the time to turn it up with this sort of warmer weather. Sabelic, minute 43.870. For him, that is, of course, the Toyota Supra, Dartone Racing. Newen's, 29.346. Not an improvement there for him, but that is the best lap for Sabelic. A minute 43.870 for the Supra. And as you can see, the evolution in the open class can be, street cars that just get a little bit more track savvy. Here we go. Is that flying out there now is Cole. He's early at 32.884. We'll keep an eye on the man from Utah. Look, he calls himself a semi-professional race driver and influencer, but yeah, he does seem to steer Nelly on a daily basis. Something, especially Sierra cars, of course, is what I think he's had success with. He's had success at Pikes Peak. Benny Tran out there now. Now that's a good hit. That's the thing that just deafened me. Oh, Cole! I've just given you the big rap, and next thing you know, he's now a semi-professional off-road racer as well. Tony B, a semi-professional off-road racer as well. Yeah, it is. It is a thing. It is a little bit of a thing, and I thought I got rid of the commentator's curse. Benny Tran on a flyer. Goyeneeks is back there with the MRS, but yeah, Cole went for a big fly there. He's up on the sector there too, so keep an eye on Cole. That's the replay there. Yeah, he took a whole lot out of about turn 6 there, I think. Sorry, 5, turn 5 there. Big chunk out of the corner there, but he is okay. It's a Subaru. It's used to that.
While you're enjoying all of the on-track actions, we do have our Yokohama stage happening right now with the signing session with the Full Send Drift crew and also the Hot Wheels stunt team. So Matt Mingay's down there.
Yes. All right there. So Morecambe pushing through with the 27.024. And on track now, we can see the I-30 back on track, and we don't get too many up in this level, but here he is, and pushing through from that. But yes, the Hyundai pushing through as the breeze comes out. This is, I think, Jeremy Morris coming through, 31.267 in his sector. Tony Bish, you're there, mate. We've got a cranked Honda out there at the moment, which I think's robbing all of our PA. You're right?
No, that's all good. There is a lot of on-track action, and it's certainly heating up. And I've been back and forth throughout the pits and checking out what's going on. But right now, at the Yokohama stage, there is our autograph session for the Full Send Drift Demo crew and also the Hot Wheels stunt team. So Matt Mingay is down there, Mitch Pullen, Luke Fink, Suzuki-san and Jay Duke are all down in the signing session right now. That session will go for about half an hour or so until about 12:30. So if you want to get a signature, a selfie, have a chat to some of those guys, get some insights into their builds, head to the Yokohama area right now. It's right in the middle of the pit pavilion, and go and get up and close and personal with some of our starts.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's a good time to get down there and get up and close and personal with them. All right, so we're keeping an eye on Mr. Electric here. Benny Tran knows this track almost, well, he'd know it in his sleep pretty much, as he's flying through. Now, he's already improved to 1:40, but we know this thing can go a lot quicker than that. This supercharged K series, it is one tough beast, and let's just see whether or not he's got it all to do. Points it out there, throws it out there. Everyone throws it out there anyway on the second to last turn. Now onto the final pit straight. He's looks like, judging by his position on track, he's coming into the pits, which is a shame because the car, well, it did everything right in all of its segments, but except maybe that last lap there, he just threw that thing out a little bit too far. And I'll tell you what, if that's a checkout sort of lap for him, it's worked really well because he's got himself up in the pack. Nowhere near where he would expect him to be, but he's there. Now keep an eye on Timmy Slade now. Wow. All right. Here we go, the Extreme GTR. What can it do? It's doing everything right there. Turn 1, turn 2 for Tim. Looks good. It's hard to see anyone get on the power there early. That is double apex and it's off camber, so it kind of throws you over. Anytime you want to get the power on early, it'll want to break into some oversteer. But Tim Slade, I mean, he's done a lot of laps around here as well. The man knows how to steer.
I caught that car out of my left-hand peripheral as it went past. The diffuser on the ground, sparks flying. He is pushing it, certainly getting it done at lunchtime.
All right, so we're looking for incrementals here from Slade, and nothing's popping up so far. So, geez, you know what? I hope it's not all in vain here. I know that they'll have some information, of course, in car. And there we go. Drama. The red flag pops up. So somewhere along the lines here, the red flags come up for a reason. Someone's stranded somewhere in a dangerous position or semi-dangerous position. Now, Tim Tim is still sort of going there at a fairly decent rate of knots. The red flag, obviously, you know, he knows his flags, Tim. And look, he tried a little bit on there, a little bit further, and I suppose it must feel so good. You don't want it to stop. The
halfway
G's.
around, yeah, absolutely.
Well, if you ever watch the World Time Attack documentary, yeah, it might be a stranded vehicle out there which is causing us some issues. There it is there. Goyeneeks, now where that is exactly might be just around turn 1 there, I don't know. But that's enough to warrant the red flags. But yeah, that documentary, you know, where Tim's a V8 supercar driver, so, you know, 600, 700 odd horsepower, maybe 600 odd, and then he hops in this thing and it's 1200 minimum.
And aero.
And aero,
yes.
and liner.
Yes.
And then he's, of course, why would you want to get off the throttle there? But again, it showed plenty of potential, but then we lost the potential there big time, only because of the red flag and this stranded MRS on the track, which is not good to see. The Close Enough Racing team, it was going not too bad up to then, minute 40.483, but then some issues there for him. I don't know what's happened. The thing's just come to a complete stop. But right now we're down in the pits with Luffy.
Yeah, down here outside the Extreme Garage. Obviously disappointing so far for them because obviously they had problems in the first session this morning. They've got it all fixed, went out there, just did a bit of a systems check, came in and changed tyres, went back out to do a lap, and obviously the red flag. So disappointing for these guys, but you would have seen obviously Tim's still going quite fast because they need to get some data. They need to sort of work out where the balance of the car is. As we spoke about this morning, the ambient temperature's starting to pick up. Track temperature's now at 34 degrees. This wind is picking up massively. We're talking a really strong headwind on the front straight. For these cars with all the aero that they have, it shouldn't really affect the balance of the cars, but you'll find that it will affect terminal speed down the front straight because you're now having to push through that wall of air. So a disappointing session for these guys, but it's all about now just trying to get as much data as they can and come out swinging later on in the day when obviously the track conditions should be a little bit better.
Yeah, and look, to add to that, you know, here I am almost ready to accuse the team. It's like when the car's coming down the main straight, it looked like the suspension's quite stiff, but then you throw in a headwind. Well, that's just probably exaggerating what we're seeing there. So you've got all this extra aero load. So you're down on top speed. The thing's more planted than ever. So, yeah, the thing looks bouncy. The thing looks stiff. But really now the wind is playing a factor. And you know what, Tony B, you just, one thing about this country of ours, you could never rule out the unpredictability of its weather.
Well, I think we didn't really have any wind or anything last year, and then you bring it this year. We've got similar climate, similar conditions, but you add a wind element to it. You know, previous years we've had, you know, a bit of weather, a bit of moisture. Anything can happen, and, you know, the teams have just got to adjust with whatever they can get done on the day, and yeah, it's an unpredictable thing.
Yeah, and as Luffy says, it goes from headwinds to tailwinds, just depending on what part of the track you're on. And when these cars are, I wouldn't say they're feather light, they're light-ish. But when you throw all that aero load on there, then it's really sort of making, really dictating to the car what it's doing. Mother Nature playing its part here. Just when you think we've covered every base with engineering, technology and sheer human skill, Mother Nature throws in a little bit of this, bit of heat, a little bit of wind, and it's just throwing the cat amongst the pigeons at the moment. And there is plenty of wind there. Now, look, we've had the little MRS extracted there, so I would imagine before too long we're back into the open class.
So there was a bit of content online from the Close Enough Racing team. I watched their little documentary that they put together as well. Incredible insights into a team that's, you know, gone into open class, and, you know, their whole attitude to start with was, yeah, look, hey, it's just got to be close enough, let's just go racing, and that car is now beyond that. It is an incredible bit of kit.
Don't you think that's amazing that even we've evolved, even over the last decade? I know we've been doing this a bunch more than that, 14 odd years plus, but isn't it amazing, especially the last, not even the last 10 years, the last couple of years, where teams have got their own, you know, their own online presence. It's continued to be more and more of their own individual teams' online presence, where before where they were just names on an entry form. We didn't know too much about them, but now, of course, with YouTube and Insta and TikTok, they're putting their own, you know, their own coverage on there. So if you really want to know more, you could spend hours sitting there watching everyone's content, and you know what, they're now sharing more than we've ever seen before.
And it's great to get those insights. We're watching from home, and we might come to this event once a year, but, you know, they're working, they're developing, and it helps build the hype as well, because they're so excited about coming to World Time Attack, and you see the months of development and the journey and getting to this point. Yeah, certainly the social media stories really help. It helps build a bit of rivalry between the teams as well.
It helps.
If they can sell a bit of merch and some stickers and whatnot else to help their branding, it just brings more people into the ecosystem of Time Attack racing, and it's just good for everyone.
Yeah, the virtual ecosystem, the online ecosystem. Just like Charlie's quote before, this is car culture Christmas. I like that one. So
spot on.
This is exactly what it is, and we are back on track. That wind is definitely picking up. No matter which mic we've got on down there, we can definitely hear Mother Nature blowing around. And Luffy is down there in the pits again.
Yeah, when we talk about aero, like when we're having a look at the RP968 and the Audi before, you now have a look at the back end of Tanuki. So just having a talk to the team, obviously since last year, a significant amount of work's gone into this car this year. Like, you look at the size of these end plates on the rear wing. We've got new pushrod rear suspension in the back of it, but like new canards at the back end of the car. So a big focus on the aero changes and improvements with the car. Again, it's all about just trying to sort of improve the overall package of what is already a fantastic car. But as I said, you look at the size of the aero on the back of this car, and no wonder these cars don't get affected by the wind coming down the front straight here, because this is generating massive amounts of air downforce, and you can see you've got these mounts here trying to sort of obviously stabilise everything. So really impressive, and can't wait to see this car back out on track.
Oh, absolutely.
And that was one of the first things, as we saw the images pop up there, I pointed to the screen, the end plates are just huge.
They're huge. And yeah, look, they may be good in a straight line, but it makes you wonder about, when you hit that at any sort of angle, how that affects it. I know we're sort of getting in a bit of dirty air around the back there, but just how all these crosswinds and tailwinds and headwinds go. So we've got all cameras here on Johnny Boston at the moment. Boston, he's fourth with 1:31.668. So that's not a bad run from him, but I know we've put that, I think he's put it into the 20s last year, and Andrew was just absolutely stoked with the performance.
The celebrations last year were awesome, and we certainly want to see that again. Now, did they have a bit of tyre rub earlier?
Yes.
They had a bit of smoke coming off the back tyre. I wonder if they've lifted the car or if they've just let it self-clearance.
Yeah, well, there's the self-clearance method, which works really well. It's not particularly good, because then that clearance only there while you've got those tyres on it. If you change tyres, well, you've got that clearance issue again. So, yeah, maybe some ride height adjustments. Maybe we've got a bit more aero on the back, a bit more downforce, which can do the same thing. It can bottom that suspension out, rub the tyre. Look, we're only going to know when he comes on the main straight here again, Johnny Boss. And again, he's one of these guys that, motorsport is a living to him. Steering is a living to him. If he's not driving, he's not a driving instructor. He's he's technically a driving teacher in a way, isn't he? He's teaching people how to drive fast. The man can drive. He was there at the original Super Lap that we had at Oran Park. And Johnny Boss, okay, let's have a look here for all the aero load. Let's see what the downforce does. The motive Sylvia is firmly planted. We're not seeing the smoke that we've seen there before, and he's going to get a nice backup run here. Again, not under full power like we would have thought. 36.911. So that is a shame. We thought there would have been a little bit more in at that time.
So best lap so far, 1:31.6. So.
Yeah, he didn't light up every increment, but he's at least having a good crack out there. And we know that, this is sometimes where you've got to start before, we get better and better and better as we get to the end of Saturday. But again, sometimes that form that you had last year doesn't carry in. Cars are cars. Something else might just be the problem that you didn't have last year.
You've made some upgrades in one area,
yes,
and it's maybe had a counter effect in another area, and you just don't know unless you get the laps down.
I would love to at least have something labelled on each car, maybe a big U on the windscreen that says unmodified from last year. We just need a code there to work that out. Okay, we're down to Charlie in the pits.
Well, it seems, gents, there might be a little bit of a common theme happening due to temperature. Justin in the MRS, we obviously saw you go off there in that session, causing a red flag. Not the best day for you at the moment. When I was talking to your team as you were being pulled back into the pits, they were shaking their heads saying, we don't know what's wrong, but you've since found out, so talk us through it.
Yeah, no, so it was a case of after our first session, the car felt really good, but we sort of had a bit of a problem with traffic, so the next session, I'd just gone for it on the first lap, and then I stuffed up. I went a bit too hot into a couple of corners, ruined the lap, so I'm like, I'll do a cool off and I'll have another crack at it, because I'm like, temperatures are borderline, but I should be able to pull it off. off, but then as a case of the safeties just kicked in, but I kicked in the hard safety, not the soft safety, so it wouldn't let me restart it.
So you were essentially stranded, but the car's okay.
So I can thank my tuner because he's stopping me breaking things, but in all, it's sort of, I couldn't start it again to drive it back in. So car's fine, it's just we need to do the one lap and me not stuff it up.
And so we'll see you back out there, hopefully for that.
Definitely.
Well, gents, of course it is. We're seeing temperature is playing a role. It'll be interesting to see how it progresses throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, there you go. So, the soft safety and the hard safety. Back off on the hard safety by the sound of it, but now that's a safety that punishes you completely. It's like there's major things that could be wrong, so don't start it.
And it's interesting how the weekend progresses, and when they start chasing laps, that the hard safeties start getting turned off, and we start.
Yes.
The red mist is formed, and people are just going for it. At least in these sessions, the hard safety's still on, so he can keep progressing as the weekend goes on.
And in the high horsepower boosted drag racing world, they got something called a scramble button, and that's a button that they've got another. And it's not a safety, it's a send it.
Just send it.
It's an extra send it. Now, I don't know how many people in time attack circles have a scramble button. We're basically saying, righto, I'm pressing this button, I'm getting the other 10 PSI and the other 3 degrees of timing. I don't think there's too many of those, but the safeties are important.
Yeah.
In ECU worlds, safeties are important. If something hits a safety, it might be an EGT safety, it might be an oil pressure safety, it might be something that just triggers, the ECU triggers it, alerts it, either alerts you to say it had one, or it just shuts into a limp mode, and then the thing's going, well, what happened? It hit a safety. It's because you know what, the cars are so fast around some of these corners. Who's looking at gauges? That's the thing. That's what the ECUs have really come around. You don't have to probably look at a gauge. There's a safety there that's probably going to help you.
I've thought of that as we watch ECU technology evolve, and then I've driven my own car. You're in the car, you're just in the zone driving. You can't be monitoring all the telemetry yourself, but you need that extra backup from all the sensors and the ECU. Yeah.
You need some information from somewhere, but sometimes when you are just focused on trying to get one perfect lap, is that you are not looking at gauges. You might have a shift light. That might be about it. ECUs with safeties is just a good way to make sure that the thing does not grenade and you didn't know about it, because there is a human element there. That's what the ECUs are there to do. Just take out that little bit of human element, but. I tell you what, the minute 31.668 won't improve there for Johnny Boston. He is bringing that in, and look, no one improved in that session. Look, that last fly Benny Tran did, I'm just looking at what was previous up there. He was up in sectors there, but then brought it in. So
2 greens.
We've got potential. And here we are thinking, look, no one's going to light anything up there in the middle sessions of the day. But then when you see a few green sectors there, and we know these guys need to improve, and we know and look forward to how well they perform in the afternoon and sessions tomorrow, because that's just crazy. All right, so they were in Bos's pit there for a sec. I don't know, there might be some mixed reactions out of there. He was pushing hard on a couple of laps and then just sort of backed off, whether or not it just needed some more love or something didn't come right. And this is the thing with automobiles, so many components on them, whether or not you're chasing something down in the steering or suspension area, or whether it is something in the engine. But I'm sure in no time flat they'll be working on that and trying to get it back out. But nothing really improving there. This, of course, is still GCG open. I don't know for how much longer, because we've had a couple of good hits in there. And remember, Slater came out and then the red flag, so they didn't return. Benny Tran went out there and had a go and look, whittled a bit of time off, but didn't improve. Lane Brandis, Dan Day, Rob Newen in the S15. And of course, then the RX-7 had some good success with Ando Yashihiro. So Yashihiro had a good lap in there, and that's good to see him in, I think, 36s he was running in. But Nathan Morecambe, he did go to the top with that 27. But we know it's still quite a few more seconds in that combo. The S15 we haven't seen with Team Yashio this time yet. Kazuyoshi Okimara. It was Justin. We just saw the interview there with Charlie, so it hit the hard safety. And a few other stories to come out of open class, including this one right down in the pits here with Warren Love.
Yeah, well, look, one of the great stories of Time Attack last year was to see you guys break that 1:30 barrier, to see the reaction of the crew. How's the car been going so far this weekend, mate?
Oh, look, it's been challenging, I guess. It's a bit of a warm day, and we only had one hit out this morning at 9:30, so we found out that it didn't go, it didn't stop, and it didn't steer. Apart from that, the seating position was really good. So, and then we obviously just went out there and we found another little shoe, but we're just going to try and obviously tune the car for as well as we can for tomorrow morning. I think that's going to be the one to do it, mate.
Yeah, look, it's not World Time Attack if you don't end up having a few little gremlins. But look, as I said, last year it was great to see the speed that came out of this car. What's changed in the car, the team, or anything since last year? What can we expect out of the car this year?
Oh, it was just all those little 2%ers. You know, the car is still a basic car. Like, you know, it's not as if we've gone and put traction control or ABS or done anything crazy. Just a lot of geometry things, and we had a bit of a miss the whole year last year, just with the VVL cutting over. So we're just trying to tune those things in and just control, I guess, the toe angles a little bit more on the front and rear. So apart from that, mate, yeah, I don't know, just some more, you know, Red Bull, and let's go.
Well, mate, look forward to seeing you guys out on track tomorrow morning and seeing what you guys can do this year.
Excellent. Thank you, Wazza. Look forward to it, mate.
Yeah, Johnny Boston, Warren Luff, a lot of driving skill right there, let me tell you. But yeah, they just can't leave alone, can they? Talking about changing little angles here and little bits there. That miss that they had, they're trying to get rid of that. So maybe it's making more power, but maybe they haven't quite dialed the settings in enough on it to give them that response that they need to get them back into the 29s. I think they cracked one last year, and you know, they might as well have climbed Mount Everest. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was something that they love to do. There's not many S bodies in the minute 20s, let me tell you. But right now, yes.
Wow.
Welcome to Australia. Yes, beautiful one day, perfect the next, and yes, a little bit of marquee action there.
That is up on Celebrations Drift Hill, so that's where we'll be later tonight.
No, not under that one, we won't.
Now, look, we were complaining last year up on the Drift Hill that the wind wasn't there and the tyre smoke was hanging around too much. Now I think we've got too much wind. I think we need to back it off just a little bit.
Well, put it this way, at least that's been pegged down, you know that.
Yes.
Because if it wasn't pegged down, we wouldn't be looking at that. It'd be over the back of the fence there. It'd be in the dam, Nelly. So it's just goes to show what we're dealing with here, just to throw a little bit more into the unpredictability of Mother Nature and just how we cope with it. And yes, make sure for all those people that are around the place, if you haven't known by now about pegging your marquees down, you'll certainly know shortly. So at least they're pegged down. That's all we can hope for. Of course, don't forget to check everything else out online, worldtimeattack.com. This is, of course, our great live stream brought to us by BOSCH Motorsport. And look at our punters already enjoying the beanbags. You could only assume they're for human use, aren't they?
That is up on the hill as well.
Yes, already.
Look at all the chairs that have all toppled over. There must be significant wind up there. Great place to chill out up on the top of the Drift Hill. We have a similar activation behind the grandstand. So the grandstand on the front straight is a great place to watch from, but there is a significant activation in behind the grandstand. We've got a full food truck,
yes,
little alley, tables and chairs, a big screen, the Hot Wheels activations there as well. So all of this side behind the grandstand is all brand new for this year. So certainly, if you get a chance, you're walking around, make sure you check out behind the grandstand as well.
It's not a bad venue at all. Plenty of places to watch from, and of course here is the famous Sydney Motorsport Park layout. That fantastic straight, of course, where you can use all your horsepower. Turn 1 where you can use all your courage. Turn 2 double apex, very very tight, almost a hairpin except it's double apex. Turn 3, a lot of guys short shifts through there. Turn 4 coming down over the hill again, testing the car, unsettles the car through there. Turn 5 just before you start climbing up over the hill into turn 6. You can go wide there between turn 5 and turn 6, obviously. It's then what you do coming around almost a blind turn 7. Of course, that's our beautiful BOSCH turn 8. Again, hairpin if you don't get that one right. Coming out of there, it could be anything from understeer to massive oversteer. You can use your horsepower down through turn 9 and your courage through turn 10. Wash it out over to the far right-hand side into T11, and if you can come out of there all right, nice and clean. You've done yourself nearly one perfect lap down that main straight again. So very technical. Obviously, there's lots of racetracks in the world that are described on a range of 1 to 10 as far as technicality is concerned. That one's it takes a lot of skill to get it right, and you can tell the guys that have done a lot of laps around here, they are the fastest out of the group.
Yes.
But mind you, it's not a hard one to learn. I know my kids have done thousands of laps on a set of Corso of this track, and it's one that I suppose you've got to put on the map as the international measurement for time attack.
And I think the graphic there is great. You can watch the corners, but the elevation is just amazing as well. Watching the cars come down the straight, it's a nice big full power slide down the front straight, and then as you climb through turn 2, 3 and 4, you get the rise and fall. It's just an incredible venue, and we absolutely love it.
All right. I don't know. I don't even want to talk over this. Just got to listen to RP968 through here. Everything we just described. Let's have a listen to Barton Moyer on that perfect lap. Is the quickest lap we've seen ever in World Time Attack history. Minute 17.86 last year, and boy, oh boy, doesn't it just get the adrenaline? I can watch that lap 100 times and still get the old pulse up. All right, down in the pits with Charlie.
Well, I thought I would grab Nathan Morecambe because earlier in the day I had a little bit of a hiccup, but he was topping the times in that session before the red flag. Nathan, talk us through the conditions out there.
Oh, it's definitely the wind, as everybody can feel out there. It's picking up. Everybody's having to strap down their tents so they don't end up on the track. But no, it's out there. You come across the hills at different parts of the track and you just feel a gust of the wind that moves the car a slight bit, but that's what we get paid to do, is drive fast, so we're really pushing it out there. Definitely hot during the day, so it's not good for the turbos, but we'll come out this afternoon and go swinging again.
You know this place so well, and you're so cool, calm and collected. It always baffles me because you go so fast. But speaking of cool, your team grabbed me as I went into the garage there to talk about an F1-inspired wing. You attached it to the Evo yesterday in practice, and I've heard through the grapevine we may see it appear on the car again. Talk us through how this is all happening.
Yeah, Greg from Sydney Composite has designed this new Formula One style wing for the rear. We did try it yesterday. We think it's good, so we'll probably put it on. Maybe not today, but tomorrow we'll bang it on again. We just want to make sure we get the setup all done for today, and yeah, we'll see how that one goes tomorrow.
I think he's being a bit coy there, not letting anyone in on what edge that might be giving Nathan Morecambe in the Evo. But isn't that exciting, guys? F1 technology comes to World Time Attack. It's just proof of the innovation up and down this pit lane.
Oh, look, absolutely. You talk about F1 technology. We've got plenty of that here this weekend, and plenty more to hear from in regards to that as well. But we were rudely interrupted by the I shouldn't call it the American pigeon. Rob Newen's the one that's put that in our heads. Ferris Kortumi, of course, the reigning Open winner from last year. Just cleaned them all up in the Pro-Am class. I apologise. We are into that session by the look of it. So we've done our opens, and we are into the Pro-Ams. Plasma Man Pro-Ams, of course, and Ferris is trying to get a good lap in here. Plenty of horsepower on board. He's just got to get a clean one.
And it has a significantly unique roar coming down the front straight.
Yes.
I knew exactly which car it was without seeing the screen, and it looks absolutely fantastic on track. Here he goes.
Now let's just, it's going to be hard unless we tune in audio-wise, because the TC, the traction control, it needs it. This Corvette needs it. It's got enough horsepower on tap. Here we go. Is he flying through? Ferris on his first flyer, 28.295. That's not bad, 28.295. That puts him second behind Sammy Stevenham. So 28.295. It wasn't perfect. It was very, I shouldn't say, look, I'm not going to criticise it, but it was pretty untidy. He definitely found a lot of the outer track limits there, but of course we don't penalise you for that. In fact, we say go for it. If you can make it quick, go out there, just don't damage anything, and you should be right. So Ferris gets one in the bag, and with or without TC, we don't know. Maybe we fixed it. Here comes Tanuki now. Let's see what Wayne Lee can do. Let's peg this one through. Tanuki goes, 42 now. Is he going to throw one through here and go from there? He's got someone coming up very, very quickly behind him. But yeah, Tanuki gets at least a settler in there. Minute 42.005. It's Kazakovsky flying in behind. And Kazakovsky goes right past him in that Subaru. So keep an eye out on Kazakovsky now.
Well, interesting to see the Tanuki car, obviously Lee around the track, the second and third sectors with improvement, but first sector, still a little bit of work to do.
And it just makes you wonder, you know, traffic-wise, we just don't see every angle sometimes. If we don't follow these guys all the way around, we don't know whether they've had a corner where they've had a tiny little incident, we don't know. But Kazakovsky is not sparing the Subaru at the moment. He is really pointing that thing around. We've got Davidson in the background. Jay Davidson, Gingerbread Racing, bringing out the Impreza, but we'll keep our eyes here on Alex Kazanovsky. Alex Kazanovsky trying to get this Subaru higher up the list. He's fifth at the moment, so technically he's in that Super Lap shootout for tomorrow afternoon. However, we still could see some improvements from all of our competitors in Pro-Am. They could see him go. There goes Sammy Stevenham, so the fat cat is in the house. So he is out hunting. I don't know what he's hunting. He's out in front. I suppose he just wants to catch himself a mouse sometime between the beginning of the day. He does, well, he ain't. The mouse has got to chase him. He's got to be nipping at the fat cat all weekend. Here goes Kazakovsky. 30, minute 35.56. So that's got secured fifth still. And he's only hanging on to it by, well, a little bit there. We've got Rex yet to come out, which is Jason Rex. But here we go. Here's the Ginetta of Perini, 35.329. He's best of a 30.135. So Richard Perini, not a bad run there for him either. Of course, 991 Racing, this double apex, you kind of really got to, it almost looks like you just run straight there. It's almost like you straighten that right up and then turn it right in no matter which way you attack it. You could probably do it three ways. It's all about how you settle the car down to handle it without any oversteer. Speaking of settling the car down, oh my goodness, Rob Ewan pushing Mighty Mouse to his absolute limits there. And the little mouse needs a big flying lap here because we haven't seen him past the start-finish line yet. Here he comes now. Remember, I think he had a safety or something kick in as well for his engine. So here we go, the Mighty Mouse, after a couple of years of hibernation. He's been hiding in his little hole. And not only, he hasn't been sitting there idle either, he's definitely upgraded the aero on the car. I think, what did he say? It's over 600 horsepower and 850 kilos. Sammy Stevenham, 37.910. This will be funny. He's going to be nipping up on the Mighty Mouse here. If he looked at his mirrors, Rob Ewan, he'd just be legging it to make sure that the fat cat doesn't grab the tail of the mouse. Rob really did sort of want to stick the niggle in, didn't he? But little did he know just what Ferris and Sammy were going to bring this year. Remember, they're monsters. They've got a lot more capacity than him. Yes, they weigh a little bit more. I mean, really, if this is the reality, if he says that's 850 kilos, this thing's only 150 kilos heavier. And we're talking about 1,000 kilos. It looks enormous. So That's a hell of a lot of muscle.
So looking at the timing screens, we've had a couple of cars make some significant improvements in the back two sectors, but a little bit of work to do in sector one. Now we've got a couple of improvements in sector one. So some people are obviously getting turn one, turn two, getting that flow right.
Look at this Mouse and the Fat Cat there together just for a moment. But I think Rob got out of the way enough for Sammy, but I don't think Sammy was on too much of a flyer. He might have to maybe allocate this lap to do it. Now remember, as we've just had Jason Rex come through on the flying lap now. So there we go. We're seeing Rex on the track with that 35. And that's got a bit of fruit hanging all over it there too, and that's not a bad beast. He's managed to go minute 32.696 with that car, but I am going for the underdog. I am rooting for the little Mighty Mouse. It would have been a dream comeback to try and knock over the American Pigeon and the Fat Cat, but can you imagine if all three of them ended up on the podium? That'd be something. That'd be something. All with their mascots.
Yeah.
So there'd be a Fat Cat, a Pigeon, which again, Ferris didn't really prepare to come to Australia with any pigeon idea. That was all Rob's imagination, and the Mighty Mouse. But not at the moment, not having a dream return. And look, you can only expect that when you finish your car sort of a week leading up to an event with no testing. I mean, how good can you be? Yes, the thing ran at like a 27, 5 years ago, just about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a hell of a car. But then to sort of, give it a full freshen up and then expect it to be right back where you were, you're kidding yourself to think if you can get it done.
Certainly takes some time. Jason Rex looking really impressive on track. Often when we look at a lap, if it's under control and looks a bit smooth, and it usually can be pretty fast, but a little bit of lap traffic. He'd come around in the last corner, ready to head down the straight for the finish of his lap, and a little bit of lap traffic might have just held him up a little bit.
Yeah, and he can just be sometimes a little bit unlucky in that. I think, is he staying in the car there? Is he still in the car? So, yeah, Kazakovsky having another crack here. So, let's have a look at this flat six Subaru. It is meaning business. And you know what? With less cars on the track right now, let's just keep an eye on what Kazakovsky might be able to do there with a bit of clean air. Because, look, the flat six has made a little bit of a comeback. There is a couple lurking around with that engine in it.
Team Got It Rex are well represented here this weekend across multiple categories, and there was a little bit of improvement in Sector 1 for Kazakovsky. That's, I guess, the area to look at.
Well, I tell you what, Agathos has just come through and trying to find him on the list here, entrant 26. It does say Croydon Racing Developments, Robert Marjan, but it's Agathos driving it, so it could be out of the Croydon workshop. But Kazakovsky's now off the throttle. You can see the attitude of the car, a little bit more sedate. Just, it calms itself down. It's so obvious when these things are slowing down because we know what they look like when they're under pressure and on a hot lap, because they attack a corner like they mean it, and then you can see when they're cooling down, it's like, oh yeah, that thing, he's off it completely. So no, the Mouse is going in for a little bit more cheese. Just to see what it might be, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? You evolve, and then you've got to maybe start a little bit from scratch again. But you know what? I just hope that this means that this development, and it's a long path between now and tomorrow. So there's so much you could probably learn from today till tomorrow. We've got probably one more session for all of these guys anyway. So the Mouse might just need a little bit, just a little bit more time. We didn't see anything from Sammy there, but you can imagine what might happen in the last session, because for a guy that has visited once in the Blue Moon, he's only been here once, but he brings something that not only he didn't rest on his laurels either. The thing's obviously been fettled, and he's had plenty of seat time at other tracks. So good to see him come here and apply a lot of what he's known up till now somewhere else in the world. Okay, Agathos, minute 44.737. So that's the best for him in the Evo 10. And flying through there, keeping an eye on there in entrance 17 there too with for Jason Rex. Yeah, he's 32.696 has so far been his best. But minute 30.135 there for Perini hasn't improved. Minute 35.362 for Davidson hasn't improved. Stevenens 25.787 didn't improve that session. Ferris, got one down, 28. 295. I think last year 27 something I think got it. So he's He's in a good mood. He is second, but he would love to defend. It's hard to defend, and he was the first American to actually win last year. We haven't had a US visitor win as such. But there he is.
Certainly a little bit of work to do to catch the Fat Cat.
At the moment, yeah, and Rob, I think's got all the potential in the world there to nibble a little bit more off his time. But they just got to iron out all the little bugs there. So let's have a look. Let's see if we can get this last lap here from Rex as he comes through, because he's still on a fly. The FE Motorsports R35. Rex finishes off that with a 34.731 to no avail. So he's tried hard. The Evo 10 still out there on track. So as this Pro-Am class starts to wind down, he's just one of those things, isn't it? They're either they're on a tear. If everything's good, the track's perfect, that's good. But if the winds come up or whatever, sometimes it's imperfect. Righto, the man's down in the pits, the wind's blowing everywhere, and it's Luffy.
Yeah, standing down here in front of Mighty Mouse, having a bit of a chat to them. Now, one of the things we always talk about here at World Time Attack is you're chasing grip. You want more grip, more aero and everything like that. But one of the problems they've now got with this car is saying the first time they've run it on this slick on the front, it's actually got too much front grip. So it's making it too darty in the front end. And so they're talking about going to a different size front slick. That tyre won't be here until tonight. So they're going to have to go out tomorrow with a different front tyre on there and hope that it can cure these problems.
Wow, there we go. So you've heard it from Luffy. Mighty Mouse going to perhaps drop a tyre width size there. Too much grip.
Too much.
I can't believe the last time I've heard someone say, you know what our biggest problem is today? We've got too much grip. And in a front-wheel drive car to have too much grip, I mean, you think you're trying to pull that thing up under brakes. You've got a weight distribution issue there where there's a lot of weight over the front end. That back end gets pretty dirty. There's no aero in the world other than a big wing on the back that's going to help you there. But again, when you're braking, that wing's doing nothing at that low speed. So, yeah, that thing is a little skittish. So that's it. Too much grip. Going to get some more tyres. Got to get them by tonight. So that's right. It's all up to him tomorrow then.
Smaller tyre. I absolutely wouldn't have thought we'd been having that conversation. It's like, okay, we've found the limit. We're struggling now for a little bit of front push just because there's just too much going on. So, yeah, cool.
Well, maybe they need to... I know they could go back to the tyre they were using a couple of years ago. Maybe they can throw some 80-50s on it and just see how they go, because it loved those back in the day. It loved those. But now they're playing with that different tyre, too much grip. First world problems, really, at the end of the day, isn't it, really? First world problems, too much grip. At least a lot of people complaining about more problems than that. But now have a look at the fruit there. That's the Dream Projects S15 there. Look at that.
Wow.
Billet intake, billet cam box, billet block, I think, in that there too. No expense spared, obviously, but just talk about Dream Projects. That's exactly what it is. And boy, hasn't World Time Attack spawned some amazing S chassis cars?
And the S15 is just such a beautiful production car from factory, and then you add these elements of aggression to it. It's such a pretty car, but then you go into all of that. It's just such an aggressive but beautiful race car. It looks absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, put together so perfectly. And of course, we've had plenty of tough S series in the past. Of course, everyone still dreams of course, when we saw Under Suzuki come here with his. I know that's a pin-up car for a lot of S chassis cars, but now we can dream of the Dream Projects S15. So let's have a look at the Plasma Man Pro Class leaderboard, and no changes for Sammy Sieben, and Ferris Kotumi's the one that has moved into second place with a 28.295. Drew Hall 29.508. Richard Perini minute 31.35. Alex Kavlikovsky minute 35.56. Jason Rex minute 32.696. Jay Davidson 35.362. Dylan Kothel 36.324. Demetrio Agathos got himself from nowhere to 10th with a minute 41.937, and Wayne Lee in Tanuki, plenty of potential left, minute 42.005. So not bad in that class, but I know potential everywhere there. Plenty of seconds to be chopped off in that field, and maybe we're not done yet, because out there is just a little bit more of that screeching around the track. But yeah, Kortumi at least has got something down there that he can work with. And yeah, this is, I think that is back to Agathos there. So he's managed to get himself a bit of free track. Sometimes right at the end of the session, everyone comes in, they have a crack at it, they either have problems or they've done their best shot, they come in, that's it, they might have done their tyres, but then if you can come out in that last minute or two of that session, you've got free track, and that's normally where some improvements can be made when you don't have to worry about traffic. Because sometimes when you go out and you roll out of here in pit lane and there's 8 of you or 10 of you, sometimes it's a case of, well, it can't everyone spread out please and go to 3/4 race pace immediately so you can get some space to work.
Imagine having Sydney Motorsport Park to yourself and just driving laps at lunchtime on a Friday. That's not bad.
I'm trying to remember. Agathos goes through now on a fly. So this man's on a fly. So let's keep an eye on him. He's basically our only star at the moment out on track. It's the Evo 10. But I just remember a couple of years ago, of course, Garth Walden on that flying lap having traffic halfway through, I think, turn 6, and he's basically come around the outside on the outer track limits and literally rounded this guy up within like 4 inches of running out of room. So sometimes when you're on a flyer, you decide to make a split-second decision, and that's not abort the run. Let's just send it, and he missed that by an inch or two. And I think even back in the day, had the old nitrous oxide on it there at the end, so it had everything there. And you know what? I always used to think he used to push the button for that, but it was all GPS actuated by the ECU, so it actually came in various parts of the track, not by him, but by the ECU via GPS. Because nothing surprises me anymore.
No, not at all.
Nothing surprises me.
Green in the first sector, so might be up there looking very strong.
Coming into BOSCH here, everything looks clean. That second session will pop up here in just a tick. It's green as well.
Wow.
So here we go. Agathos's previous has been a 41.937, a free track there. The wind still blowing absolute gusts like you wouldn't believe. But it may not affect him here as he brings it through. It's initially entered by Robert Marjan, of course, the owner of Cruden Racing Developments, but I think Rob's still overseas, so Agathos has taken over the wheel. Demetrio, and here we go. Come on, Demetrio, give us something quicker than a 41. There we go. 40.944. It's a cranky sounding Evo, isn't it? It's cranky as. So, well, that's a good effort for him anyway, so there we go. And that just about nearly wraps up our Pro-Am session. Great work by Agathos. Perfect time to get out there and do it. Just when you think, first session's the best way to do it. Middle session, the middle of the day, gets out there and gets one in there. So that actually pops him up into 9th position now. So he's actually ahead of Tanuki, which just goes to show Wayne needs to unlock the gremlins in there and get Tanuki back to its pointy best.
I think we were saying before, if all the drivers and all the teams are sharing that same mindset that, hey, we want to be first out on track in the colder part of the day to optimise our best laps early, that's when you get all the traffic issues. Whereas, if you've got the whole place to yourself, you're dialed in and go for it, there's the proof in it. And it's green again. He's gone for the next lap, and sector 1 is green again. So he's staying into it.
He might just have another one in him here. If it feels good, you just keep going. That'd be the thing to keep doing it. And I suppose too, if you've ended the car and it feels good, why just abort it after one lap? If you can get another one in and you like to drive fast, like a lot of these people do, he's keeping in there. You know what? He's lit the sectors up again here, so it'll be maybe something in the mid 140 here. So minute 49.44, lit the sectors up again. It's fresh, and now the third session right now, bang. 45.91, 4 tenths off this time too. So three good sectors again for him, and he is through. Guess what? We've got Drew Hall coming in behind him with another Croydon Racing Developments car from the workshop. But I don't know how much more of the session is here. Can't be too much more in Plasma Man Pro-Am. I know they might be doing a call for the next couple of categories, but right now Drew Hall is out there trying to screw the R34 around one more time. What Dimitri needs to do now is just gently get out of the way.
Look, you've had your time, you've had the free track to yourself. Let one of your teammates get around.
You chopped 4 tenths off, 5 tenths off.
The R34 just looks so much more aggressive than the Evo 10. The Evo 10 you know, the aero, bit of a wing on the back, and a small sort of front splitter, but it still looked very stable on track. It looked very much under control. The R34, much more aggressive, a much larger front splitter, much larger rear wing, plenty of carbon in the body, and let's just see how we go for time.
Yeah, they're the ultimate fighting machine, are they not? The GTR Skylines. They weren't built to be a passenger car. Yes, you could buy a Skyline in the early days. That was, you know, a 4-door or a 2-door. But then somewhere along the lines, of course, they turned them into performance vehicles. Some people say they started that with sort of the DR30. With the FJ20 in it, they had a bit of success in sort of Group A racing in Australia. The R31 with its RB20, also pretty stout for a Japanese import vehicle racing in Group A. And then the R32 comes and completely upends Australian motorsport.
Changes the
game over. Like
it
was the game changer when the 32 GTR came into Australian motorsport. It became game over, and they spawned V8 supercars after that because it just goes to show what the manufacturers could really do there. So that's the end of that session, the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And we've seen some improvements there. Of course, one of the most obvious right at the beginning was Ferris getting in to the top two. Sammy out for a little bit of a look. The Mouse with too much grip. So we've had all the updates come through. Some work on Tanuki, which they're still doing now. I don't think we saw much action out of him there at all. So I'd say the checkered flag means that session is gone. So right now, it's time to just cool our heels for a moment as we summons more action to come in through the pits. I know race control's been issuing everyone along. And you know what? You think you've got enough time between sessions. You think you might have enough time. It's like, oh yeah, we won't be, we've got X amount of time to turn things around, and then sometimes you'll realise that these things take a bit of time to work.
And time evaporates.
Yeah, time evaporates. So they sometimes don't have the time to get out. And of course, it's not mandatory either. Like, this is the one thing about these sessions. These are sessions for these cars to come out in. Now, it's not mandatory. So if you've got something that you need to fix, well, you can fix it. If you're keen to, if you really want a podium, or you really want to get in that top 5, you will push to get out there. You will try things, but again, sometimes the problems are bigger than what you think they are. And just when you think, you've been doing this long enough and go, oh yeah, we know how to do it, something else will go, well, here we go, try this out. This is another character tester like you wouldn't believe, and that's what we think. We found a little bit of that as well. Throw in Mother Nature with high winds and all sorts of unpredictable factors there. And now we've got cars that, rely on aero wholly and solely. You've got crosswinds, tailwinds, headwinds to throw into the mix as well. So all of a sudden, that little variable comes in that you don't allow for before the beginning of the day, and there's not much you can do. It's not like, okay, well, let's put our high wind, crosswind, tailwind aero kit on it for blustery conditions over 40 knots.
No chance.
No, you don't. I mean, ideally, all the simulation is done with in perfect environment. Like when you are simulating an aero package, you are doing it with a fair amount of constants. So right now, in preparation for more action on track, we've found him in the pits again, Warren Luff.
Yeah, guys, when you talk about aero cars here at World Time Attack, it doesn't get better than what we've got here in front of us. I've got Josh Buchan getting to drive this beautiful car here. Mate, tell us a bit about it. What is it? And, what's it like to drive?
Well, it's the Rodin FZ open wheel car, as you can see. And it's, a step or so down from an F1 car, effectively, to narrow it down as to what it is. It's an amazing piece of machinery. Looking at it, it looks exactly like what it is, and it goes exactly like what you'd think. Its limit is whatever you want it to be. It's amazingly fast.
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful looking car, and I heard it out on track earlier, and it does sound amazing. And then on the other side of the garage, we've got your other toy for the weekend, mate. You get all the good toys this weekend. What have we got here on the other side?
I need a stunt double. I'm actually getting a bit sore. I haven't even started yet. So we have the Rodin Centura S99, which is effectively a remake and reinvigoration of an old GT1 race car from the 90s, a homologated special. And basically, other than the tub and the body and how it looks, everything bumper to bumper is redesigned by Rodin in-house. and it was a bare tub 3 months ago. So the effort that the guys and girls have gone to over at Roden is phenomenal to get this thing on the ground. And you know, looking at it, it's an absolute work of art. It's all bespoke, it's all one-off, and with their own in-house engine that again they've designed, it's a testament to those guys that this thing is here. It's actually quite humbling to be behind the wheel.
Well, mate, get your gear on, hop in there, because we're looking forward to seeing you out on track, and looking forward to see what you can do.
Thanks, mate.
Well, there we go. I tell you what's only minutes away before we get to see that beautiful piece of engineering and the car as well go around Sydney Motorsport Park, and we're going to have a bit of an insight on this fantastic manufacturer from New Zealand, and plenty more after the break here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't go anywhere.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and air biting technology. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Roden Cars is a high-tech, high-performance car constructor that's developed the FZ, an F1-inspired track car. The F-Zero, a hypercar built without limitations for maximum track performance. The Roden Centura, a GT1-inspired track car, and the all-new RC10, a 4-litre naturally aspirated V10 engine delivering 720 brake horsepower at 11,000 RPM. To find out more, visit rodencars.com.
Hey, my name's Josh Buchan and I'm here with Michael from Roden Cars. Mate, tell me a little bit about Roden, what you guys do, what your role is, and more about the company itself.
Hi, so Roden's a New Zealand-based car manufacturer in a little town called Mount Lyford, about 2 hours north of Christchurch. So it started out as about a 1,580 hectare sheep farm, but now we've got 3 racetracks. So we've got the top track, which is about 2.6 k's long, 900 metre long straight. We've got a tiny little figure of 8 track, which was the original one. And then we've got the lower track, which has a lot of like elevation changes and blind corners and stuff to really test the drivers. Yeah. So the whole thing started because our founder, David Dicker, had this idea that he wanted to build cars that could sort of equal or better than Formula One, and now he's pretty much set up the whole factory to do manufacturing of cars, like nut and bolts. We've got a foundry there, so we cast the engine from the raw billets, pretty much everything in-house.
It's a bumper-to-bumper car manufacturing facility. Yeah. Tell us about your role within Roden and what you get up to day-to-day, because you've got effectively 2 or 3 products, so what goes on day-to-day at Roden, and particularly from your point of view?
Right. So I'm a CNC machinist, so what I do is I'll take a big block of material, whether it be aluminium, titanium or tooling board or composite, and use a big robotized machine to sort of carve it away to get to the end product. So on this we've got billet, suspension arms, uprights, the bell housings carved out of a massive piece of 70-75. And then other stuff I do is just interviews like this and a bit of PR stuff and take people for tours, yeah.
For stuff like your billet arms and whatnot, you've obviously got design team, manufacturer and then assembly. Yeah. How long does it take normally, say you've got a part you need, because I've seen you guys in action, from design to on the car, how quick can you punch out something like an arm?
Depending on the complexity, we can do it like pretty much overnight. If someone comes up with an issue, be like, hey, we need to change this because this doesn't fit, we can quickly jump onto CAD, design it or alter the original design, and then that evening we'll be on the machine making the part. Then the next morning we'll actually be fitting it on the part and then testing it out on track. So amazing. Yeah.
Oh yes, well I tell you what, we just saw a nice little grab with the man on the screen, but we've got him in the commentary box at the moment, so he's going to be doing a little bit more narration with us here. Of course, Michael, welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park, and CNC machinist and sort of a bit of the press guy for Roden. What a job!
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. I mean, this wind's been hectic though. Almost blew away on my way over here.
Oh, come on, mate. This is Australia. New Zealand, you'd be used to high winds, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Had the roof come off a few times.
And tell me what. So do you always get used to? I mean, is it a Monday to Friday job to you? Is it a 7-day-a-week job? How does it roll at Roden?
It's actually pretty cool. So we start work around 8 o'clock and then go till 4:30, and then most days we'll hang around a little bit afterwards before going home. I mean, we've got a racetrack there that we're allowed to use when we want to. So
It's quite a nice privilege.
Company vehicle, the FZ or the Centura, or what else you got?
Haven't been out in one of those yet, but maybe one day if David lets us.
So tell me, how does a young fellow like you become a CNC machinist, and where did the interest come from for you to even take that on? And did you learn that all at NZ?
Yeah, so I did an apprenticeship at Buckley Systems, which is an Auckland-based manufacturing company. They've got over 40 CNC machines, and they've got a really, really good apprenticeship program. So did that, and then actually went and worked for a company that subcontracted to Toyota Gazoo Racing for a little bit.
Right.
And then after that, actually got made redundant during COVID. Started my own business, and then went over to have a bit of a tour around Roden one day, and then ended up getting a job. So moved to the South Island, and here I am.
In the same trip, he's gone there for a bit of a look, and next thing you know, it's like, would you like a job? So, I mean, as far as being a CNC machinist, are you in charge of a certain part of them, or is it an engine part you're making, or it could be a suspension part? Basically anything, I would guess.
Pretty much everything on the car comes through a CNC machine at one stage of its life. Yeah.
And obviously, so you obviously got to learn how to tell the machine what to do. You've also got to probably measure and enter all the information correctly. So, I mean, it's not, it's not something that you can always just sort of pick up, without, I suppose, a fairly decent amount of intellect to be able to do that. So, we always got a technical drawing and everything at school, or?
Yeah, definitely. I enjoyed the technical drawing side of things at school, and I've always just enjoyed making stuff. So
yes.
Perfect job, really.
Okay, so tell me this: CNC machinist. Do you have to be a normal machinist first? So, would you be qualified as a fitter and turner? Can you turn anything on a real lathe?
Yeah.
You
can.
Manual
machines, 100%.
Thought I'd ask. I've got a fellow I know that's an engineer in CGI, computer graphic design, but he can't freehand draw to save his life. He can draw with computers, but he can't draw freehand. Oh. So there's some people out there that have got different sort of skills. What's it like, with things like FZs? Now, of course, the whole aim of Roden is to get customers. So people that want to pursue recreational motorsport. I know, of course, the Centura, had a tilt there of being, in sort of GTP. Do you find that, the client base, maybe they're looking for something different? Yes, there's a million Porsches out there. Yes, there's McLarens. There's a lot of other cars out there, but from what I gather, the Centura is actually going to be a car, let's just say it's not the cheaper version, but it's a more cost-effective version. If you want to go fast, that's going to be maybe a better option than, saying, trying to buy McLarens or, Lambos or something like that.
Yeah, so it'll set you about over $1 million if you do want to order one, but at the moment it's more of a development car for our new Roden RC10, the NA engine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's basically a test bed for that fantastic V10 that we heard around there before.
100%, yeah.
So what have we got in the FZ that's coming out now for the demo laps?
So that's actually running a 3.8 litre Cosworth GP V8.
Yep.
It's about 675 horsepower, and the whole car anyway is about 610 kilos with a full tank.
Geez, it's nearly a one-to-one deal there as well.
Just over, yeah.
Yeah, we got the fresh rubber on it there, and Josh Buchan driving it. Now, I heard a rumour that when the news came out that you guys were coming to Australia, you thought you'd just bring two of everything. Is that right? So 2 Centuras and 2 FZs.
That's pretty much what's happened.
So you just did you have them both ready, or did you have one and then I heard that you quickly put another FZ together?
Well, the 2 FZs were here in Australia already, so that the Centuras both came over one on top of each other in a container.
Yes.
And they only actually got loaded in about, I don't know, a couple of weeks after we actually finished testing the car for the first time. Right. So we've only done a handful of laps, and this is really its sort of debut and getting a lot of data feedback from it on this track.
Well, I tell you what, already, what did we? I think we went pretty well on, I think, 27 or something. Of course, 968's one sort of beast, one down one track there. But I mean, what the Centura is trying to be is just something that I mean, it's a race car, but yes, it's enthusiasts got to drive it. Pro drivers can drive it, but I mean, there's going to be guys there that want to just improve their driving performance, and they need a high performance car to do it with. And you find that's what the car's going to be. It's going to be for that enthusiast that just wants that extra edge.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the stuff that we focus on with the car is actually to improve the drivability of it. Because I mean, normally in an F1 car, something you're just trying to pull off is a massive task.
Now, of course, What's the story with the FZ? Is this again another car that you've produced there for the same deal? Someone, if they want an open wheeler, what is the FZ basically being designed for?
So it actually started out as a Lotus T125, but the project didn't go too well for them. So David actually bought enough spare parts from them to build 5 vehicles. We've currently got 2 left for sale.
Yes.
And we've sort of added the Rodent flair to it, packaged everything a lot nicer. I mean, if you just look at the finish on the car, I think it's absolutely amazing. And as I was saying before, just the drivability of it. So we've got adjustable pedal box, actual steering column's adjustable, and we're pretty confident that if you've got a little bit of skill, you could take it around the track.
Now look, I've watched a little bit on YouTube about your amazing company you work for there, and you know, you've got days there where the garage is open there for the track. Is that for test drivers, or are we having customers there as well yet? Can customers go there and pick them up and take them for laps there? Or
yeah, once you've got your deposit down, you can pretty much come out to the track and have a full tour of the facility and take the car out. Yeah, the bottom track's quite testing as well.
Is it really?
Yeah.
And of course, where it is, it seems to be sort of in the Alpine region of New Zealand there. So what's that like in winter there?
It's great. I mean, just before we came over here about a week ago, we had 35 centimetres of snow. So yeah.
35 centimetres of snow. Yeah, because I did sort of see where it was, and I go, well, hang on a sec, there's ski resorts all near there, and it's like, okay, I wonder what that place is like in winter. So yeah, she's pretty cool. And of course, from the original little sheds to the big facility,
yeah,
I mean, that's just a crazy thing. And I think that's all heated and everything, isn't it, in there?
Yeah,
like that.
Underfloor heated, everything stays around 21 degrees for the machines, keep them happy and accurate. And that facility is actually about 2,500 square metres, and one day there is plans to actually triple the size of it.
Yep. Well, I'd like to work for a company that's got plans to triple the size of their performance car manufacturing workshop. I'm glad that those plans are big and obviously going to come to fruition. Now here is the Rodent FZ out on track with Josh Buchan driving. He'll eventually wear off the labels, and see if we can hear any more of that screaming V8 in this thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're actually running Pirelli tyres yesterday for testing, and they're sort of pre-grain.
Yeah.
So we're hoping we'll get some better times with this. There's actually a wider contact patch at the back as well with these Avons.
Ah, right, okay. So Josh is no stranger around here, of course, and it's good that he's picked up the ride. But it's just a fantastic facility. And so you end up being the guy that has to do the tours mainly, or what? I mean, you could be halfway through machining something and it's like, oh, Michael, we've got some more people coming through. Can you halt that program and keep going?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a juggle sometimes, but it's nice to have the team working all together and sort of get a bit of a heads up before they come through.
Yeah, no, that's great to see. And here it is, the Rodent FZ. And yeah, to be honest, for a lot of people that have been coming to World Time Attack for many years, I don't know how many of them would have heard of Rodent until literally 6 weeks ago, when the press release dropped, and then it was like, hang on a sec, we've got this great car company coming from New Zealand with some pretty exotic machinery, and then it turns out that David and Rob are brothers or something there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of history there.
Crazy. Crazy. Here we are thinking that, oh yeah, you know, Rob with RP968, it's like, I always wondered what if he had siblings, what they thought of it all, and here's David with his own car company.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's probably followed what Rob's been doing with RP968 for a long time there, and I don't know, I hope Dave likes the idea of coming here every year, because we like the idea of you guys coming here every year.
Oh, we've loved it. I mean, it's the first time we've been to an event like this, and it's just been great so far. And I mean, it's just another track to get data on our cars and do further development.
Well, I suppose you can only get so much on the one track, and I think and I suppose while manufacturers always, when they manufacture a vehicle, they don't do all the testing in one controlled environment. They've got to take it out and try it in every other place. And I suppose when someone does come and pick up a Centura, or if someone wants to pick up the last few FZs, you know, the thing's going to be fairly versatile because you've tested it in more than one place. And Josh is having a good time here. He's having a feel of what you can send through turn one, and that is crazy. Good to see on track. It works an absolute treat, and yeah, I don't know. We might. I know there was talk about trying. I know. Look, we talk about trying to take on some other open wheelers, because I think open wheeler time attacks are a nice thing. It happens in hill climb, of course. You know, the fastest things in hill climbs are normally open wheelers, but who knows? Actually, we're going to throw some times around here. Here we go. We've actually got some timers live here on screen. So yeah, Josh is going to throw the Rodent FZ around. But it is so good to see. And so as far as CNC machinists are concerned, is there a group of you there, or are you all the guy?
Oh, no, we've got a good team there. We've actually got a team lead and then 2 or 3 of us on the tools as well, yeah.
No, so never a dull moment.
No, never.
Oh, goodness me. You used to draw cars as a kid, or always just a car guy?
Yeah, I was actually going through some old drawing books from school the other day and just seeing what I got.
So you did it from school. So you've ended up in the right career. You definitely have ended up in the right career. You've ended up with the right company as well, absolutely. And this is going to be fantastic to see. So he's up in Sector 1. He's up in Sector 2. The tyres would be warm by now, you would imagine. And let's just see what Josh Buchan gets out of this thing. Now, remember, yeah, look at that. Oh, 23. Hey, 23. Stop mucking about. And he might be on another one here. I mean, those slicks normally, I mean, they're not going to be good for 1 or 2 laps. They should be good for quite a few. Because I know you're in time attack where you used to put super stickies on to be good for about 1 or 1.5 laps. 1 lap if you spun some tyres. But he's pretty good around here, and that'd be got to be the fastest he's ever been around here, surely.
Yeah, I reckon.
23 there for Josh. It'd be pretty quick. And of course he's going to get back in that Centura as well. But it's so good to have you guys over here. Of course, we ran into you the other day, yesterday up the top there, checking everything out. I thought, that's the guy from YouTube. I've seen him on YouTube around the facility. And would you believe my brother, who lived in New Zealand for a fair while, hadn't even heard of the company, neither had I. But I had to show him where it is, and he's going, where is it? And I said, it's over here. And he goes, okay, well, I'm going there. So expect him to rock up at your door in the future.
I'll have to show him around.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to say about moto tourism in the future. Like, enthusiasts, if they're travelling somewhere to another country, if there's a motorsport aspect that they could catch up and see, they're all going to do it.
Yeah.
I think we just got to make more people aware of these places, especially the tourism boards, to say, listen, motorsport, tourism, they should be going together a little bit more. And before you know it, you'll have the road and information centre, and you won't be having to get taken away from the machines as much. You'll have to have a special guy in there to do all that.
100%.
And it's so good to see and have you guys here and come up and be a part of the commentary. And it's good that you'll stick around for a little while as well, because any 2 days won't be the same with you guys, obviously.
Yeah.
Other things that I was going to actually ask you about, because as you said, just about everything in-house. Is there anything you can't do in-house?
So a lot of the sensors and stuff that we use, obviously we're partnered up with Link ECU at the moment, another great company. Another good Kiwi success story right there. Yeah, and then for the injectors and the fuel pumps and stuff, and our engines all from Bosch. So,
So there's some good partnerships there. But that whole V10 in-house, eh? So did you say you did the cylinder blocks there and everything like that?
Currently machining one.
Yeah, currently machining How would you like that as the last job you left before you went overseas? Oh, I've sort of got this billet block I've nearly finished. I'll come back to it. Where was I? Okay, here's a question just out of the blue. During your apprenticeship and everything in CNC machinists, is there any time that you make a blue? Do you make a mistake? Is the CNC? Is that what happens sometimes? Something goes wrong. What's a common CNC beginner's issue that happens for a CNC machinist?
So because it's a CNC machine, pretty much every problem you have is going to be operator error. So you can never blame it.
You can't blame the computer. Yeah, you can't blame the machine.
But there's a thing called an emergency swerve program. So if you make an issue or a mistake and it's a really expensive part, some people have been known to just turn it into chips, and then it was like it was never there.
Is that right? So like a self-destruct button, the thing just turns everything to nothing, so you don't know what it was. Is that right?
I've never done that though, thankfully.
That's like a hard safety. We heard the term hard safety before. We've got a soft safety and a hard safety. But you know what? It's been good to talk to you so far, Michael. We'll no doubt be talking again. We're going to take a break and be back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park in not too much time at all.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Over Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The full Sendrift crew out on track as we see, welcome back Rob Whiteson, retired citizen of the Gold Coast, and young Saxon Moyes out on track there in the 2JZ GT86. Michael Ginn out of the Dory Junkie team sponsored by Valina this weekend, Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, and of course, your drift hosts.
Absolutely, absolutely. Welcome. Thank you if you just joined in. We really appreciate your attendance. Whether you're at the track or watching online, these are some of our competitors for tonight, and it's going to be hot.
I can tell you there's a lot of people tuned in from New Zealand. I want to thank in particular Charlene Potros, who pointed out to me that I clearly had not put on sunscreen this morning. I should probably sort that out. Thank you, Camp Mother Charlene. Of course, Sean, one of the drivers this weekend, along with Case Pullenberry, Jaron Olive Kroner, and our most famous Mad Michelle Ouidet, who we've just seen out on track doing semi-grip, semi-drift runs.
I think it started as a grip lap, and then as the tyre maybe started to go off, he thought, oh, let's just play with the throttle a little bit.
Al Sharker, the Shark, out on track. Good to see it. It's good to see Al back. I haven't seen him for a while. I think he took a couple of seasons off. Didn't he, to build a house or something?
Yeah, just
building a business.
Doing life things, and certainly had a chance to. He's been driving the local series, the OzDC local series here in Sydney, and
Pricey, what are you doing?
Well, he's picking up some rubble.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of stones just come out of the back of that, all over the track.
Well, last night in practice, he was easily one of the fastest cars on track, and he said, I'm just clicking fourth and just holding it flat, and he might have just gone a bit deep.
Yeah, really, really interesting, and we'll talk about that more tonight. We'll play you through the judges' video, etc. But there is a bit of a school of thought of overcooking it on entry and going 110%.
Yes.
Seems to be resulting in a bit of a negative result through zones 2 and 3. So almost dial it back because you're aiming for points tonight. As again, we're bringing you the International Drifting Cup demonstration brought to you by Garrett. It is the Bennett entry, Brendan Bennett.
Brendan Bennett, absolutely. One of our reserve drivers for the event. So this event for us is going to be a pool configuration. So these guys are going to be battling inside their pool, gaining 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw and a 0, obviously, for a loss. So as you accumulate points, that's how they'll be graded. And then we'll move through into the final battles as the day goes on. However, there are a couple of drivers that will be...
Oh, what's going on there for the... that's your koi from Japan, but I've never seen active aero on the front of a car before like that.
Active aero in the wrong direction. I mean, I've seen bonnets come up in time, but not broken in half.
The man to watch, Luke Veersma, the defending champion, the sniper.
And he's got no wing on the back of the car. I think he's previously run a reasonable size rear wing on the back of the car. Maybe they don't want any extra downforce on the rear of that thing. Maybe they want to keep it a little bit loose and slippery.
I think we saw a few drivers actually remove the wing last night, didn't we? Sean Potros did the same thing. He came in with the big wing. I think a couple of others removed it as well. Of course, the opposite school thought Mad Mike, man versus machine, as much wing as possible.
And I think last night he was still running that rear diffuser in time attack trim. I'm like, if you run wide at any part of the track, you're going to lose that rear diffuser.
Oh, it's marvellous. Look, it's Dragon chassis rails, it's Sparks, it's man versus machine, quad rotor, 1400 horsepower capable, twin turbos, just well worth having a look at. We did actually see him out there with I think it was a passenger ride of a lifetime.
Wow.
It is Jaron Olive Kroner in front of him there. Just you can pick up those distinctive pink accents
in the Lexus. Now, the important part of this demonstration session, the drivers tonight are really only using the back half of the track, 16, 17, the last couple of corners. So they get a chance to go full noise down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, absolutely screaming past us in the commentary box. But they get to experience the whole lap, which is not very common here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So they love putting on a show.
They all want to do turn one, right? Turn one,
yes.
Foot flat, bake it, just send it as hard as you can. Tom Kerr, one of the, I think, was he in for tonight in the little AEA 86 that could?
Yes, no, he's part of the reserve driver crew, so we love that he's got that little machine. It looked like a little, it did look like a little Hot Wheels car as it was flying around the track last night. Probably, maybe just a little bit down on horsepower compared to some of the other competitors, but mate, he was throwing it in at speed. Loves this track.
Matty Harvey, the runner-up last year, of course, proud Tasmanian, supported by Kumho tyres and Power Plus Racing Fuel. So always confusing the way that's
two different liveries,
depending on what side you look at.
Well, Matt Harvey's car has had a significant amount of work over in Victoria from the BSC crew. So Bogger on track now in the green Hulk.
Well, there he is, the D1 champion, Case Pullenberry.
getting ready to roll out on track. But yeah, Matt Harvey's car's had a whole bunch of upgrades. I saw a 275 tyre on the back of that. That is a big bit of rubber. And yeah, whole new rear end, whole new rear radiator support, fabrication, fuel system, you name it, it's had all those upgrades. So Matt Harvey said to me, he's, you know, I've got to learn to drive this car all over again after all this new work that's done.
I have a funny feeling that Matt Harvey, didn't he come in last year doing so? He did something slightly different last year. I think he had a 255 or something last year as well too, playing around with some different stuff. I remember us discussing that because 265 3518 is the standard size that everyone runs, but he's never been afraid to try different stuff. As Matt Harvey, as we see Mitchell Jeffrey coming down the main straight there. Mitch Jeffrey was one who probably showed out last night in qualifying, looked really smooth, quite fast.
Yes.
So did this man here, Matty Hill.
And I guess you can tell the local Sydney residents and local Sydney drifters that frequent Sydney Motorsport Park, they get very, very comfortable at the track. And yeah, Mitch Jeffrey is competing again in the State Series and doing very well, podiumed a couple of times this year.
So your eyes are not deceiving you. That is Luke Fink and Co. And that is that Mitch driving the pandemic rat rod?
It is, and it's a beautiful tribute to Levi. So that's great that we can keep his car circulating. But we'll touch on that a little bit more later on.
Yeah, so that show. So Luke Fink's car on screen. That's a 370Z chassis with a patrol body dropped on top of it. That's, what do you call that, Aussie ingenuity or something? Or?
I think it's just, it's all about the showtime. Obviously you can check out Luke on YouTube, but he's into full driving, so he's into the off-road type of vehicle, so Missing Patrol kind of makes sense, and he's obviously into drifting, and he had the 370 kicking around, and he thought, let's just build something cool.
Speaking of cool stories, the Drift Cat, she was Cat Valero, now Catherine Hewitson.
Yes, correct.
The OG girl who drifts of Australia.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've known these guys for a very, very long time, and I remember sitting at Calder Park in Victoria watching Drift Cat in her first VK Commodore. It was a blue VK Commodore with a 5 litre, and she was drifting on track. This was back 2003, 2004. You know, she's a mum now. They've got 2 kids. So taking a little bit of time off to do life things, build the checker tuning business down in Melbourne. And Trent's been working on this car for a number of years. It's had a couple of iterations of engine packages, but now it's sporting Dodge NASCAR VA under the bonnet, and it is an awesome sounding bit of kit.
I can tell you she was super excited, super pumped to be on the stage. She's one of the few people too who, like, there was a bit of a line of, like, the little girls, I think, they want to be Drift Cat, the next Drift Cat.
Yes.
Is that bonnet supposed to be up like that? I don't think it is. I don't think it's meant to be flapping around like that.
So that is Joel Dimmick.
Dimmick driven, that is a Pace chassis with a VR38 underneath the bonnet from memory.
Yes,
what is with you Australians and yellow Commodores? Is it called a BT1 or something? Is that right?
Look, in the background you can see it popping flames, but yes, the yellow ex-police car in the 80s was the thing. So everyone that was buying a Commodore was all about the ex-police car because it had a little bit more horsepower, it was chipped up a little bit, and a little bit more tuning things. So yeah, people were pretty excited to get hold of an ex-police car, and yeah, the BT1 was the chassis code, or the code of the cop car. But this one, this is different.
That's a bit different. That's Jay from Low Standards, Jay Duca quad rotor, wasn't it?
I don't know how many rotors, but it's got a bunch of them under the bonnet.
Yeah.
And he says everything he does, it's got to be low. So the amount of custom fabrication to get a Commodore to sit that low on cool Japanese wheels with a Japanese engine, it's a bit of a Frankenstein type car, but it looks absolutely fantastic.
Now, speaking of Frankenstein and freakish talents, Case Pullenbury, 20 years old, last year amassed the highest ever 5-round point score for a driver in the New Zealand series at 452.
Wow.
Went 28 battles without a loss.
Wow. That's a rap sheet.
He is a weapon of a driver, and he is the most humble, down-to-earth kid you will ever meet if you go and talk to him in the pits.
Absolutely awesome to have him here. Is it first time in Australia?
First time in Australia, first international trip for the PB Drift team, and it's great to see so many of them over there in the pits. They're a passionate, family-based team. Murray crews and leads the cars for there's 2 brothers, so there's Cody and there's his brother Case. So Case obviously driving on track. Cody's the older brother, and he's got an S15 as well, and also happens to have podiumed and won at T1.
And going through turn 1 like that at full noise, tyres are going to be toast.
And he won't care. He will just be calm behind the wheel. His heartbeat probably isn't even over 100. He'd just be chilling out there, just singing a favourite song or something or other. He is just, he's a great young fella and a great family who are on their first international journey. Yeah, looking to make a mark, and I'd quite like that trophy to come back to New Zealand, to be fair. I actually I ran into one of the Whittaker Motorsport team at the airport on the way over, who came over, and we came over in 2011, the first time we kind of did the international thing, and Kurt Whittaker grabbed the silverware over Daneham Templeman in the final.
Are we starting the Aussie versus Kiwi battle now? Because we're on the commentary box, the Aussie versus. Yeah, are we starting this or not?
We usually do. We usually do, right? Because
friendly banter.
Let's be honest. No one wants Australia to win. We're New Zealand first. Then we're cheering for Japan. Then we're going to find some other random country that I'm going to assign to someone.
Look, guys, if any of the drifters can hear me over the, we need to take it to these guys now. If that isn't fighting juice, I don't know what is.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll bet a bottle of what should we call? We'll bet a can of Newlon energy drink.
Sure, yes.
And the loser has to drink it.
I'll make that happen for you. I'll make that happen.
At room temperature.
So yeah,
pick a Kiwi driver, and should we do it? Do I get to pick an Aussie driver and you get to pick a Kiwi driver? We'll go the other way around, or should I pick a Kiwi driver and whoever ends up with the highest result?
Okay.
Should we do that, or should we just? Well, there's 4 Kiwis. Let's do cumulative then.
All right.
I'll let you pick 4 Aussies, and I'll take the 4 Kiwis.
We'll come back to this because I want to get some people involved at home as well. So if you're tuning into the live stream tonight, we're going to do everything we can to try and get visuals of you guys on the live stream. But we're going to have a bit of banter back and forward, and we're going to make that happen. All right. So. Go Team Aussie.
I want to see who tunes in from around the world, right? Because we did this last year, and we had people from. You've just been in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over there scouting the European drift scene. We had people from the States, we had people from the Pacific Islands, huge New Zealand contingent tuned in, a lot of ex-drivers keeping an eye on things, and there's a couple of special things happening as well too that I think people will want to be part of. As we see Mitch Pullen getting out of his car. One of the things that's amazing about drifting is always the family involvement, right? Just the young fella there just helping out. He'll be on the tools, and probably in a couple of years he'll be wanting to get in the. I don't think he'll be in Mitch's driver's seat, because Mitch's driver's seat's a long way back, right?
Yeah, he's a tall fella. He's definitely a tall fella. But yeah, we see this across the board now. You know, as drifters, we've grown up. You know, we're sort of in our late 30s, early 40s, and you know, the next generation of drift families are coming through, and it's great to see just the whole family spirit.
Well, we've got that, haven't we? Because we've got Pool A tonight, Luke Viersma, Case, and Saxon.
All the young guys.
All the young guys just knocking on that door. Who's going to be the one to really grab the mantle and run forward as being kind of that guy?
Yes.
Who's the guy? I think that's what we're looking for, and that's the thing you find out when you come to the International Drifting Cup, right? The state stuff's great and the national stuff's great, but when you mix in the Japanese and you throw in your koi, and you throw it. Now, we didn't see Daigo just then because he's got other commitments. I think he's doing some signings. But Daigo Saito was here in a competition car, and that's a different proposition to Daigo in a demo car like we've had before.
Absolutely, and he's brought all sorts of cars in the past, but the JZX that's here, I believe methanol fuel. Yes. It is absolutely wild. It's the lightest it can be. It's juiced right up. It's gripped right up. You can just see it in the middle of the shot there. Monster Energy supported, and it's just a weapon of a car with obviously the man himself, Daigo, driving it.
So you can see there are a couple of the unique vehicles up there. So you've got Rob White up there, 370Z with the TRD NASCAR motor, I think it is, or is it Dodge?
Don't know. We'll confirm for everyone back home.
I think it's a TRD NASCAR motor because it's one of the sweetest sounding things you'll ever hear. You got Daigo up there with the 2JZ on the methanol.
Yes.
You got Jaron Olive Kroner with the V12 built by Hartley.
Yes.
Which is, there's not really much left of the stock motor any longer, and that thing is just amazing to look at. You got Sean and Case both up there as well with very well built 2JZ engines. It's if you're actually on site, it's well worth wandering up to the drift pits and just having a look, and also checking out some of the show cars that are up there as well. There's actually plenty to do, right? Because over on our side of the track as well, we got the food village.
We've got, the chill out zone, the food village, the Hot Wheels stuff. There is a bunch everywhere around the track to check out. If you're not at the venue and you can't possibly get here, certainly you can check out all the content online as well, worldtimeattack.com.
Yeah, now something I'd like to point this out as well too, right? only click on the official live stream link. I'm hoping that
Please.
you have,
yes,
and not ended up somewhere else first of all, because we provide an official live stream thanks to our sponsors here, and that is the only way to watch World Time Attack. We'd never ask you for credit card details or anything else, or send you an inheritance from our rich uncle who's passed away. As we take a look over the sights and sounds of Sydney Motorsport Park. It's beautiful here today, but it is hot. I was told it was going to be 31. My watch says it's 29.
We're getting there.
It's about 70 in our commentary box here. Tony and I are slowly melting. Diggles is downstairs eating 14 ice creams to try and soothe his throat. He's been talking all morning. He's bought the Big Digs energy, hasn't he, today?
Has.
And the scary part is it's only Friday.
It's early, yeah. We've just gone past lunchtime on Friday. We've got a whole another day to go, and we're going to be rocking all in the evening. So if you're tuning in for the drifting, we're going to be here all night, right until after 10 o'clock.
Yeah. How scary is that? There's an entire other level of diggleness to come.
Hey.
Yeah, there we go. He's going to kick into form. We're just here as the placeholders for now, as we bring you some of the entertainment that's part of the World Time Attack for 2024, of course. Now, what have we got here? That's Madzi Mingay, and that is one of the drift school cars, Full Send Drift School car. Full Send crew with a Drift School Australia car.
And I guess this is all part of it, right? So Baker's created this event, and we absolutely love it. World Time Attack Challenge. Let's bring fast cars from all over the world. But it's not just that. It's not about the racing. It's not about the drifting. It's about the overall motortainment. And we've said it for years that if you bring high horsepower, you bring a bunch of cool cars together, and you can put on a good show, that's what it's all about. This is just some examples of some driving style. Drift School Australia. Check them out as well. Check out, obviously, Matt Mingay and his crew. And we were talking about the family affair. You know, they go on the road and do the Hot Wheels stunt show at a bunch of different venues, a bunch of different events, carnivals, air shows. They really get involved in the community all over the country. I think they're away every second weekend of the year. I think they do 26, 27 events a year. And it's a great time to bring the family along. The Hot Wheels activation is just absolutely awesome. All the car collections, and they're so approachable. They're such a cool family, and Madsy's getting involved as well.
Yeah, Matt was with us before up in VIP. One of the perks of the expensive tickets, if you are at the venue or if you're thinking about World Time Attack for 2025, one, you need to get in early because VIP sells out. Yeah, it's air conditioned up there, and you do get access to the likes of Mad Mike, Matty Mingay, Arios Suzuki up there. We had Case Pullenbury up there, just doing a bit of a Q&A, just offering some of the insights that you wouldn't otherwise get. You get the chance to do a little selfie, get some things signed, which is a nice touch. So I think this is typical of World Time Attack, right? What happens is Ian Baker puts on the madness, capably assisted by Alan and his crew, and then people see what's happening on the live stream. I want to be part of that.
Yes,
because this will happen tonight as well, because we've got the Flying 500 tonight.
Yes, that's coming up.
And inevitably, what will happen is that somebody will see that and go, "Hang on, my car's that fast."
Yeah, I can beat them.
I can beat them. Yeah. and whether they can beat a 2,000 horsepower car or not is beside the point. I want part of that too. So then they turn up tomorrow, and you and Diggs will be guiding us through the Flying 500, the head-to-head shootout. Did I hear right that we might be seeing some drifters going head-to-head, possibly?
Look, I don't want to give away everything, but yes, there's certainly some a little bit more spice, and I think a few of the drivers that we've got here and some of the machinery, they want to do double duties, and they want to show their driving style and skill, and be able to actually see how fast they go in a straight line.
Some of them I don't think are capable of driving in a straight line, to be fair.
It's going to be more of a challenge, I think. Yeah, it's going to be more of a challenge keeping it straight.
How do we tell them what to do? So the Hot Wheels stunt team out on track just doing their demonstration for the benefit of our live audience who are here. There is an interactive commentary that plays as part of this. Unfortunately, it isn't looped into the live stream, so Tony and I are guiding you through this from up here, just talking through what Maddie, Kent Dalton, and I'm just going to call him the guest, the Red Baron for now.
And they're setting up the track. They've got the two trophy trucks, so Madsy's little Dado Ute rotary under the bonnet. Matt's car, I think he's got the Camaro out there at the moment. I thought I saw a Camaro in the background, but he was driving the trophy truck in the last session, and he was hitting the jump and jumping over Ken Dalton while he was doing burnouts and donuts. And look, it's such a cool show. It's such a good, fun time. And there's some fireworks and pyrotechnics and whatnot as well. So, absolutely awesome to have the Hot Wheels team here.
Anything that involves scheduled and planned fire is good. At World Time Attack, if
Yes.
it's not scheduled and it's not planned, it's not good. But if it's on the track and it's part of the show, then it's fantastic.
We love it.
Just one of the things we only really see here, right? It's just something you only ever see here. Here's a bit of a look at what our audience saw earlier this morning. Again, reasons to come and be part of World Time Attack. It's not too late. There are still tickets available for tomorrow.
Yes.
And if not, start planning your trip. I've lost count actually of how many people I've run into from New Zealand who are here.
Awesome.
Yeah, the world. We sort of talked about welcoming the world back last year. Well, the world was well and truly back now. This has gone up a level again. Everyone's back. Everyone's putting on the show, and the boys are well and truly laying it down there on the track for the entertainment of both you out there in Livestream land and those who are here in attendance.
And us, us in the box as well. We get all the entertainment as well. Best seat in the house. Love it.
We do have the best seat in the house. Who jumps really, who jumps a car over? Well, there's nothing more Australian than jumping a donutting Commodore, is there? Really? The only way it could be more Australian is if it was an AU Falcon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A matte black rattle-canned AU Falcon doing the jump. That would...
Now, it looks like they're setting up something a little different, so it looks like this might be a different demonstration at lunchtime versus what we saw earlier today. So I'm keen to see what they've got in store for us.
That was actually the question we asked Maddie this morning. Is that how do you go through and plan and structure out everything so that it's done in the safest possible way, but also structured to entertain the crowd? He sort of talked about his thought process and things he'd learned over the years.
Yeah.
Which is actually quite cool just to get that little insight, because you normally don't get it. All right, and we'll go to a quick commercial message as we check out the sights and sounds of Sydney Motorsport Park.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Hot Wheels stunt team out on track, putting on a bit of a display here, motortainment at its finest here at the World Time Attack for 2024. Tony B and Warren Sear on the microphone, and it's been an action-packed few hours so far, Tony.
It's been great, yeah, and welcome if you just joined us, maybe catching a lunch break, watching on the live stream. If you're not here, certainly make your way down to Sydney Motorsport Park. There is plenty to see and do, and yeah, these guys are putting on one hell of a show already.
Yeah, we're going to be going till quite late in the evening tonight, of course, because the World Time Attack takes precedence during the day, and then we go into the International Drifting Cup tonight from about 6 o'clock onwards. So if drifting is your thing and you're in Sydney on a Friday, how do you get across Sydney on a Friday night? You can, I assume, leave work now. Just
better leave now.
Yeah, call in sick now. I'm going out for a business meeting on the hill, the Celebrations Hill. Grab your favourite posse, get some water, get some sunscreen, and come and watch 24 of the finest drifters going head-to-head.
And what we've already started a bit of sheep stations arguments, a bit of rivalry between Aussie and NZ.
Friendly banter.
We love the Japanese drivers. They're in a league of their own. We'll certainly leave them alone. But there's going to be a bit of Aussie versus NZ. So if you're watching on the live stream, make sure you drop us a comment, throw something in there, who you're cheering on, where you're watching from. We'd love to see that, and we'll try and communicate with you guys as the night's going on as well.
Yeah, and we will have Keziah with us as well from the pits. So if you have a question, something that's burning away in your mind that you want to maybe find out from a driver, how they felt about something or what they did setup-wise or anything like that, drop it into the comments, and we'll try and get that answered for you as well, because this is very much your show. As we check out Kent Dalton and Matt Mingo, they've swapped ends there. Are they going to be? Must be going best of three or something or other, going around the flaming barrels.
Now that Hot Wheels VF Commodore, the four-door sedan, they have actually done experience rides in that at different events that they go to. So I was very, very lucky to be strapped into the back seat of that drift car doing hot lap around Phillip Island Circuit, which was just absolutely phenomenal. So certainly keep an eye out for where the Hot Wheels activations are going to be in your local town, all over Australia, and go and check them out for sure.
Yeah, you said, I think, 26 shows a year or something or other. They're part of quite a lot of things, aren't they?
Absolutely. And not just this type of event as well. They do the local shows and air shows and everything in between. So a great time for the whole family to go along.
Very accessible. And if you are here at Sydney Motorsport Park, of course, the Hot Wheels team are set up with plenty of merchandise. Matt, Madzy, Kent, all down there, happy to sign autographs, happy to have a chat. They are over in the super cheap zone over on the grandstand side of the track, where we also are in what we call the Fox Box.
The Fox Box.
Should be called Diggle's Den, I reckon. Call it Diggle's Den for the weekend. That's sort of what it feels like. This is Chris's office, and we're all just passengers in here, really, who are allowed on a part-time basis.
Breeze in and out, yeah.
Tony and I are, of course, the drift specialists, so we're here for the IDC primarily, and every now and then we delve into doing a few other bits and pieces. There is still quite a lot of other things to go today. Tony's a couple of autograph signing sessions on the main stage.
Yes, so I think you've just come off the back of the one earlier at lunchtime. So I think it's from 3 o'clock, 3 till 3:30. All the drift drivers that are going to be on show tonight will be doing their signing session.
Yes.
So we'll try and get down there with a mic. So again, if you've got any questions, certainly send me a message.
We will have a mic,
yes.
Mad mic.
We'll have a Mad mic.
Mad mic will be there at 3 o'clock.
So we'll get through that session, we'll get some signatures. If you're here, make sure you're here for that. That's from 3 o'clock onwards. And then just a whole bunch of more on-track activations as well, all the way through until we light the tyres at the rest of the day.
I'm sure that Luffy is also hosting a number of our Time Attack stars on the stage as well, doing autographs. So if you want to get a selfie with some of our more well-known Time Attack drivers, they will also be located in the stage area, which is sort of halfway down the pit trader area.
Yeah, Yokohama, right in the middle of the paddock area there.
Yeah. While you're there, of course, if you are like me and decided to remove all of your grey hair, or like Tony and follically impaired, you can grab World Time Attack merchandise, hats.
Yes.
Hats, bucket hats, hoodies, T-shirts.
I basically went to the merch tent and pleaded. I said, hey, I really need a new hat. I don't want to get sunburned here, and it is an awesome bit of kit. So all the World Time Attack merch is there, right in the middle, right next to Yokohama, so you can't miss it. And all of our other trade vendors and activations down there are phenomenal. There's a lot of show cars, a lot of products and exhibitions down there, brake components I've seen engines, I've seen gearbox components. So if you're in the market and you're shopping for Time Attack type products, or even drift car type products, all of our vendors down in the paddock area, the activation this year is great, absolutely phenomenal, very interactive. So if you're not here just for the motorsport, you can certainly come here and go shopping as well.
Yeah, support those who support us. That's the one.
Yeah.
Just because without our traders, without our sponsors, without our competitors, without our volunteers, etc., we can't do what we do. We can't bring you this live stream. So if you get the opportunity to support any one of those companies, then please do so, and we appreciate that greatly. And I can confirm, as I'm sure you can, Tony, that the hats are more than capable of fitting the larger size dome.
Yes.
My own head, I think, is around the 61, 62 centimetre mark, or around that sort of 738 sort of mark. So if you're wondering whether they're going to fit if you have a larger size head, then yes, they can.
We have you covered. It is okay.
Quite literally, we have you covered. And I think, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to need a new T-shirt after this. I'm sweating. It's very hot here. We've now just cracked over 30, I think. Must be about 50, 60 degrees out there on the track. Matty Mingo must just be sweating like anything near that fire, that hot car, and he's in that race suit as well.
And look at the smile on his face watching his son. Do Drifter knows, at World Time Attack, he's raising another high horsepower junkie in his family, which is just phenomenal.
We actually had this something else that came up this morning. So Maddie and Mad Mike both happen to have little girls as well.
Yes.
And the chat came up that the younger generation females are perhaps more competitive.
Wow.
So, hey,
okay.
I think we could be seeing Mingays and Widays for a long time.
Yeah, very good.
At events.
We like the sibling rivalry as well, and that's absolutely love it, and everyone's got the same opportunities in their family units, so you can't help but being in part of those families to be somewhat excited about cars. Could you imagine if they didn't want anything to do with it?
Look, I guess you've sort of been there, done that, right? I love the family passion. I was just up in the drift pits before, just watching how many dads, grandfathers, uncles, brothers, etc. are all spinning spanners.
Yes.
And it's such a cool, it's a cool story, right? You walk in your pit lane, and that's probably who's down there without sort of, I suppose, throwing away a line that we'll probably use tomorrow. It takes a tribe.
Yes.
To do what we do, and
absolutely.
We love motorsport, and quite often I think it's more we love the experience and the shared bond that comes from it than the motorsport itself.
And look, we're catching up with all of our friends. You're bringing Team NZ over. We've got obviously Team Japan, a bunch of people, and all the Aussies from travelling all over Australia. We've got Queenslanders. We've got WA represented, Tasmania represented, and pretty much all of them say the same thing. It's a time away with the guys, the teams, the partners, whatever it is. It's about the road trip. It's about the stories and about everything that goes along with it, and a little bit of driving.
I think I tried to claim Tasmania last year as part of New Zealand, though, didn't I? I think I wanted Maddie and Brody were part of Team New Zealand.
Because you've got two of the better competitors in the country, some of the most fierce competitors in the country, and we don't forget about them. They're doing an outstanding job representing Australia, and they are certainly part of Australia. You can't go and take my guys.
Sorry, right? I forgot. Claiming drivers and claiming people is an Australian thing, not a New Zealand thing. That's the other way around. You got, they're good. Oh, no, he must be Australian.
Yeah. No, he's good. Yeah, no, he's ours.
Yeah, he's ours.
The Lamington?
No, he's no good. No, we'll send it back.
Isn't the Lamington and Pavlova thing as well between Aussie and NZ?
Yeah. Hey, without us, you wouldn't have any scaffolders on the Gold Coast or any reality TV programs.
All right. The guys just lighting up the front straight, having a great time doing it. great chance. If you're here, obviously grabbing a bite to eat and hanging out and having a good time. If you're watching on the live stream, make sure you tune in later on tonight for all of the drifting action from around 6 p.m.
Or you can still grab a ticket if you want to. I think jump online. I think it's OzTix is the site. I think they provide the tickets, and I think they're all emailed to you, aren't they? They come straight to your phone, so you can still get in tonight, check out a bit of the action.
Yep.
Check out if you want to come out for the day. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. I think it's going to be hot though. So I think
slightly cooler than today, but still, it's going to be the perfect day at the racetrack.
So my suggestion to you is, if you are time attack inclined, be here early. I think you want to be here early. I think you're going to see, I'd say we'll see RP968 throw everything at it tomorrow, because it's probably just too hot now.
Yes.
And then maybe they'll conserve it for when the temperature goes down and have a real crack in the top 10.
Well, I think the time that's up on the screen now for...
That was the first.
That was the first session.
Yes.
So 1:17.914. It's not far away from last year's time. So they're going to really turn it up in the session. But look,
I'm not sure
usually early in the morning or late in the day.
We may have the ability to I don't know if we can show a replay during, I guess, today if people have just tuned in and are tuning in on a Friday afternoon, just passing with a cold one on the desk. But yeah, Barton Moore came out, did the 1:17.914, but he did it with a big slide and like it had a big push.
Absolutely.
It was nowhere near like a one perfect lap type thing. And Barton went to go on with the second lap.
Yes.
And then ended up getting out of it. So there's definitely more there, and we're going to see it at some point.
Yes.
So
it's super exciting.
Yeah, so I'd be going, I want to be here tomorrow, I want to be here early, I'm going to make a day of it.
Yes.
I'm going to grab my merchandise. Again, I'm going to say, if you are here at Sydney Motorsport Park, grab your merchandise early. Particularly Mad Mike stuff, particularly the driver stuff, because it does sell out. They don't have endless supplies. The World Time Attack merchandise, you want to get at that too. So it looks like the Hot Wheels stunt team is done with their demonstration. I'm just having a little chat there. I see Madsy and Matt. And as we start building towards Club Sprint, let's take a look at the journey of Trent Grubel towards World Time Attack for 2024.
Last year was a great year, for this car. We not only took out Club Sprint and set a new lap record for the category at World Time Attack, but we also won Oz Time Attack as well. Yeah, we had a very, very positive year last year.
Welcome to the Road to World Time Attack Challenge 2024, presented by Supercheap Auto. We're here at Winton Raceway for Oz Time Attack, and we'll be talking to the 2023 Club Sprint champions, Team DC Jap Automotive, and the driver Trent Grubel.
Hi, my name's Trent Grubel. I'm driving for DC Jap Automotive in this year's Club Sprint class at World Time Attack. A motorsport that probably spans around 2 decades, starting from karts as a young kid, moving to Formula Ford, then production cars, Formula 3. I've actually been involved with World Time Attack almost 10 years now, so since 2015. So yeah, fair few miles under the belt.
And what was the transition like between those types of sports?
With the World Time Attack stuff, and compared to like the Formula 3 and the open wheel cars, it's actually fairly similar in terms of the downforce, the speed, the corner speed, things like that. Obviously these machines just reach the top speed a lot faster, but yeah, no, it's at a track that I know very well, so yeah, it's been pretty good.
Do you have any sort of routine that you do before you race?
Yeah, I've got a few little quirks that I do, that I do have for preparation. I do some breathing techniques to kind of calm myself down. This is more so with the other racing stuff that I do. I've got a few habits where the helmet can't touch the ground. For myself, jumping in whatever I can just to keep myself race fit. If it's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, I'll be in it. I'll, absolutely send it. So yeah, that's how I'm staying ready.
So how long would you say you've been racing with DC Jap for?
Probably from 2017 was the first time I actually drove the car, but the first World Time Attack was 2019 with them. Me and Colin's relationship, like it's unbelievable. You know, I'm surprised that, you know, someone that I didn't know from a bar of soap, you know, now has so much trust in me, and to drive his car, which originally was, you know, for him, is just an amazing feeling.
Hi, my name's Colin. I'm the owner of DC Jap Automotive, and this is our 2024 World Time Attack Club Sprint entry. DC Jap Automotive is a Subaru enhancement shop. We do normal servicing to all your performance mods, suspension, brake upgrades, exhaust systems.
Like, there was a sense of pressure that comes with that, you know, like I feel like I need to always make sure I'm 110%, but I love that, you know. I see the amount of dedication he has towards me, and I try and pay that back with, you know, the fastest possible lap I can and doing the best job, and the whole team as a whole, you know, they just come out, they're just so supportive. We have kind of shifted from that enjoyment sector of a track day to the competitive side, but I think that's good in nature, but we still have that fundamental just enjoyment of motorsport there at the end of the day. You know, we now do have a good team debrief at the start and at the end of each single day, but we both know when we kind of need to cool off and walk away and have a think about things, we do, so it's been great.
Back in 2014, when I first bought this car, this STI behind me, I used to go to track days. I just put on my mods that I know, that I use now every day that I sell. We run a standard EJ257 engine in this. Not standard, of course, internally, but the block is all totally stock. This car does not have anything custom that you cannot buy off the shelf. Maybe a catch can is custom, but every part that we use on our car is you can buy it off the shelf. So basically, we built the car around all the parts that we sell. We trust and use ourselves to know exactly what it can do. Anything to enhance a Subaru. The car runs a Garrett GTX 3582 turbo, and the car pushes out 420 kilowatts. I first met Trent at a test day that I couldn't figure out a fuel issue.
A fuel issue they couldn't get figured out?
He jumped in the car, he drove it, and it was exactly the same issue he was having that I was trying to explain to my tuner back then.
We didn't quite hear from them for another couple months.
From then, I didn't see Trent for a couple of months. And then at a Supernuts event, which is a Subaru dedicated track day, I would say, a big event, I saw him there again, and I didn't want to drive the car.
The owner, Colin, said, hey, like, I don't kind of want to go out.
So I asked Trent if he wanted to drive it, and he said yes.
I hopped in it straight away. We did an amazing job, and I've been in it ever since.
So from then, he's been in the car helping me develop every little bit on what you see today.
Have you had to make any adjustments to your driving style, if any, in this car?
Yeah, look, it's been a bit of a give and take. You know, they've kind of been supportive enough to build the car around me and the way I drive, but there's also been a bit of adaptation from my end as well to kind of, you know, find out what I need to do to get the best out of the machinery as well. The strong points from this are, as of now, reliability. Reliability is our strong point. You know, we make every session, we attend every event. We're here at Oz Time Attack, you know, using that as a test day. We're doing all 3 days because we know we can leading up to World Time Attack. So mileage is just the biggest thing, you know, and for me as a driver, being able to get more miles under my belt is just a positive in every way.
This car has been doing really well in the club sprint class, especially last year winning the title. What changes have you made this year continue being at that top spot?
So from 2019, when we first entered World Time Attack, it was still a street registered vehicle. That year we came 6th, and then we started looking at the rules to tick some of the boxes. And then we came back in 2022. Yeah, just with still with the 6-speed gearbox, H pattern, just very minor mods, off the shelf aero, and we came 3rd. And then we're looking and go, all right, we're close to the top step. So for 2023, we decided to tick some bigger boxes, sequential gearbox, different brakes, suspension was something very hush-hush in the background that no one knew what we were running. 3 big items is what I believe that gave us that little bit of an edge. Was the Sydney Composite Aero Package, DNA Autosport coilovers, and the Alcon Big Brake Kit.
Yeah, last year was a bit of an interesting year. It wasn't very smooth sailing for us. You know, we had a gearbox issue the week before, we had an engine issue 2 weeks out. On the Thursday, we actually had a control arm failure and damaged the car, so it wasn't super smooth. And after the first session at World Time Attack, we had a timing issue where it jumped and we weren't quite sure if we were going to be able to get out again at all. So it's just been, once again, making sure the car's reliable, just going through. We know the package we have is good, but it's just being able to be consistent with it is our biggest thing. But still, like, a great year, for this car. We not only took out Club Sprint and set a new lap record for the category at World Time Attack, but we also won Oz Time Attack as well, fairly convincingly. And then we went back to Subinats and took a few lap records there as well. So yeah, we had a very, very positive year last year.
So for our 2024 entry, Sydney Composites has an upgraded aero package that we'll put on. DNA Autosport, who does all my suspension, has a few tweaks to their coilovers that they develop. We'll be running ABS. So in 2023, when we won Club Sprint class, we had no ABS, no pedal box, none of the big stuff. So this year we'll be ticking every single box to try and keep our top step. So basically last year when we won World Time Attack, I got insulted for running a dinosaur turbo. So it's a Garrett 3582 turbo. It's probably 5 years old, I would say. So this year we'll be upgrading the turbo and maybe give it a bit more oomph.
And ERS are returning to contest the Club Sprint title this year. What are you doing to stay on top of the top spot?
Yes, ERS coming back. The WRX versus Evo battle, you know, it's old as time. We're here, we're testing, this is how we get on top of it. You know, we make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's every time we're at a track. Yeah, look, besides ERS, everyone's got a puncher's chance, you know. Who's to say that we roll out, we've got an issue and we don't get out and set a lap time at all? You know, this can happen to anyone. Anyone can shine on their day. There are, I know, Got It Rex were unfortunate last year, but they will bring a competitive package. Lamb Speed as well, you know, they always end up there or thereabouts, so they're another dark horse. So yeah, it's just the excitement of World Time Attack. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, everyone that's coming out to World Time Attack, definitely jump into our garage, have a look around. For all those people saying things on Facebook, things like that about Club Sprint cars, by all means, I'll give you the tour. Come in, see me. For the competitors, bring it, let's go. You know what I mean? I'm there to do a job and I'm going to do that job well. So just make sure you guys bring your A game. So World Time Attack, look, it's the one event where I can be both competitor and fan. You know, it's literally everything. I can go out, you know, absolutely push it in my session, compete against some of the best drivers in Australia, and then I can walk around and be a fan of motorsport and car culture as a whole. You know, you just don't get that anywhere else. There's just so much happening. Like, you know, I stay laid back, watch all the new car builds, the show and shine. Excited to see Mad Mike come back. I'm excited for the IndyCar. As an open wheel fan myself, this is something cool. Maybe they might throw me the keys. I know they probably won't, but if they do, if they need a driver, I'm there. And looking for the drifting as well. That's always fun to watch. Just, you know, once my day's done, just kind of sit back, relax, watch the tyre smoke. Everything all wrapped in one.
How good was that, Nigel?
Oh, sorry, mate. I'm still listening to the resonance of Trent Grubel's. That's all right. Welcome Welcome back. We're just remonstrating from Trent Grubel's amazing account of what World Time Attack means to him. And Warren Sayre, we went too early, mate. We're too inspired. That pumped us right up.
I'm infected by the Big Diggles energy coming out of the box up here. It's just
really?
And watching someone like Trent Grubel, right, a top-notch driver, just talking about how excited he is, and there he is on screen there.
Yeah, that was almost the perfect plan there. You thought what we saw on the main straight for the last half an hour was perfectly planned. We got a few tricks here still left this afternoon, and Grubes is going to give it one big hit here. We are back into Haltech Club Sprint class.
Where is he at the moment in the field?
He's 32.423, and right now he's number one there with a 32.423. Mikowski, though, minute 32.989. So this is new, fresh timing about to come up here for Trent Grubel. What you've seen on the screen here is our up-to-date. Oh, hang on. We put. Look, I'm not taking responsibility for that. That's not my commentator's curse. I was reading the list.
He shut it down.
That is not good for Trent. 32.423, and he was on a flyer, just about to start it, and now it's all over for the moment. I can't help but think there's a red flag around here in a second, unless he can get the thing going again. But we've still got him flying on the lap here, entrant 77.
That is the Project 7 Deer, Rahul Victor. Mazda FD-RX-7. There's the red that you're talking about, Diggs. Now, the fact that Trent opened the door knowing that he is a top-end driver, looking like he was probably going to get out, means that probably is not ideal for that team in terms of their preparation. He's out. He's just jumped out there. So Trent Grubel, no doubt frustrated, but he does have that time he locked in this one. So if you have just joined us, first of all, welcome along. Chris Digglesworth's here in the commentary box for Club Sprint. Trent Grubel went out this morning and he just laid it down. He's actually gone faster than the time he set last year.
Yeah, and pretty early in the piece, lucky enough it looks like, because it's good he got that in the bag, but this is not the way that he was looking to have his afternoon session. Exactly the way he was talking about it in the story is that, finish his day, go and watch the rest of the great event. He's right now standing there looking at it going, why? And this is the love and hate relationship you have with an automobile. It feels good when it's working well, and then when it's not, you can stand there pondering the very existence that you've chosen. If not, what drives you? And everyone wants to do this, and when it all goes wrong, it's a little bit of a tragedy. But when it all goes right, you can't beat the adrenaline rush there. I think that's why a lot of these guys do it. It's the competition. But damn automobiles, huh? And bite us again.
Quest for one perfect lap.
Yep.
Man's eternal quest.
And tell you what, that particular corner's had a couple stranded down there. It's almost the Bermuda Triangle already down there, near turn 2. So we've seen a couple down there have problems. Out there right now waiting to go again will be Rahul Victor. So you know what, Rahul does pick up the camera a little bit in the later sessions, and he can definitely put it on for us. But I hope this is just minor for Trent here. Now, again, he's come around the corner there, so he's actually got down through the gears, and then he's come back out there to accelerate, and then he's had nothing. So isn't it amazing to think that it's so hard to diagnose a problem like that? The thing's pulled over, it just stopped dead. It's like, well, what's that problem? You can't do anything other than just take it back and see whether you can get the thing started again.
I'm just wondering because he was definitely distinctly on the right-hand side of the engine bay, though, looking down there. I'm just trying to... my knowledge of Subarus is flimsy at best. I'm just wondering what's located on that right-hand side there in the Trent Grubel entry, just to wonder if maybe that is just something that's... Look, maybe it's just got hot. I'm sure top-notch crews throughout pit lane, they'll be straight onto it. They'll be looking to get it back out, because the Club Sprint guys do still have another session this afternoon.
I think we'll have to send Luffy to the scene. Like, if he comes back, what was the...
Luffy will end up there just looking inch perfect. Like his hair still hasn't moved from this morning.
No, it's today that's a definite standard. We've had some high winds here today.
The Luffy Herometer in the pits.
Oh, it's off the chart today, off the chart. So just waiting for this car to get towed off there. The wind has been incredible. I've actually had some photos sent to me through Michael, and Michael's shown us some of the marquee action that's been flying around the place, and. The venue is probably a very big bowl, as you can see. There's a beautiful geography around here. The wind blowing through everywhere and coming in gusts. It's playing absolute havoc, but forecast is for it to sort of hopefully settle off in the afternoon and in evening.
I'm okay with a bit of wind. A bit of wind actually helps us tonight for the International Drifting Cup.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you're right.
It'll blow that smoke away, particularly as we go to battles. 2 cars torching semi-slick tyres. As you heard, we've got drivers driving on up to 275 wides tonight, so there'll be a mix of semi-slick rubber heading skyward as things are just... they're just kind of cruising along at the moment. We've had a red light come on. If you have just joined us on the stream, Trent Grubel currently leading, but had to abort that session. Just rolled to a halt. Mikulski, I believe, is in second place at the moment in this class.
Yes, he is. He's in second place. This sort of afternoon now, you would hope, would just help, cool off a little bit, and then some potential can be unleashed, and that would definitely tidy up. I'm just trying to read. We had no one really roll out there other than Mikulski, and he was at 32.989. Rahul, well, he was at 42.356. Marden, 38.529, and then Marshall, 34.480. So even before we've seen those guys, they've popped up here on timing, and we're on a mission somewhere, and then got pulled out.
How's my prediction looking? Because I did say to you this morning, I thought Club Sprint wouldn't have anyone in the top 10 who'd gone any slower than a 1:35. Is that looking reasonable at the moment?
Honestly, we'll have to see by the end of today. And remember,
1:34.
Well, look, this is the joys of the 2-day event. It's 6 sessions to do it, and you can flog the thing for 6 rounds and have perfect luck and be within half a second of all your lap times if everything goes right. If everything goes wrong, you're fixing, you're patching, you're trying to either get to a session or skip a session and try the last session, try that, and then see how you are. You can always work on it overnight. That's the one thing that we know will probably happen tonight, is a bit of thrash overnight.
Yes.
We've already seen thrash from even Ferris, even before getting here, with testing with the engine and hurting the engine. But the opportunity to fix and repair, it's not like we were qualifying today and racing tomorrow. We're literally, every session is just a qualifier. So you can qualify all the way up to tomorrow night, and where you end up, you end up. So the top 5 of each then go into that super lap shootout.
Is that Jimmy Evo?
Yes.
Have we seen him yet?
He came out for a little run before, and I think he got a lap. He got a slow lap. He was on a fast lap when he pulled it over. It was blowing some smoke. So he's he hasn't done one in full potential yet. So he's there waiting, but it might just take a bit to get the Subaru off the track here. It's got the tilt tray, so it can't be towed, obviously.
Well,
it's got like flat towed.
It rolled to a halt, so I'm wondering if it's leaking something, and that's why they're trying to pull it up there rather than dragging it around the track and maybe risking.
Could be.
Because if you pull it up onto the tilt tray, right, they can take it around to gate 4 and bring it through the drift pits without taking it all the way around the track. If you had, I guess, just line tow it round. But all right, has Luffy got something for us down there in the pits?
Yeah, just had a quick chat to the crew. They're saying that there was a problem with oil coming out through the catch can. So obviously until they get the car back, they really don't know. But obviously some kind of mechanical. Better to switch it off and not do any sort of long-term damage to the car. So as soon as they get back, we'll try to give you guys a bit more information.
Thank you, mate. So what he's diagnosed is that the catch can is full, but whether something else has happened before then, that's led him to no power for it to do that. But whatever it was that's made him stop it, it's obviously not worth taking the risk, and we don't want to drag the stuff around because that's more time to clean it all up. And we'd like to keep this place nice and pristine, as you can clearly see. On a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Sydney, Australia. I tell you what, Sydney, major events capital of the Asia Pacific. We thank Destination New South Wales. It's the New South Wales Government's Tourism and Major Events Agency, and of course discover everything Sydney has to offer here at sydney.com. Proud supporters of the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And of course, so good to see so many people coming out from all over the world to be here again. Definitely something that we know is being the major events capital of the Asia Pacific area. Of course, they've got other great festivals here with as well. More than $1 billion in the local economy, and I know that we could be talking about some of the headline acts, and I'm talking about Sydney festivals, Mardi Gras, and of course Vivid Sydney. That's what they bring in with big events at $1 billion. If we counted up what we do in motorsport in here as well, you would also find that motorsport will match it pound for pound all of those events that we've just read out. World Time Attack plus every other major motorsport event in this country, let me tell you, especially in New South Wales and Sydney Dragway over the road. This venue belts out world-class motorsport on a weekly basis. Of course, the culture of roll racing happens here every week. That's an international motorsport culture that's going on right around the world. So we're doing it here like we are all over the world. The drag strip up the road road's exactly the same thing. I mean, as a government, maybe if governments build a few more of these beautiful drag strips and facilities, we could take motorsport right around the country and realise that all these other events give the community billions of dollars. What would motorsport offer if we invested into it with a few more facilities? That's my opinion, honestly.
Is there a great big speedway track being built?
Yeah, and of course, yes, and the speedway track just up here as well, Warren. So we've got enough motorsport in this, literally in probably 40 acres here. We've got some of the best motorsport you can get anywhere in the world. And it's so good that New South Wales government acknowledges, and of course I'm from Queensland, so I also believe that the Queensland government should do the same thing as New South Wales. We'll go to a quick break as we get this Subaru off the track. We'll be back with more Club Sprint soon.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Who's that to the future?
So down here in pit lane with Tim Slater, driver of Extreme GTR. We're 12 months on from that sort of epic win last year. Hasn't been the best of days so far. Tell us about sort of how the day's going so far and where you think the car's going to end up.
Yeah, well, we haven't got a time on the board yet, I don't think. So, yeah, first run got red flagged, and then second run we just had a minor issue, and then the next run was red flagged again. So, yeah, definitely the best conditions were first up this morning. So I'm not sure if we're going to go out in the next run or not. We might just save it for the morning session and yeah, probably shoot out tomorrow.
Yeah, you were saying you guys tested here a bit over a week ago, first time back in the car. What's it like? Obviously, your V8 supercars, you know what it's like to drive a V8 supercar. What's it like when you get back into one of these vehicles with all that power, all that area? How quickly do you reacclimatise yourself, and what's it like from the driver's perspective?
Yeah, I think the big thing with this car is probably just the tyre difference. Yes, like it does have a lot more power than the supercar, and you can get through the high-speed corners faster. But then the low-speed corners and braking, there's only so much this aspect tyre can take. So that's probably the biggest thing to adjust to, and then the things that I guess give you your feedback. So the steering ratio in this car is a lot slower than say the supercar. So essentially you got to give it twice as much lock, and that's probably the biggest things to adjust to. But it's meant to be running in pro class as well this weekend in the Skura Lotus. We had a decent day going in that yesterday, but then had a little engine issue. So that was probably the biggest hardest to adjust to, because that car literally altitude feels like a big go. Your ass is on the floor, and your tiniest little inputs, the car reacts to.
Yeah, well, look, we look forward to seeing you guys back out on track. Hopefully, maybe later today, but if it is tomorrow, we look forward to seeing what you can do in this Extreme GTR. Thanks, Luffy.
All right, back on track. That's the update there from Luffy and Tim Slade, Warren Sayre, and we are back with Heltec Club Sprint. Garland, Marshall, Victor, Mikowski, and Assad on their mission.
Yes, but I just want to quickly drop in there, Diggs, that Tim Slade, I think, is actually supposed to be at the stage at the moment for a driver's signing. So Luffy obviously grabbing him for that insight there, but Tim Slade will be over at the stage with a number of other drivers doing a signing, and then of course we move into our drifters, including Mad Mike and the rest of our top 24 and full send crew. So make your way to the Yokohama stage if you want to get signed merchandise or posters, or maybe just that selfie, Diggs.
Yeah.
We're a selfie culture these days.
Absolutely. Go and get that selfie. So a few minutes and now they should be on the stage. About 2:30 by the look of it. All right, Mikowski, 36.931. 36.931. Out there right now also is Rahal Victor. There he is. All right, Rahul on a flyer. Minute 41.092. Minute 41.092. Marshall, minute 38.696. Minute 38.696 there for Marshall. Ryan Marshall in the WRX. And here comes Garland, not appearing to be on a flyer by the attitude of the car.
I saw Jimmy Ebro do something similar too. He sort of looked like he went out hard and then just slowed down as well. So maybe there is, I wonder if there's something on the track maybe the drivers have spotted. It'd be interesting. Because where did Grubel come to a halt just around here, didn't he? Round two, and then
it was.
Have a look. Is there something up here that maybe the drivers have picked up? You should usually see that darker line, don't you, just appear on the screen. So where did Grubel kind of come off? Just to the inside of here?
I feel it was about here where it had come off from. So no indication there, and that, with that sort of this attitude by Garland's car, he is not giving it any sort of motive to move it.
All right, we go down to the pits there. Luffy's got Trent Grubel with him.
All right.
Yeah, I'm down here with Trent Grubel, obviously last year's champion, but not the conversation we'd like to be having at this point of the weekend. Can you talk us through what actually happened out there?
Yeah, look, we weren't too sure. Like, coming down the straight, we had a bit of a pop. It didn't feel too bad, and then when I got on the throttle out of turn one, it just all of a sudden shut up a whole bunch of oil across the front windscreen. So obviously we did the right thing, got it off track, got it off race line, and got it stopped just so we can have a look at it.
Yeah, like we were saying, obviously, look, the good thing is obviously this early in the weekend, hopefully it gives you guys time to be able to sort of diagnose it and work it out. You can see the crew there sort of working feverishly, but how's the car been up until this point?
Yeah, look, it's been mega. To open World Time Attack 2024 with a new lap record, was amazing to start off the weekend. There was a few bits and pieces, just niggling things that we need to get on top of. We're chipping away at them, but yeah, this is definitely a hurdle in front of everything. But once again, like you said, it's a good thing about having a 2 p.m. session. The boys can walk all through the night. I know they're up for that, and yeah, we'll be on track tomorrow.
Well, best of luck. Hope to see you back out there tomorrow.
Thanks, Luffy. Cheers.
All right, the saga continues. So once they get that sorted, thrashing all night.
And well done to those who are watching on the live stream who picked up too that they had seen some fluid hit the windscreen there of the Grubel entry. And well done for Luffy too. Just he's getting that insight down. I think he gets a different response, doesn't he? Just being a driver, they speak the same language.
Yeah,
able to understand it, and just perhaps adds that little degree of calmness.
Well, again, and practice makes perfect, as you always say. So you can handle so much and go from there. So Mikowski getting their car pushed back in after settling a nice little lap out there. But more club sprints to line up as we continue on with our schedule this afternoon. Now, as we said, this session is designed to have that afternoon cooling off effect. It's still going to be a lot of residual heat in the track, but I just think by now, if you didn't get it right in the first one, the one that we had in the middle of the day. Well, this has got to be that last little crack at it. I can see Misha there ready to go.
How's Misha gone? He's got faster and faster? The number one Nürburgring content creator that he is?
I think he's in the... so you wouldn't get that with an Ioniq 5, would you?
No. But you,
absolutely not.
We did discover you can make the noise like it.
Yes, you can. We heard last night that you can simulate a WRX sound, and you can do gear changes and crackling and all sorts of things in it.
Hyundai Evo. The evolution of the club sprint class.
This is just, and you know what, these are, I'd hate to say already, but because they don't make them anymore, does that make them rolling museum pieces? So some of those things are never to be made again.
Mine certainly hasn't come out once.
Yeah, I know. Well, they should be. They are artifacts. They're creations from mechanical engineering, from a mechanical era. And yeah, they should last forever. If they're serviced and maintained, they should last forever. So endless driving experiences, endless. And in some cases, when you push the thin end of the wedge, Mighty Mouse is getting himself a little bit more wing angle. I don't know whether that's, well, I suppose that's not top secret information. I suppose that's possible shared public information there.
Are they playing a game though? They've been enjoying a lot of social media tennis, haven't they? Backwards and forwards, Mighty Mouse.
They have.
And Fat Cat and the American Pigeon.
Yeah, I like it. And you know what? You don't get smack talk in Time Attack until Rob put that up there, and I like it. I like it a lot. Here we go. This is Guy Andrews now on track. He is back. Oh, look at this. We've got this. You almost call this just how we're talking about Evo WRX. Now we're looking at Ioniq 5 and i30N. So there is a changeover and a revolution. And if manufacturers like traditional manufacturers, Japanese manufacturers like Toyota and Nissan, don't want to come and play the game, well, Hyundai want to play the game. So it's good to see that they're building enthusiast cars for the future enthusiasts of the world. And Misha, a perfect opportunity to take the Ioniq 5 out there. And one thing about EVs, you can definitely pick up more tyre attitude. You know, there's no engine to listen to. You're just listening to tyre distress. But he's got that thing planted there, nice. You can just see whether or not. And again, I don't know. Of course, you've obviously got driver aids and stability control, and whether he can dial that in or just get rid of it. He might just have it turned off. We don't know.
Well, they have the drift button, don't they? We learned that last year. There's the magical drift button on an Ioniq 5N that you can push.
Well, there it is. I think you just pressed the button then. I think he just found the button then. He just did a nice drift there. Misha, you can't say the man didn't travel all the way from the other side of the world to not have a go, because he is having a go in this thing. Remember, Sachia had it on the string. Oh, that's not on a string. That's on a fine end of the wedge there.
That was huge. That was a Diggles.
David Calabria got all our attention all of a sudden. Misha's giving it a go, and then Calabria turns up.
Yeah, these guys starting to push on now, maybe just looking...
Yeah, turn one. Oh, boy.
Tyre unloadings.
It was, wasn't it? It was, and that's the wide way around. Oh, boy, that is the wide way around. That is the wide way around.
It shows just how brave our drivers are, right? Because coming off turn one, if you haven't been here to Sydney Motorsport Park before, you need to understand just how fast that corner actually is. Because a lot of those guys are going around there, they're well into the, probably late 180s, maybe 200k an hour. What's the peak speed we said? I think is it 298? Have we had a 300 clocked yet?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
I was thinking back in the day.
Yeah, we don't have the radar gun anymore. We should get it back, shouldn't we?
Well, I just know we had Sierra do 298 1 year when that first came out.
I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Forrest went over that with the WRX. He was doing 180 mile an hour in testing.
There's cars here that Bradley Sheriff's been involved in too, so they're probably doing 400 down the main straight.
Absolutely, and most probably. That's the BOSCH Motorsport Super out there of Adam Clark Lynch. Beautiful setup, and now look where he has been. Clark Lynch went minute 41.050. Shepherd minute 45.323. Now these are the people on track right now. Misha 42.658, but.
So Misha's getting faster. He's dropped a couple of seconds, right?
Yep.
Down. I think he started off about 145, 146 this morning. So all the drivers settling in, getting more comfortable. We've talked a lot today, Diggs, for those who've tuned in later in the day, about just how some of these drivers, they really are Sydney specialists. They're here just about every weekend. They know every bump, every angle, every corner, every blade of grass just about at Sydney Motorsport Park. And then you have guys like Misha, guys like Ferris, Mickey come in from overseas, and they haven't really seen the track before. And it's amazing just to watch how quickly they pick it up, the driving aptitude that they've got.
I can't help but think that, once they actually come here from other countries and have a go, I think it might just get etched in your subconscious, and you realise that that track wants it to give you more of yourself around here. And the more you find here, the more laps you do, you can get there. It's that one perfect lap. You've either already done it or you're just about to do it, and that's what I love about it. You can have a go. Whoa, he's having a go.
Oh, is it Harrison Shepherd? Had the rear wheel lifted there.
He had the dangle, did he?
Yeah, had the dangle going on, and then maybe that was a bit of front wheel running guard up there.
Oh, they're good at doing it, the I-30s. Eleanor Terry was doing it last year, and now Shepherd's Hyundai goes a minute 49.365, so not a lot of perfect lap there for him, but you can just see that left-hand rear. He's still pushing hard through there.
I wonder if that track's starting to get a bit greasy now or something.
Oh, I think it's had a fair bit of attention and traffic around it, but I think everyone's still trying. There is still that residual heat, and we don't know how old these guys' tyres are. Is that wheel spin?
Wheel spinning.
So
it's unloading.
He's got a little bit of diff going on there, a bit of action where it just lights up the tyre. That was interesting. Little bit of graphics to see there, bit of graphic evidence of.
Let's see if it does it again, because when he came around the top corner, turn 18, Celebrations turn 18, it did unload. It sort of unloaded the rear and then it spun on the inside.
Yeah,
so got the hill here.
That could be pushing hard and just unloading that tyre. It was interesting to have caught it in that environment. No, nothing there. Very interesting. Cunningham on a flying lap here now as well. 43.369. Nakarada 42.784. So yeah, the Sheepy's Garage. Bet she's busy too. Old Sheepy's Garage. Okay, here we go.
Who's this one? 54 is
that's Wheeler.
Wheeler entry.
Yeah, Nathan Wheeler, the IO Motorsport R32.
Beautiful collector's item.
Oh, I was about to say exactly the same thing. A collector's item.
Very, very well known in Australian motorsport folklore, of course. The Skylines.
Yeah, they are. They're probably the most famous in this country more than any. Probably in Japan they were famous, but they got really famous in Australia, Skylines initially. And of course then Fast and Furious made them popular again.
All very different iterations of it, and then you get into the politics about whether a 35 is actually a god.
Yeah, well,
let's not start anything.
Oh, there's about 5 different subcultures in the Skyline community probably. Okay, so here we go. Guy Andrews trying to get the cherry tuning I-30 leg down the straight here. Minute 44.697. Minute 44.697. See if he can back up another lap there, but that wasn't too bad for him. Minute 44.697.
Deep into session 3 here of the Club Sport class here, Mr. Diggles. Grubel still at the top, but of course just coming to an unfortunate halt in that last session with Mikowski in the second, 132.989, and then Garland third, 133.917. Now where's that bump mark to the 10? 138.41 is the bump mark to make the top 10 for tomorrow night. So all these drivers will be pushing. And maybe tomorrow's, we talked about earlier, maybe tomorrow's first session might be the one to be here to have a look at, to see whether we see those lap records fall again. Trent Grubel, of course, grabbing the lap record on his first session out this morning.
All right, well, we've just got a couple of little things to mention here. We've got things happening off-site that we need to remind everyone about while Club Sprint continues on here this afternoon. We've got, I think, one more session for Haltech Club Sprint. Don't forget all the drifters between 2:30 and 3:30 signing autographs at the Yokohama stage. Mad Mike and all the internationals are going to be there. And, of course, Super Cheap Auto, they're here on the grandstand side. There's actually quite a display here on the grandstand side. We've got food trucks, we've got displays displays, and we've got Super Cheap Auto with their activation area here. It's so good to have Super Cheap Auto back as one of our partners in World Time Attack Challenge moving forward, and it's great that Super Cheap Auto has set up an activation area. So make sure you get through the tunnel and over to the main grandstand side, not only to maybe sit and have a look for the Flying 500 time, but come and see Super Cheap Auto down here just behind the main grandstand. You'll see it down near the Matt Mingay display. So come down and see Matt Mingay and see all the great Super Cheap Auto activation areas on this side of the track, please.
One of your passions too, Diggles, the drag cars are over there as well too. There's a little bit of a hard parking display going on there, and I also saw some go-karts as well from
there's some there is some cute stuff out there, let me tell you, some really cool stuff. So come and see the cool stuff on the other side. So folks, if you haven't, you've been on the inside, come onto the outside through the tunnel. Some people probably don't know there might be a tunnel, but if you didn't know there was a tunnel, come through the tunnel up near race control and come to the other side and sit in the grandstand, and even before that, get over early and see the Super Cheap Auto and Matt Mingay displays, plus all the other cool stuff on this side. It's right near our box. Actually, if you could walk up and say g'day to the glass if you came over this side.
Come and have a wave. Let's see.
Come and wave. See if anyone comes and waves to us over here. It's just an open invitation.
Still watching Harrison Shepherd here, the sheepy's entry. It is lifting. It is lifting the rear.
He's smoking the front and lifting the rear. He's got, there it is. So it's, I mean, that's pushing. I mean, all they probably have an LSD in it, but that is still, well, that's showing a little bit of a deficiency in the LSD when it starts to do that. He's also got plenty of grunt, so throw that in. And the lap might not just represent anything here. He's been trying Shepherd, minute 50.556.
So it dropped a couple of seconds there, I think, before that one.
I think that's definitely playing havoc with these laps. Here's our friend in the Lancer, which had a I think a little incident there before, went for a walk. Misha is back, so okay, we've opened the session back up. So whatever it was, we've had that session back up. The guys are out there having another go here. Yeah, he's. I think he's actually begging to come out every time he can, Misha, by the look of it.
I think he watched Mike's time attack demonstration.
Actually, it should be him versus Mike. That'd be a nice little head-to-head. Now, that'd be a nice matchup. Twin Turbo 20B and Ionic 5.
I don't even know how you'd pitch that type of battle. I mean, quad rotor is something that was made famous by the 787, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. It was a Mazda creation initially, yeah.
Is that yellow's coming in? Caution?
No, that'll be a checkered flag for that session. So Misha, how did he even sneak a lap in there? Like, he just, you know why? Electric car, so quiet, just snuck up. No one even knows you went out there.
Yeah.
So he's out for another flyer, and he's just going to have to come back in. And you know what? I don't mind that he's come back out. Obviously, absolutely chuffed to have him be able to drive the car around and report on it. And I'm sure before too long, I think the Nürburgring awaits for something like that, and it'll be great. After that session, no movement, you would imagine, there, because some of those names haven't popped out yet, except Mr. Grubel, unfortunately, who's got a bit of work to do. He said his crew's in the right mood for a thrash, so they're going to go after it. Mikulski just came out and did a nice consolidated run, but couldn't do any better. And again, the tail of Jimmy. I'm waiting for Jimmy to appear and actually get a good run, because number 11's not a good number for him. He likes to be up a lot higher, and we know the car can get there. Daniel Cunningham, Josh Muggleton rounding out the 20. Rahul in there for class of 2024 as well, and all through there. Guy Andrews 24th now, minute 43.938. George Jeffcott, Harrison Shepherd, David Lowe and Paul Kovaceski rounds out the 30. And out of the field of 38, plenty of people in there not yet seen. Eleanor Terry just about to come out. Miji Kang just about to come out. Scott Pigden just about to come out. So it just goes to prove that this whole field, nearly at 40 nearly every time with Club Sprint. We just about can only take about 40 every time, so 38's a very good number.
Well, it sells out, doesn't it? Oversubscribed.
Everyone wants one. Honestly, if you're a mate and you don't think you could ever get one of these cars together yourself, why don't you go into a deal with a couple of your mates, get something, and then have a collaboration Club Sprint car? We should have the collaborative Club Sprint Club.
I like how you've moved from just the commentator's demo car to a commentary shared club sprint car.
Yeah.
Well, by the end of the event, by tomorrow, we'll be at a commentator's pro car.
Oh, no, we don't have to go that far.
No?
I'm a scaredy cat. I don't think I'd like to drive something that far. So I'll drive something like this, but I wouldn't drive a pro car. That's why pro drivers drive them. I'd have so much fun in a medium horsepower NA car in club sprint.
I'm with you. I like the concept of being a racer more than actually being a racer.
Mate, you've done it with Speedway. I mean, you got out there and mate, you were doing sprint car racing, but again, it was all about the fun. And I still take a lot from Speedway as to one of the only motorsports that truly encourages racing and just racing. Especially any time that you put kids in a vehicle early, or you've got really good entry level classes. As soon as you can do that, you just got every chance that sport's going to grow at entry level. I'd love to do it on a Wednesday afternoon school activity. Motorsport should be in every school curriculum. It'll teach you maths, it'll teach you planning, it'll teach you every law in life, the automobile. Learn to master an automobile and you will be a master of your own destiny.
Be arguable how it teaches you accounting or business basics.
Mate, you know what? That'll be the first course you do. You'll have to do that first, actually learn how to do it. That's the trick. Automobiles ain't free, not yet.
No, this is not cheap. And look, we commend each and every one of our entrants too for their absolute commitment to putting on the very best show here. And there is just about every spare dollar poured into a lot of these cars. We've got everything from you could literally call it the shoestring budget right through to probably as far as you could go, as far as the eye could see here at World Time Attack on display. Paul Kovaczewski, one of our regulars, I think he's part of the furniture, right? He's probably entrant number 1 or 2 each year, just waits there and just hits refresh.
Yes, just press refresh. He probably bought a 5-year deal, I don't know. Now this is a rolling history lesson. This is the Porsche 944 Turbo in its natural habitat. And Paul, as we said, it's got Reg on it. You want to drive to the shops with a bit of impact. Well, this car will get you there every time. But it's at home on the racetrack as it is driving to the shops. And that's ultimately what a good club sprint car can give you, full flexibility of use. As soon as it becomes too much race car, then it's on a trailer everywhere. You're not driving a Cars and Coffee in something like that, but you'll turn up at a Cars and Coffee with something like this. And he'll do that. He'll send me a photo next week at a Cars and Coffee, fresh after World Time Attack in this thing.
Still with his stickers on, probably.
If you've got a car that you can use, as a toy that you can just keep putting back in the cupboard, this is it. Not saying he doesn't work on it, but he knows this car well. And there we go. Here's Miji on track now.
How's Miji been going?
Miji Kang, she has, we'll find out shortly with the first flying lap. She's not in that first 20. Miji! I must have to slow down in my talking because all of these things are turning into commentators' curses. Miji, she's too late to get into the pits. Oh, that's because something else is... Holy dooly, what's happened here in Club Sprint? In about 25 seconds, Club Sprint's turned into the Matt Mingay show down the straight here.
Kovaczewski's bonnet possibly broken off?
Someone out the front there with a bit of orange on their livery. Here we go, we've got the replay. So here we are, I'm just about to talk about Miji. Talk about push. Miji's going to push. You want content creation? Yeah. That's content creation.
That's Eleanor Terry, though, in front. She doesn't have any red or orange on the car, so where's that come from?
No, it was already on the track. That's
an under tray.
Yeah, that's someone's under tray. Whoops. So Eleanor's gone right over the top of that. So maybe Eleanor's got more of a story. Anyone got dash cam footage of the incident?
Luffy will find out.
Yeah, he will.
Detective Luffy.
Now, we even put 2 reds on for this one. That's how serious that is.
Now, while the red light's just been thrown there, if you are here in the crowd and you would like an autograph from one of our top drifters or the full set crew, they will be at the stage from 3 o'clock. So if you want to make your way to the main stage, they will be at the stage from 3 o'clock. Our camera crew have picked it up. Hard-working team there. Is it Eleanor?
It's Eleanor's own. It's Eleanor's own. Absolutely. Split second. In a split second. She just went past that ARDC sign and I didn't quite see it come off, but that is out of Eleanor's car. That is not good. And it's like, here you go, Miji, drive over that. That's not good.
Fresh from just giving herself a little fright. She would have been collecting her thoughts.
Oh, my goodness.
Gone off the track one way and then comes down.
I don't want that to affect her, reaction to Australia. Like, World Time Attack's not that dangerous. I know we're a dangerous country, Warren, but we're not. Well, we shouldn't be that dangerous.
You do have many things here that want to kill you on a regular basis. All right.
Absolutely. Well, right now we're going to go and take a bit of a drink from the Billabong, and we'll be back after these messages.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
All right, back on track. Next session, we've got some cranky stuff all the way around the place, on track, off track, it's all happening. We've got autograph signings, we've got engines revving, we've got guys on track here with Club Sprint trying to get this session done. One more run for everyone.
Your Eagle Hearing just picked up a pro drag car you think needs started in the pits.
I know what
rotary.
I know what a packed billet 3 rotor sounds like. I heard it last weekend.
The voice
and it's still back, and it's back for more.
84 on track, the Georgia Jeepcott Toyota 86. There's Jeepcott sitting so far. Let's pick up the time on the track. He is on a 1:45 so far, so a bit of an interrupted session here for Club Sprint. Session number 3 for them for the day. Trent Grubel still sits at the top from Mikowski and Garland. We haven't really seen any big moves since that first session, and of course you and I sitting here, Diggs, wondering when Jimmy Evo's going to fire that shot, because we've seen him do sort of 35s, 36s, I'm sure, in past, and I know he's talked about what that car's capable of doing. So maybe it's time to get some data and then come back and fire a shot tomorrow.
Well, look, if they can get one out today, they will. But if anything, the night will give them a chance to check everything over and just be the first one in line tomorrow, if that's the case. And then you've only really got 3 sessions to do it in. It gets a little bit, you know, swing and a miss or swing and a hit. You just got to go back to what you've done before, I guess, with the preparation and what got you all the success earlier on in Club Sprint. And here you are again, new challenges. But, you know, life's full of new challenges. Every day we're faced with new ones. And if it means your automobile, which to a lot of these guys are still recreational things, you just want to have some fun. Yep. You want it to go fast. You want it to compete. But it's also still fun somewhere along the line, isn't it? Yeah. This does look like a lot of fun to me, Looks like a lot of fun to me.
You've got to have an element of luck too, right? Because you heard Tim Slade say before, Tim Slade was on a heater.
Yes.
And then the lap had to be aborted because the lights came on. We have had interrupted sessions. So I guess what we don't know, because we can't see everything all of the time, is we may have, some of these drivers may have had a crack at something.
Yeah.
That lap just has been aborted.
Unless we watch our timing here, every single person coming down, we don't know who's done a PB yet unless it lights up. Well, we're keeping a fair idea out there. We've got Rodney Middleton out there at the moment, and Muggleton. So Middleton and Muggleton out there.
Yeah, Muggleton, of course, dual entered, right? It's got 2 cars.
Yeah.
WX and he, I think, had a Subaru WX, and also has the Toyota GR Yaris. That was what it was. We were talking about hot hatches earlier. Yeah, well, they're coming in all shapes and forms. And George Jeffcott now, we've got him on screen. Sitting on a 1:41.2 at the moment. See if he improves this time through.
Jeffcott goes minute 41.464, earlier 41.231, so that's not too bad. 2/10 off in 2 different sessions, that's not too bad.
So I guess if you probably allow for the heat, maybe the temperature, maybe that probably, like for like, it's probably a faster lap, giving the driver a bit of a sense of the potential that's in the car. I think to be 2/10 off in 2 completely different times of the day is acceptable. I honestly do think that, you know, if that's all you gave it all you could give in the first session, which was considered more ideal, and to go only 2/10 off here is considered, that's not a bad sesh. We're ready, and if anything, that's what you base yourself on tomorrow. Oh, she's back for more. She's back for more. Miji is back. Lifting up that rear as well with the dangle. But here goes Miji. She's a lot safer. She's a lot safer through there. And this is what we were talking about earlier too, just the negotiating traffic and picking your spot, making your run, trying to work out what other drivers are doing, working out if they're on a heater or whether they're just cycling into what they're thinking as part of their strategy. Here's Eleanor as well. So it's good that we've actually doubled the amount of ladies in Club Sprint from 1. There's the dangle, looking for the dangle out of the back there for Eleanor. Now she's obviously lost that splitter, so let's see whether or not without it she can get a good number in. It hasn't been quite in the groove like she's used to, because she can do a few laps together, does Eleanor. This time a minute 50 to start, minute 53.7. She'd been minute 48.676. So now maybe if she's got room, she can push if she needs to. Because I don't know whether you just get a lap, whether they said you might have a couple of laps and that's it. Because remember, we had to hold that session up. We had to recover what Eleanor had dropped on the track and so on and so forth. So for us to go back, to give them the end of that session, maybe we had that time left ticking on. Sometimes we must think we've got to give it overtime, which might mean 2 laps, give them 2 laps or 3 laps to then try and get something done and finish it off. But whichever which way we do, it's all trying to be a fair go for everyone anyway. Because at the end of the day, when they pay for their entry, they're also expecting to get a little bit of their money's worth as well, you know. Or why else build the car, you know? We do have quite a bit to get through still, because we do have a full 4 rounds of qualifying. Oh, there we are, the junior Diglets down there. 4 Diglets and a little pile there. There's the 4 Diglets down there. Hello, boys. That's 5 of us here now. Quality HPA t-shirt on there. Are you guys staying for all the drifting tonight? You are? Yeah, I'll meet up
I'll meet up with you and we'll go look at the drifting.
Well, they've obviously been to Yokohama's stand as well. He's got a promo hat on.
Where's Uncle Ben building the engines for Roden yet over there, is he? Yeah.
Do you like the new World Time Attack hat too? Have you checked it out with the red detailing?
Yeah, I like all of it. I like all of it.
Are you a hat person?
I would normally wear a hat, yes I will. Bucket hats, maybe not, but you know what, you should grab some anyway because they are good for sun protection. There's the session, there we go, we wrapped it up. No improvement on that page yet. I do know that there might be a bit of a tickle throughout the rest of the 38 car field, but Haltech Club Sprint ditching it up again. And where's that fifth? Ryan Marshall, 34.48. Yeah, there's a little bit there that Marshall could maybe tip Kazmiri. Hey, obvious in his absence, Adam Kazmiri in that car. So the Integra not there in the second session, only that first session today. Yeah, not even in the middle session. So that's the first hit today, went 34.061, but not seen again.
Kazmiri, JDM, though, they've been there, done that.
Yeah.
Right? They've done this multiple years. They'll know exactly when that car is going to make its ideal horsepower. What's the configuration? Is that supercharged?
I don't know. I think if it could be a Turbo K series in the Integra. Who knows? You can do anything in there in Club Sprint. Jamal Assad, of course, 38.424 overnight. Obviously a bit of work to do. Muggleton, Cunningham, Rahul came out and had a go. We saw Paul Kovaceski out there as well, Harrison Shepherd. Misha, minute 42.658, so now 23rd. So it looks like we had a...
Come up 5 places, dropped about 3 seconds off his time there. Oddly enough, going sideways though.
Yeah. So he's not saying he's not finding the limit. I wonder whether he asked for tyres as well. He might need some shortly. Paul Kovaceski there, Mark Collingwood, Sean Austin, Scott Pigden, Miji Kang and Eleanor Terry, the 36th and 37th there. Actually, they're decently close there in performance, and I think Miji was going gung-ho there. I think maybe the more steering she gets tomorrow, she might chop a bit more off there, and actually that's quite an interesting little battle between our little international event. It's fantastic to be here in Sydney. We've got some breaks and back with more here soon.
Move back to the future.
I'm here with Oscar of Elmer Engines, and we're going to be talking about Thor, the power plant that drives RP968. My understanding, it's the highest power to weight OEM-based circuit racing engine ever. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. That is including all F1 engines.
Wow.
This is basically what I pitched to Ron, and he was immediately on board.
Awesome stuff. Now we need some specs. The fans at home are going to want some specs.
It's an inline 4-cylinder based off of the Porsche 968 engine. We recommended up to 2,000 horsepower for circuit racing. It's 106 kilogram long block. It's a full billet engine with cooling, with minimum external hoses and fittings.
So what's the most important part of a time attack engine?
Well, people talk about the massive power numbers, of course. That's just part of it. The time attack car needs to go fast around the whole lap. So it's not just the straights, but you want to maximize your cornering speed. That's where the lap time is. So on a high downforce car like the RP968, low weight and ease of tuning are as important as the power figure.
All right, so talk to us about the power and tunability of this car.
Well, you need big power, first of all, to overcome the massive drag that these high-end cars like the RP968 run. But you need an engine that's really strong, of course, and able to run a big turbo for that big power without big lag. And the tunability aspect comes into that, so you don't want to spend a lot of time tuning because all of that time is away from tuning the suspension setup and the RS setup on the car.
So we've spoken about power in the power to weight balance, but how do we make the engine lightweight?
Well, we need minimum engine weight to get the maximum cornering speed. Now, to get the engine really lightweight, we need a good engine layout and a really good engine design. So that's what we went with. Making a lightweight engine design is hard, though. That's where we put a lot of time and skill in. Thin walls, compact parts, giving them the best possible chance of going really fast around Sydney Motorsport Park.
And all of that tech goes into the heart and soul of RP968 to go as fast for one perfect lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. We can't wait to see it. Check it out on track. Coming up real soon.
Absolutely.
We are coming in hot. What a fantastic segue that was, talking about the power plant in this car. This high drag, high performance vehicle with its billet 4-litre Thor engine. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the RP968 on track for the last session of the day for M-Tron Pro Class. We can hear the Centura in the background as well. So, oh my goodness, Rob Pobesnek and Dave Dicker. Bow down, and your contribution to motorsport is enormous. These are supercars of the most elite level, and here they are for your, well, their entertainment as much as yours to see this thing really nail a lap. Barton Moore, first session, not so hot. He's down on the red, but again, he hasn't nailed that first sector really all day, that especially turn 2. Hey, turn one's not a problem in this car. It's a few of the other turns just trying to get the thing to steer. Remember, they went from electric to hydraulic. So Barton's got to get tuned back into maybe that different feedback, and you can see here already, look, even when it looks like he's cruising, he's fast. You know what I mean? Like, this car is deceptive. He's warming brakes up here, right? So warming up the brakes. So you can see some big brake warm up there. And now here's the pop, here's the bang, here we go. All right, Warren Luff.
Yeah, standing down here at turn 1, this is the best spot to be watching. RP968. You watch Barton Moore absolutely flat through turn 1 there. That way that car sits on the ground is amazing. So let's see what he can do. Hopefully we can break that record.
Okay, turn 2. Turn 2, beautiful. Barton Moore, he almost backed that thing in there. Barton Moore has got that thing on a string. Turn 2 is nailed. Turn 1 is nailed. Turn 3 is nailed. Turn 4 onwards, it's over to him. Centura for Buchan goes past. Minute 28.44 in the background, but all eyes right now on RP968, and Barton Moore gets it steered around the corner, up the hill, over to the blind left. Backs it in there beautifully. Geez, the setup's good, the setup's good. Is he fast though? Look at the sector, is he fast? Let's check, is he fast? Are we lit up green? Coming up into Bosch turn 8. Very crucial to get this thing turned in, Barton Moore. What setting have we got it on to make this thing work? It works out. 2 shots, 3 shots at it. He's back underneath. He's still red. He's still red right now. But never underestimate what this car can do. You can't say this man's not pushing. You can't say that this man's not pushing. He went all under Suzuki on it on that lap. And here we go. He's just about done everything on this lap, but succeed in every way. He deserves a PB. It'll be a PB for the car. Let's have a look as he goes past. Oh, it's a 20. 29.01. It looked fast, but that's the problem. When it went minute 17, it looked slow. Isn't that weird? The car looked fast when it's loose, but the car looks slow when it's fast.
How are we at a point where a 120 is slow for that car? Barton Moore, we're looking at that, just analysing the data. They'll go straight back to the garage and they'll go, right, here's where we're going to improve, right? You saw the big slide, though, round number 1, and he wound it up, and then he wound it up, and he kept pushing, and he kept pushing. And I almost felt like he was riding your energy there, Diggs, as you were pulling it through.
He was hovering. He was hovering.
Josh lowered the time there.
All right, Josh goes through his green again, so he's going to try. Let's all focus now on the V10. Is he still live here and pushing? Let's have a listen.
The thing is, it's meant to be cool tomorrow. I think top 24.
Still pushing. All right, so it's hard to tell in this car. Again, completely different energy out of this car than Bart. Here he is cooling it down, but he was driving that to every inch of his ability. Now, that might be disguised of him being fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it was him controlling the car. He was as fast as the car was able to be controlled. So he might have a story about grip out there. I mean, considering that he's got obviously the best tyres he could possibly have on it, he wouldn't experiment with that, or would they? Would they now come in and change tyres and have another crack? I don't know. I don't know what this team could be up to here, whether or not that's something that they'll go back and go, you know what, minute 20 we'll cop it. I don't think that's not in the team's ethos to cop a minute 20 and go, why was that wrong? Bart did everything right that he could, and if we get a chance to see the replay of that lap, that was crazy. But we'll go to Luffy first.
Yeah, down here in the lane, having a talk to the crew of this awesome RP968. I actually said the wind is now actually starting to play havoc with the balance of the car, and you could see it quite visually out there. You could see how much more the car's moving around. Diggles, you said it perfectly. That 1:17 lap looked quite easy this morning compared to what we saw out there then. But these guys are just doing, it was a bit more sort of data analysis, get a bit more information, but they said they're going to come out and have a big swing in the morning because they know that the conditions are going to be better in the morning.
There we go, hot off the pits there. And yeah, it either looked like adhesion, it looked like it, you know, whether or not, you know, we've put a few cars around this track over the weekend, and you know, the most elite of these cars with everything engineered into them. If the surface underneath you isn't perfect, then everything else that you do that's perfect doesn't show. But as they said, the wind, Bart's obviously getting different aero feedback, and that would probably be a real no-brainer down around that area, especially the one corner where you know you can, if you go flat out. And again, hats off for him for giving it a crack around that corner as well, because they're the great unknown, these things. A gust of wind, you don't know what it can do. And you've seen these freaky gusts of winds that we've been having here. And then you want to hop in something that effectively is one big carbon kite, and the only thing going in its favour, it's going 270k an hour, and that's the only thing stopping the kite from taking off is the downforce.
The silliest way I can think of to explain it'd be like riding a bike when you have your jacket unzipped and then it kind of billows outwards,
yes.
right? And just fighting against you, and then you think about what that does to your balance and everything else. Just when everything is engineered to such an nth degree like this car is, like you see the blowers straight away out trying to get the engine just cooled down. They'll grab the data out of it. The Roden team will no doubt grab the data out of the Centura, and as you heard Luffy say, come back and have a big swing tomorrow. So I think that's the time to be here.
I'm just checking my pulse. It's finally come down, because I mean, you almost got to get up to Barton's intensity level when you see he's having that sort of a go. It just brings out this maximum attack attitude that he has with the car, and the car demands it to be. And then just to watch that was surreal, to see it with the forces of outside nature affecting a perfectly engineered creature. Speaking of such, Warren Luff.
Look, it's always a pleasure to see this car out on track, but that looked like it was a bit of a handful, mate. What was going on out there?
Yeah, it's not often I get to have a slide in this car, and we knew the track conditions would get a bit slippery with the afternoon, with the UV and the things that have been happening on track, and it was even slipperier than I was expecting, where you sort of ran wide at a few corners. But we're collecting data, we're trimming the ride heights, changing a few things, some packers, just adjustment really to try to get faster for tomorrow.
Yeah, look, we know that obviously the conditions are going to be better in the morning, so you guys have got a fair bit of homework to look at tonight. But what's your thoughts on the balance of the car with where it's at? Again, track conditions weren't great there, but how confident are you going into tomorrow?
Oh, we're pretty confident going into tomorrow. If we can go quicker. We're in the window. I know we're sort of where we need to be.
All right, mate. All the best. Look forward to watching you out there in the morning.
Just yeah, reading the body language from the man. I mean, he's only a small guy in stature, but he's very confident within himself and his abilities and the car that he's driving. You can see that, just that little. Do you think you got it where it is? And you can just tell, because I honestly thought he had it where it was too. He had it on a string, literally had it on a string. However, as he says, you're losing all this downforce. As he said, a little bit slippery, allowing for all of that, but then said, do you think it's in the right place? He just quietly knows that morning session they'll have everything ready. What's that?
Is that Dr. Sammy crawling under the car there?
Dr. Sammy. We haven't heard enough from him again, our chief aerodynamicist for the team. And I think he still teaches at Macquarie University, so you can go there and learn thermodynamics. Actually, where's my two nephews? They're studying engineering and stuff. They should go and actually, I'll get you guys to come and meet Dr. Sammy, and Dr. Ben can meet Dr. Sammy and everyone. That'll be great.
Something I've actually always wondered too, and I don't know if one of the teams will actually tell us this. So when the cars go out, do we know what they roll out with tyre pressure was, or is that quite a closely guarded secret?
That's a Warren Luff. That's a Warren Luff question.
I'd love to. Yeah, if Luffy could find out something like that.
Actually, that's two things I need from Luffy before the end of the weekend. Some of these rear end ratios. So I want rear end ratio and I want tyre pressure.
Do you think they'll give it to us? Is that part of
you know what Moz would do? Moz would go down and he'd have it in a notepad.
Yes.
So Moz would already have that. He'd go to page 6 of the notebook, and Moz would have all of that information there, because he was a sucker for that. He wanted to go and get all that info, and I crave that Moz knowledge right now.
It just fascinates me to know, just because it's so hot today. We've talked about it, but the actual genuine quantification of we went out. Let's hypothetically say we went out at 14 and we come back in at 18 or 19, and how that affects the balance. And
And then I'm curious as to cars like this, you know, the same deal is what would you need in one of these things on a day like this? And it's a fantastic piece of engineering that we've just seen there. While you're talking about tyre pressures, I just sort of dazed off into the engineering of the Centura there. I sort of just got sucked into the engine bay.
Well, that's right.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. We can bring you back with some open class action out on track for session number 3. The STI out on track there, and that is the day entry.
45 years of GCG. We're bringing us the open class here today. They've got a huge sale on their stand. You can vote for your favourite team, favourite open class team, and you could win a toolbox, a half-cab professional series toolbox valued at over $1,400 if you visit the GCG Turbochargers stand here at World Time Attack, proud sponsors of the open class. And here he is.
I might go and vote for this, I think. This is a
I think so too. Actually, folks, you should go over and vote for either Okamura or Yasuhiro here, because here he is on track. And the Scoot Auto Rescue RX-7, Endo Yasuhiro. And I'd love to hear a bit more of that 13B if we were able to do that. But I think we're just checking all of our audio right now on track, because we've got perfect zero feedback in the ears, and we can't hear any more ambience from around the venue.
The Dream Project?
Yes, absolutely. Here we go. So here we go, Yasuhiro-san.
That came past at pace.
Here we go. No, he's pushing through turn 1. Let's keep an eye on him here. Let's just hold on to him here. We've got Okamura in behind him, just one car behind. There's the corner. There's the corner. Under. Big understeer pushing in there from the RX-7. But look, he's not giving up. Smile on the face, I hope. There's definitely a pucker moment there, but a smile on the face. He might be upset with himself that he's probably nailed turn 2 a few times perfect. That one was not quite perfect, but it doesn't matter. That's right.
Heard Barton Moore give a bit of a read on conditions out there, just saying it is getting challenging. So you see the car started to provoke a bit of a slide in too. This comes up onto, I guess, what you'd call the South Circuit part of the venue. Is there a change in surfacing?
No, that's about right. That's about right.
Is there still a change in surfacing here on the track when you move from one part to the other? I know we've talked about that in the past. I just can't remember whether the whole thing is now equal or whether it does have some subtle surface changes.
Oh, I think Josh Buchan will know that. He certainly will. Here's that replay there from a Yasuhiro, and here he is again.
Well, it's an RX-7. They go
beautiful.
Sideways.
Oh, flying lap here for New, and he's on a fly right now, so we might pick up that dream. We go, we're picking him up. He's just come through turn 1. Let's keep an eye on. Here he is, Rob Newen from Queensland. The Dream Projects S15 in the corners right there, Rob. Yes, he got it stopped. He got it stopped. He's recovering, and he's going to still fight. I think he's still going to fight here.
Is that the crosswind blowing across?
Yeah, it could be. I think so. I absolutely think it's catching a lot of people out. They're backing themselves here into turn 2. And because, we've got a bit of a bowl there, big earth bowl, big grass mounds and everything. So that thing could be swirling around, and they're playing all sorts of havoc going around the outside.
It moved at exactly the same point, so as Yasuhiro, so turn 2. So maybe it's catching those big rear wings and just pushing the rear out.
And these cars are floating to the corner. That was a whole Garth Walder impersonation there, going around the outside. He's still pushing it into Bosch now. In the good corner there for Rob Newen, and he's still sticking it on there. But yeah, he's really pushed now. Look, bit of traffic here. We've got Bozza and the little 1600.
Johnny Boston will see him coming, mate.
I hope so. He's all a bit nervous there.
I don't think Boston saw him coming.
No.
And Rob's had to get out of it.
Yeah,
Boston didn't see him coming.
He had to really jump on the brakes there, Rob. Did you see? It's almost like, you can see the ABS. Now, here we go. Here's some excitement. Let's see if Benny Tran can get one in. One of the superstars of the open class for many years. Oh, now we got some audio back. Here we go.
And look at a different type of car too, right? Front-wheel drive. See if it behaves the same way as the other two. No, he's got through there much smoother.
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful corner, Benny Tran. I think Benny Tran's going to make a move here. I think number 10 for Benny Tran will not support his need to put that in the pointy end again, because he can steer. BYP is business, and business through racing's huge in Australia. It's $1 billion industry. Benny Tran is in a good business because he races what he sells, and that's performance. And the flagship sells a lot of other customers the Dream as well, and they all come out with nothing but white knuckles and cold sweats, because they're white knuckle machines. They are supercharged Honda. He's giving it all through Bosch here. Sector 1 looking good. Coming through Bosch now, power on. And now we can hear that in our speakers.
This looks like a smoother laps again.
It is very smooth. In fact, he's grinding that tyre down on the arch there, so he is delivering maximum attack here, Benny Tran. This is a clean lap, probably the cleanest lap we've had from him so far this weekend. Look at that tyre smoke up against the guard, but he's staying on it this time. Remember, he had to pull in on a flying lap before earlier on in the day, so Benny Tran's going to light it up and jump. Oh, no! Oh, Benny's that done a tyre? I don't know what it's done. I don't know what it's done there. Could be a tyre. I don't know. But whatever happened, there's fire, there's smoke. And he goes minute 30, 5.83. He's made a huge move into the from number 10 to number 3. But it has come at an absolute cost. He is out of the car, Benny. That has gone. That has gone kaboom. And right now, I just hope the thing stops smoking, and I'm sure Benny's thinking the same thing, but he had to get out. Unbelievable. I mean, when I said at the beginning of his lap that he's an excitement machine, it was because, the thing's tough as nails and tears around Sydney Motorsport Park and is always at the pointy end. But, geez, this is what the pointy end looks like sometime. Here we go. Absolutely leg to the floor, Benny Tran, and then Wooshka.
Stayed in it too.
It might have, you'd hate to say it's an engine failure, but you can't think of anything else to think of to go with it. Could have lifted the head, could have done something, but then we had some sparks right here and fire. So, it's lighting some oil up. It's lighting something up there, some fluid, and even now he's just trying to lock that car up. He's just trying to lock that car up and get it pulled up. But that's a big one. Call that almost a John Force moment there, where you just you're running that thing to the absolute limit, and then you got to pull the thing up on fire. And he's getting out here before the things even stop. So honestly,
I do respect the fact that drivers are able to have reactions and pull the cars up like that, because that's got to be something that's going to give you a fright, right? You've obviously, you and I have been around for a while. If you've been in a car before that's let go, caught fire, and you have that big puff, and you there is that panic moment of what do I do? But Benny didn't really, he didn't panic, right? He's going at high speed. He's basically kept the wheels straight just to make sure. I think he didn't try and turn round one and make things worse for himself. He's guided it off the track, and it doesn't look like, the good part is it hasn't gone up. That's probably a positive there, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of stuff that's come out. Or not that I can kind of see, but we are sitting up here in the Diggles den.
Whatever failure that was, that was a big one, and in the scheme of things.
And he still looks like he's not unhappy, right? I wonder if he knows he's done a 130. His dash probably told him.
Well, his dash probably did, but. It's come at a hell of a cost. I don't know whether or not we got anything to the track. Obviously, something started to run off out of the car, then that's why it lit up. So whether or not we've got something lurking around on the track, we'll obviously be checking into that as well. But that could be good old-fashioned oil down there.
Another one for a thrash tonight, do you think? Or?
Oh, look, honestly, he's the sort of guy that wouldn't just probably pack it up and take it away. That's why his company's quite a successful company. Is that they build these things to the race, and they know how they go together. And if that was something to do with an engine failure, he may have another K series laying around. These guys that are into this, there could be a whole shelf of them, and if not, I'm sure we know where there is a shelf full of them. And if not, ask Baker.
Well, we've seen it time after time. If we take a look at the replay in the Pro Speed Racing Action Replay. We have seen it time after time. The international competitors in particular have traditionally bought spare engines with them. I think a number of teams probably have spare engines with them. Plenty of sparks and flame underneath the bottom there. It might have just taken a little while to maybe get past the under tray of whatever was sort of under there and get through. So hopefully there isn't too much of a clean-up required here from the Benny Tran machine. So but that's open class. That is going to impact this session, and we are running, I think, relatively time certain today, because we do have a very busy program to get through.
Absolutely. Tonight's off the chain. As always, as you said, 24 of the best drifters around. Look, the GCG Open class
I think we're going
closed session for the moment. We'll obviously be maybe ready to go to a break and back with more shortly.
Hey guys, down here in the lane, bit of an update on Frank Grubel. As you can see here in the garage, we are missing a car. Having a good talk to him and the crew a little while ago, it actually has done an engine. They're saying it's thrown a rod out. So they said, no problem, we'll take it off site. The workshop's not too far away. They're planning to rebuild overnight, and they said they will be back here for 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, that's the Australian World Time Attack way, isn't it? Just got somewhere to take it. Ferris Kortumi knows exactly what that's like. He had to go and take the car away. Gives the address to a shop in Sydney, and where dreams can come true and miracles can happen, and that'll obviously be the same. And look, I think this thing's going to be the same too. Whether they do it at the track or do it straight back, take that tilt tray straight back to BYP, and maybe the thing's back. Right now, every incentive for him to do that. Why? Because he's third. So he's podium right now. If nothing else happens in GCG Open Class this weekend, Benny Tran has fired the shot that gets him on the podium and guarantees him right now, for now, a spot in that last top 5 in the Super Lap shootout. So that number 3 is in the bag for Benny Tran, but at that cost. So there's all incentive to get that thing repaired and cleaned up and brought back tomorrow.
How close is the next placed car in 4? Because the question becomes, right, are you willing to gamble on somebody not picking up a quick time tomorrow morning when everybody's talking ideal conditions tomorrow, right? If you have, and I'm going to throw a little plug in here, if you haven't got a ticket for tomorrow, you want to get one, grab one off the website, and you want to be here first thing tomorrow morning, because all these guys are going to have the big swing tomorrow morning. We saw the club sprint time go this morning, 32. So I think we're on for a big one tomorrow morning.
We can't stress enough to all of the people that have travelled here that get what World Time Attack is about. So spend your day walking around every inch. You need to walk around every inch of Sydney Motorsport Park. You need to come through the tunnel. Honestly, if any of you have said that you haven't come through the tunnel yet, well, you haven't seen the other side then. If you can't remember walking through a little tunnel, now there's a big tunnel that some people walk through as well, of course. But if you've walked through the little one from race control to the grandstand, if you said you haven't walked through that one, then you truly haven't seen all of Sydney Motorsport Park, and you've certainly haven't seen all of 2024 World Time Attack Challenge. We've got Matt Mingay on this side, some great hot rod and drag racing displays. We've got Super Cheap Autos activation area on this side here as well. So make your way around here. But also stay for the International Drifting Cup, of course, till 10 o'clock. Then maybe party on and continue chatting and having the best weekend of your life with your mates, but be in bed by midnight, because you've got to be back here early, and we'll be back here early tomorrow too.
All right, we go.
Won't we, Luffy?
Hey guys, down here in pit lane again with my favourite car from World Time Attack from 2023, Ferris, the Corvette. This is such an epic car to watch out on track last year. Massive horsepower, sounds amazing. Hasn't been the best run so far this year. Tell us a bit about the car and what's been going on today.
Yeah, so the car is the same that it was last year when it was here. From here, it went to Japan, then it came right back. So typically I would take the car, rebuild it, better the car, and that really didn't get that. So if anything, we have a worse car than we had last year. And the other day we noticed the oil pressure was really low. There was a lot of glitter in the oil, so we pulled the engine, rebuilt it completely, put it back together, and we're here today.
Yeah, and this morning the guys are saying you had some problems with the traction control with a bit over 1,000 horsepower. I can understand why you would want traction control. Have we found the problem? Is it going to be okay for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys saw on the live stream, we kind of drifted through 2 and 4, and then I just kind of called it quits after that. But yeah, it just was a click of a button. We just didn't have it clicked on, so.
Well, there you go. Slight technical problem, but we've all been there. But look, obviously, great to have you back here in Australia. It's always a great event here. Second year back for you. How are you enjoying it?
Oh, it's a blast. I mean, it's definitely hotter than I would like, but besides that, the people are great. Just the experience of being here, it's just amazing.
Yeah, well, hopefully tomorrow morning the track conditions are looking it's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow morning, so we look forward to seeing this car back out on track. Good luck, mate.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
And Ferris, next year, make sure you bring half of all your friends in Texas here next year too, because I know that they'd get a kick coming down under like you do, and y'all come back.
I feel like somebody from Texas probably has like a hot weather tune in the car.
Yeah, there would be a hot weather
there'd
tune
be a
somewhere in
because
Texas.
this is probably not hot compared to Texas right now. The other thing that's just occurred to me too is that Ferris clearly has a button much like an Ioniq 5N that goes drift.
Yeah. So maybe he's been too used to the Ioniq and
turned
didn't
on
do
the
enough activations back in the Corvette because he's been pressing all the buttons in the Ioniq 5.
Yes.
So that could be the driver error that we were looking for. So the button, that's all it was. So now we can cut it loose. Now we can cut it loose.
Things that only Luffy finds out for us, right?
And you know what? Thank you, Luffy, for that. But also, too, I got the full story because we were sitting, we had, this is what we thought it was. Look at this. Two Falcons in their natural, two Falcon Utes in their natural habitat.
I still haven't seen one do a jump yet. I'd like to see it do a jump.
But we'll go to a break. We'll lay a bit of this stuff down and we'll be back with more action for the rest of the evening here at Sydney World Time Attack Challenge.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspensions. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adventure Turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
All right, well, as the dust settles over a frenetic afternoon session here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2024, we saw one get sent to the gods of horsepower, and as a result of that, we've had to quickly pick up the oil and move on. Warren Sayre, it's not good when that happens, but I suppose this time of the day there's still enough time for thrash, and we're just talking about all the different thrashes that we've heard about it in the past.
We're choosing to see the positives in it, right? Benny Tran chopped 9 seconds off and jumped to third, and just kept putting it over the line. So look, he got his result there. That was probably going to be the last session of the day anyway for him, and they get to go away, work on the car overnight. He'll know that like the back of his hand. Possibly has the parts there to be able to put it back together if they want to have another big swing tomorrow. Luffy's been bringing us everything from pit lane. Barton Moore gave us a great insight into what's going on. We've started to see some of the impacts of wind on the cars. I know Michael Gartrell's going to come up here and talk about the Rodden car. Really interested to see how that plays into the single-seater open wheeler type car. If the wind's going to have a big impact on that, there's. I think your keen ears picked up the sounds of a rotary drag car being fired up.
I still don't know what I'm hearing in the background, but it is something angry and something loud. And
maybe is it over there in the super cheap zone?
I have no idea where I'm hearing it from. I can just hear something rumbling in the background here. There's horsepower aplenty here. There's millions of horsepower here, by the way. Not a million gazillion horsepower in all shapes and sizes.
Although horsepower's not your thing. Stylised, shine up the top. Been going on today. You're not really a stance guy.
Oh no, I love them. Absolutely. If I could have one of those, I would.
That's
absolutely.
You're aware of the fact that as ageing citizens, it's really hard to get out of those
in and
slow
out.
cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need one on airbags like me. Just get one that pops back up afterwards.
Absolutely, and I could totally have about 5 other car cultures I could totally get into. Low riders, I love all that sort of stuff. You know, all those really cool cars that people come up with. Love them all.
I could see you cruising down the main street with a little bit of music playing and an Impala just bobbing away, just having a little sing-song.
It's the last bastion of personal expression. The automobile you own can be an expression of yourself.
I missed the Harley Davidson truck before. There's bikes up there too.
Oh, most probably, Warren.
Is there any box we haven't ticked?
Oh, well, mate, we've got people out in the field checking everything else out there, and I'm sure we're going to see a whole bunch more of that tomorrow when we fully burst that hole. We'll fill that whole thing tomorrow on Saturday, being Saturday, and obviously this afternoon is Friday afternoon here in Sydney, Australia. Beautiful Sydney, Australia. Weather conditions just a little bit on the warm side, obviously, but this breeze, as we're hoping, will start to settle down. We can hear some angry stuff around. I don't know where it might be coming from, but I did hear something before which I was just touching on here before talking over here to Michael from Roden. We're talking about billet engines because he's a CNC machinist. So, billet aluminium, it's right up his alley. He loves it.
I wonder if are the cars starting to go through their fire-up and warm-up process for the Flying 500 and stuff, and some of those big horsepower cars. How long would it take to get one of those sort of ready and warmed up? Would they be firing up? Is that what it is? Well, something's just fired out of...
there is
pit lane there. It is an R35 GTR. Missed the number just as it accelerated onto the track there.
We're just getting it ready, getting the Roden FZ ready. But one thing that definitely distracted us there before is that we could hear the. Would you believe we've got a quad rotor, Mad Mike with a quad rotor Mazda 3. We've also got, of course, the two Roden cars, the Centura and the FZ. We've got RP968 out there in the pits, but hats off to the Sydney team, the pack performance. They're down here or just on display. And of course they've got the Ingram boys into rotary racing, but they've also got the world's first RX9 Pro mod. Of course, they've made their name in drag racing, predominantly in Australian drag racing, with the rotary engine. Its own billet pack 20B rotary in it. So billet 20B rotary in the latest RX9 Pro mod, the very first one in the world. So you want to talk about clever cars turning up, built by clever people. Go and have a look at the packies down there. I'm sure George fired that thing up before. I could hear it idling there before. The only thing I missed, in case they are listening to us over there, is that could you do that again and put it on the two-step just the once? That's all I want to hear. Just to tell everyone here at Sydney Motorsport Park what a two-step is and how we use them with rotaries. That would be a nice thing to get to the people here this afternoon. That would get people's attention.
Nobody will ever doubt your absolute car nerd DNA, Mr. Diggles.
I just want to it's all about sharing the cultures of different people and again, just sorry, mate, I got distracted because...
Cotterill's out on tractors for the Pro-Am class. You were getting carried away, getting excited.
No.
You know what else was getting excited? The man in the R35.
Dylan, right over the top of it, Dylan. There we go.
Bit of the tech in the R35 kicked in there because it did actually kick out sideways on him as you were frothing over the pack performance thing. Now, Cotterill has there's now going to be crap all over the tyres there. Right?
It's absolutely obliterated the, if they just buff that car before this session, it's ruined.
And they do, right?
Yeah,
Every team. How many people has Rob got just polishing cars?
Probably.
Got to be a few down there who are just responsible for cleaning. All good car teams have that, right? What is your job? You clean
There'll
the
be
car.
someone in there with the microfibers and the chamois, and they get them clean. But right now we're keeping an eye on Dylan Coulter.
Rodden make everything. Rodden probably make their own car cleaning product too. It's probably special chemicals. Probably make their own rags too.
Well, now that they're... Dylan!
This is what you're doing before.
Dylan is steering. Dylan is steering out there. And again, in the Pro-Am class, there's a lot of beasts out there other than R35s that have been breathed on. It's barely got any aero mods to it. It's everything a Pro-Am car... Everything a Pro-Am car isn't. It's more everything a Club Sprint car is. But let's just see what Dylan does here. No, here we go.
That was Ferris.
Yeah, so Ferris has gone straight into that. So whilst we're keeping an eye on Dylan filling the lap, and here he goes, last turn, and he really pushes hard. The Corvette, the Texas Corvette, he ploughed right over that, coming down into the straight. So it's probably dusted up all the turbos and everything, but of course he's got filtration on everything. So Ferris is now going to try and get the Corvette around.
Get little sparks coming from the under tray there as it bounces through some of the bumps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Ferris got Toomey trying to improve from a 1 to 28.
He's pushing though, Ferris. He's pushing through here. That Corvette, it does let you know when it's moving. It's definitely moving.
Has he hit the drift button again, or is he just maybe struggling?
Oh, watch out. Oh, boy, I hope that didn't affect Ferris there too much. It is a little bit of a blind corner there if you are coming across at full noise. Is he trying? Let's have a look. Did you actually see how much dust was blown out by the turbos then? Like, did you see that on the...
I thought it looked like maybe he was going to go for a fly, but he might be using this one as a setup.
Okay, this was whatever powder was there on the straight. Ferris will help suck it up. He's got to go right through that. If he's fearless, he's not going to be scared of it. He's just got to go straight down that stripe if he wants to.
Tuck to the inside of it, taking a different line this time.
Yeah, he's taking a different line. He's right beside it. And in fact, even there, he's not even going to attack that corner. He's not even going to attack that corner. Oh, Mighty Mouse out there. It's so good to see them back there. These might be the tyres they said they needed less grip for. They're saying, we've got too much grip. This thing just steers in too violently, and, the wheelbase doesn't help. Low-speed aero doesn't help. Speaking of
Fat Cat,
low-speed aero, he's got plenty of low-speed aero here, the Fat Cat. I don't know how we can call it a Fat Cat. It's 1,000 kilos. It just looks like it's the fattest cat I've ever seen. He's almost not fitting in the garage. Like, if these guys get too big for their aero, we've got to put in new garage doors or something.
Yeah, that top layer has kind of come off that kitty litter quite fast, so it might...
well, if someone's going to suck it out for us, Sammy might do some diffusing. Come on, Sammy. We can't expect them to drive straight over it. You would imagine they've...
I don't think he's been through. Now, here's a question. Do the drivers run live comms? All right, get into Luffy in the pits. A bit more insight for us.
Yeah, the guys are just obviously out there. This is an important session just to try and get some mileage on the cars. Obviously, the oil down that we saw before, the cement, these guys are trying to get as much data as they can because they know that when tomorrow morning rolls around, the conditions are going to be so much better than what we've seen out here this afternoon. So this is all about just a bit of a fact-finding mission. Make sure that there's no problems so that when it rolls around first for their sessions tomorrow morning, these guys are going to come out swinging hard.
All right, thank you, Luffy, for that wonderful insight there from the pit, standing down there. Really has got the best view in the house, hasn't he?
Absolutely, absolutely. That he can perch from there any time.
I think the only way you can get that view is to be a volunteer at events, right?
Yes, that's
the
right.
only way you can get
They'll all be fighting for that position there. All right, that's Alec Kavakovsky out there in that fantastic Goddard Rex Flat 6 Beast. And he's on a mission here. He's got some space. No traffic in front, just trying to push every corner, and it's going to stick. Yeah, power on, so the car looking good. It's just whether or not it's fast enough. Sometimes you think that it's pushing hard, and it might just be a bit mediocre, but judging by the attitude and the angles of the car, he is getting these apex nailed. He just got to make sure that the traffic doesn't get him.
Yeah, they like Luffy said, their guys are just out there now just trying to get data. They're probably just doing what you call segments, right? They're going out probably they're not doing one. I don't think they're really worrying about one. They're probably just doing two.
All right, so attention. Sammy, the Fat Cat, is going to give it a crack. See, I can hear that audio right down near turn one there, just in the cans. But that is on a flyer. Let's just see how Kavakovsky goes. Now, he's in fifth, so he's in with a chance in that Super Lap shootout to claw his way up. He can get in front of Perini. He's not too far away. But let's just see. He might get in front of him right now anyway. Kavakovsky, minute 30, 8:37. Minute 30, 8:37. So, look, only 3 tenths on.
So you're saying Sammy Sevenan's on. He's flying this time. He didn't.
Yep. I heard him through turn 1, turn 2. And he's pushing. He is pushing at a certain... Again, the thing's so fat, but it is pushing. All right, let's just make sure there's no traffic out here. It looks all good here.
No, he's not. He's found the clean air,
I'm still seeing sparks underneath the side plates, so he is still pushing.
We're far off here, Sammy Sevenan. Certainly throwing something out on section 2, segment 2. Getting green lights there. Are we green, or where are we looking? Maybe just grabbing some data again. There wasn't quite the perfect lap that he was looking for, Diggs, but maybe they'll go again. Yeah, there's about 1 or 2 corners there we couldn't quite account for that may have held him up. But again, he might be crazy enough to just try and push one right now. Let's just see if he backs off here, Sammy Sevenham. He's going to give it, but can he give another one? No, he's backed off. Back right off there. He goes through for a 28.064. It's not. It's been 3 seconds from what he did this morning, but still plenty of valuable data gain there for the Fat Cat team.
Drew Hall's out there. Perini's out here right now trying to get a lap in. Perini goes minute 33.821.
This is the Janetta, isn't it?
Yes, it's the Janetta. I think the VR38 on board now. Wouldn't be too many VR38 ones around. They've plenty of other engine configurations that are allocated, but the VR38, great package for it. Beautiful car and well put together. Oh, there we go. Drew Hall, I think.
Coming across a bit of traffic there. Probably a little bit unplanned there for Drew Hall.
All right, Drew might be on a fly here. Like, get out my way. Here we go. Here's some sparks pushing on the side plates. A flying lap there in the background for Agathos. Minute 42. The background there for Agathos. But Drew Hall put 2 segments together. And I don't know whether this is the start of a flying lap or the end of one. Those segments are down by a fair bit. And yes, I think electing not to push, that was it. Again, getting the timing back to him sometimes through the radio will tell him whether or not that was a good attempt or not, and whether they feel all right. Because remember, these guys can also still, suffer that feedback of, maybe, oh, there's a bit of dangle out of the back. That's what we like to see. That's a pushing corner right now. So he's still trying, Agathos. So he's still he nearly picked up that rear tyre. And he might just have another one here. Demetrio Agathos. Sector 1, not too bad. but now I think he's decided to give it away. So is Perini, minute 32.583. So a few of them now using him as cool-down laps. And if anything, it's probably done the rest of the field a favour by what they've done there. Literally sort of whatever dust was there is kind of at least more diluted anyway. But hats off to the first couple that went right through the middle of it. In blind faith.
Yes.
In blind faith. Ferris, thank you, Ferris, for your contribution to the session by going right through it. You'll get back and the whole thing's dusted.
To quote Mr. Deander, he just sent it. Just straight through it, just sent it.
It's like he drove through a Colombian bingo game. Kazakowski, minute 30.556. Perini, minute 31.35. Hey, Agathos, I thought Agathos was backing off. Hold the phone. Minute 39.412. He might have only just got started. That's a PB for him. So here we are. Oh, no, he is still going, folks. Well, we'll divert some attention here to Agathos. Why not?
Later model Evo. Nice, tasteful, subtle mods there compared to some of the other cars running around. Hasn't gone to the extreme aero elements, which are prevalent with some of the Pro-Am cars.
Sometimes this is just free time. If you've still got tyres left, free time to attack as the traffic backs off. And if you can't see any traffic in front of you, that's all yours. He's doing the same thing with that rear wheel.
Yeah, chassis stuff enough just to lift the rear there.
Yeah, he's still committing, locking up, all sorts of...
He's done it a few times. That's probably the third or fourth time seeing that little lock up for that same rear wheel.
Yeah, the Dimitrio Agathos in full send. And he went 39.412 before. Let's see whether or not that extra push here now. It's like they feel good. I'm going to give it one more crack. Second sector. Oh, okay, not bad at all. He's going to give us a couple of more corners here of excitement. Watch it here. See if he can pick that wheel up. Picks the wheel up. So it's not locking it up. It's unloading it while he's braking. So it's not effectively... When it's barely on the ground, yes, it's definitely going to lock up. So not a bad run for him. So minute 39.412. Wants the backup lap here for Dimitro Agathos as he comes through right now. Goes bang, 39. There we go. 2 laps back to back, quicker than the first. First he cracks into the 39s. Is he still going?
Yeah, I think he's pushed on again.
39.333. If it feels good, Dimitro, keep going, mate. Yeah, you just keep doing that, Dimitro. The camera's all yours, mate. The stream is all yours. We are watching some Pro-Am push here in the closing stages of Plasma Man Pro-Am. And Agathos getting himself into the top 10 even. So that's a big push in Pro-Am, because essentially this car is an open car any other day of the week, or maybe even a club sprint yet.
Well, he's still staying in it.
Agathos might just crack out a low 39 here. He's only got 3 more tenths to find, and he's into the 38s. So barely cracking the 40s to a 39, then a low 39. Climbing himself up through to the top 10 already.
And he's got the whole track to himself too, right?
Yeah.
Might as well make the most of it.
Right now, it's all his. He's giving it everything it's got. And again, watch this here. Just unloads the left-hand rear and then locks the tyre up because that load, or even then, the thing was floating, so it wasn't locking up at all or smoking.
I think I'd have given up on this one, maybe.
Oh, come on. Is he? Dimitrov, that's your cooling down lap, mate. I'll go here. That's 2 up in the 2 sessions. No, he's still in it. Come on, mate. Can we get another PB here? Off he goes. Minute. Oh, 38. 38.91. He took 4 tenths. 38.91. 38.91. So, look, he still stays in 9th with that, but that's a member of the Big Chunk Club. That is.
Yeah, it's bought him a lot of breathing space too, isn't it, from the car in the 10th position at the moment. 4 seconds clear there, and maybe time to chase that 36 maybe tomorrow.
Remember, that's Tanuki there below him. So
Wayne Lee.
Yeah, so Wayne Lee's below there. So at the moment, I just don't think... Sammy's 25.787 might hold right now, and he'd be stoked if he cleaned up this class this weekend. That'll be the first ever finish win here. Ferris, though, is probably not going to let that happen, and if anything, the car is a lot fresher than it was from when it was here last and has improved. So who knows? Drew Hall, minute 29.508, Perini 30.135, and Kazakovsky rounding out the top 5, minute 30.556. There is a little bit of a step there back to Rex, Jason Rex, to get into that super lap shootout. But geez, the glitz and the glamour was everywhere.
It's just world time attack.
It is just,
right?
it is.
Just everywhere you look, there is visual delights, regardless of what shape, form, or discipline you are looking for. Does that sound very politically correct to you?
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
Yeah,
it's exactly right, and then we should be able to keep doing that, and I know Bakes will want to keep doing it exactly that way.
This is how we speak in New Zealand now. We're very politically correct.
No, you've got to be.
Probably, yeah.
You've really got to be.
Can't get ourselves into trouble.
You've got to talk your way around. Talk your way around some situations, and including this situation right now where we have finished, I think.
Luffy's keeping an eye on proceedings though, just to make sure everything's above board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just important to get the inner scoop there. We haven't. Did we get an answer on our tyre pressure question?
No,
we didn't get that one, did we?
All gear ratio. So tyre pressure and gear ratio. A few tyre pressures and gear ratios would be appreciated. Sammy Sievenin, the Fat Cat, up there at number 1. Ferris Kortumi, minute 27.763. Could not improve, but at least blew some of the dust away for us, and he will be back next tomorrow morning, I would imagine. Drew Hall, minute 29.508. They're our top 3 podium, but Richard Perini and Alec Kazakovsky will be in the Super Lap shootout because they're in that top 5. Could Kazakovsky, by the end of tomorrow, pip Perini before Perini comes back and pips him and maybe takes Drew Hall? Who knows? That's the sort of stuff that we sometimes see happen. It's crazy.
Well, let's add Jason Rex in there too, right? If he can improve on the 32, then he comes into play as well at the 130 odd level. All right, so let's go to a commercial break now. We'll be back shortly with Roden.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Roden Cars is a high-tech, high-performance car constructor that's developed the FZ, an F1-inspired track car. The F-Zero, a hypercar built without limitations for maximum track performance. The Roden Centura, a GT1-inspired track car, and the all-new RC10, a 4-litre naturally aspirated V10 engine delivering 720 brake horsepower at 11,000 RPM. To find out more, visit rodencars.com.
So here we are standing here at pit exit, and the amazing Roden FZ is just rolling out with Josh Bucker now. This thing is unbelievable. It's as close to a Formula One car as you can get. So I'm going to pitch myself over here at turn 1 and I'm going to watch him come down.
All right, thank you so much, Luffy. And Michael, welcome back. We've done a little bit of a takeover here. You're joining me on the commentary panel while Diggs has a bit of a break. And one of your engineering masterpieces out there on track.
Yeah.
What are we looking now from a real layman's point of view? What are we looking at here?
So it's pretty much as close as you can get to a Formula One experience of the V8 era, without actually buying an XF1 car, and it's a hell of a lot easier to manage.
Right. And can you buy these cars from Roden?
Yeah, we've got 2 left for sale.
Right. I assume they're not pocket change. I imagine there's a bit of a program to go through, and do you have to sort of be qualified to own one, or can you just buy it and stick it on your wall?
If you've got $1 million New Zealand dollars,
right,
you can buy one.
So what's that, about 600,000 Australian or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's 650 US.
650
anyway.
US. And where do these cars generally go to? I mean, sorry, we're sort of just talking about this as Josh runs this thing around the track and everyone gets to appreciate its beauty, but where do these cars normally go to, or what sort of person buys them?
So there's actually 2 in Australia. I believe there's a couple in Germany and some other European countries as well. But yeah, anyone, like I was saying before, who wants just like a really nice showpiece in their collection, or something that they can take out to the track on the weekend and get sort of an open wheel high downforce experience.
Is it something that I guess a run-of-the-mill driver can drive, or is it relatively sophisticated and you kind of need to have a bit of, I guess, open wheel experience to be able to control it and appreciate it?
So we've worked quite a bit on the drivability of the car, but if you do purchase one or are interested, we sort of have a bit of a training program at Roden where we start in a McLaren GT4 and then work your way up to like a Formula 3 car, so you can get a bit of experience with driving with downforce and then eventually get onto driving the FZ.
Okay, and have you personally driven the car?
No, I haven't.
No? How many staff have actually been in or is it kind of reserved? I suppose they're obviously built for owners, right? They're not built just to have them sitting as consignment items. So would there be many of the staff who've kind of experienced it, or you?
I believe one of the original guys, Zach, got to have a go in it, and Dan, who's actually here today, is the head mechanic, has probably had a go in it as well.
Right. So Josh is up here and he has got a timing beacon on here, so interesting to see what sort of time he throws down here. Josh knows his way around the track. You said before that he came back in obviously and gave the team a bit of an information debrief as well.
Yeah.
Literally talked about where every bump on the track was.
Pretty much, because in that car you can feel it. I mean, with all that downforce you can feel every single bump, and when it does lift off it pretty much smashes back down straight away because of all the downforce.
Right. So must be quite it's probably an unnerving experience if you're not Josh Bucklin, who's used to driving 10 tenths around a place like Sydney Motorsport Park. So you get time coming here from Josh. Seem to have worried too much about any concrete dust or kitty litter. It's out on Tripler Road and FZ demonstration microcar trail joining me up here in the commentary booth while Diggs has a bit of a break. Part of the World Time Attack experience. Is this the first time for you, Michael?
Yeah, first time.
Enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's been such an awesome experience.
Come back?
Definitely.
I keep jokingly saying to people, I've watched you guys go out there and done this, and I'm just waiting for the bug to bite and for the full assault.
Yeah.
I'll throw that out there now. I'd love to see like a full swing assault come back and let's go RP 168 versus Road and head-to-head two-purpose-built builds and just.
Do you know they're brothers, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of. I mean, you got a brother?
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay, right. Because I got a brother and I want to punch him in the face quite often, right? Nation. This is the automotive equivalent. How do I punch my brother in the face, right, and get one up over someone else? There's always going to be that sibling rivalry.
Definitely the rivalry,
Yeah. Has there been a little bit of smack talk and banter backwards and forwards between the camps, or is everyone sort of just focused on doing their own thing?
I just focused on what we're trying to achieve here and just have a good time and get some feedback on the cars. I was just looking. It looks like he's possibly running Pirellis again, where the other lap he was on the Avon, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But
okay, and would that make a notable difference to the car? Is it a different profile or diameter tyre, or just different compound?
Yeah, I think they only actually had one pair of Pirellis left because sort of at the end of their life when we started testing here yesterday, and then they switched to the Avons, which have a bit of a longer track life, especially on this abrasive surface. Back home we've got quite a smooth track that's not too harsh on the tyres, and also the heat today you can expect.
Well, that's because you built your own track, right?
Yeah.
You built your own facility, so it makes it a little bit easier to make it nice and smooth. So Josh actually went 1:26.031 that time around, but obviously as you've just mentioned, there may be some changes to tyre and configuration.
Yeah.
Can you answer the question for me that we sort of posed before, in terms of tyre pressures and things like that, in terms of what something like this would go out at and then come back in at, or is it all?
I have no idea. Sorry.
Not something that you're involved in.
No.
All right. That's all right. I'm genuinely just curious. I mean, maybe we can get Luffy to go and find out
give
there
him a few questions.
Give him a few questions. Maybe almost allow him to take his helmet off or something. Are they just cooling it down?
Back out again?
Yeah. Maybe Josh just feeling the temperature getting too high out there, hot conditions.
It looks like they're going to go up.
I think we should just let this screen, let's just let it have it for a lap. We'll just sit here and enjoy the sounds of the rod, and then we'll come back to you shortly as Josh puts it through its paces here. Sydney Motorsport Park, a World Time Attack for 2024. the sounds of Sydney Motorsport Park, the Rodin FZ out on track now. Michael, I was just listening there, and the sound that we could hear, is that actually is that the car actually scraping on the track that we were?
It did look like it was getting pretty close.
I kept hearing it, and I'm just thinking, I'm not sure if it's somebody in our headsets but I think it's actually the car, isn't it? You were talking about how much downforce it's got.
Yeah, and a few bumps on the track.
What's the actual? Do you know what the clearance to the track would actually be? Is it like if you put it in
15-20 millimetres max? Yeah.
Well,
not much in it at all.
Right, so every bump literally does matter then.
Yeah.
If you're hitting something or putting it.
It's actually got a wooden plate under the car that, well, in F1 at least, they measure at the beginning and the end of the race, and if it's worn too much, you can get disqualified.
Ah, okay.
The plank, they call it, very sophisticated name.
Right, okay, Josh hasn't held back this time. We've got green segments all round here. He's going for it this time, I think.
Yeah.
So they must have wanted to just cool the car down here. Joshy Buchan giving it absolutely everything in the Rodin FZ as it'll come round up over turn 18 and down the straight. Let's just listen to it accelerate again down the straight. Josh Buchan 121, a 4.12, so just took 5 seconds out just as we were watching that. So I don't think there's even, it hasn't been leaned on really, has it?
No.
If you're saying that's old tyres as well, if you were to put the potentially the correct rubber on there, how much? Yeah, there's potentially a lot more seconds.
Yeah.
Could we see something that would rival that 117 that we saw Barton Moore do? I think
with some setup changes and like the tyre choice, and
maybe you can head back into the little Rodin area and just
drop some hints.
Yeah, drop a few hints there. Let's have a swing at a 117 and see if we get 2 117s in the same day from different cars. That'd be a sight to see, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I know the general manager told him to go all out, don't hold back. So let's have a look.
Do you know if the car has? So he's obviously gone and done a lap, and he's obviously got out of it now. Would he cool it down and then go again, or is it?
Yeah, temperatures like this today, obviously things are going to get pretty hot.
Yeah. So maybe I wonder if he will come back in and just cool it down again and have another go. They might have a look at the tyre pressures, and I guess we'll see as he comes around here. Josh throwing it down though, 121.412. So that is the second fastest time we've seen today, behind Barton Moore's 117.914. So
it looks like they're coming in.
Rodin FZ. Yeah, we're going to go from one extreme to the other though, Michael. I don't know what's your knowledge of drifting like. You come from New Zealand, so you must.
Yeah. I've made quite a few parts for drift cars because they like to break stuff. So it's great for the pocket.
That would be unusual. What sort of stuff are you making normally?
I did a few suspension components for the Silvio chassis and done a little bit of actually some aero stuff for cooling in the driver's seat and stuff. Yeah.
Right. Who in any particular name cars or
Tyler West, D1NZ.
Tyler West. Yeah, I don't know Tyler West. Yes, I know Mr. West very well. Hello, Tyler. If he's tuned in listening, hello to the family. And by the way, your old man still owes me a skid in that HSV from you winning MSC
that
3 years ago. Yes. So I haven't forgotten about that, and I hope to see you back this season competing. And I would like your father to pay up on the wager he made with me. So Josh is obviously going to exit the cut. Now that looks like it's a bit of a process. So he's obviously quite encapsulated in there. Right, full send drift crew. Right, here we go. Luke Fink doing Luke Fink things. As an engineer, how does this sit with you? Is it good, bad, other, or just?
It's interesting. I actually watched this little YouTube series on building this car. It's quite cool. It's definitely different. I've never seen it before.
Mr. Fink and definitely different. Yeah, two things that go together very well. And
men in Dubai and stuff, you see them like drive on 2 wheels down the motorway, and they do get them pretty sideways, pirouetting. But this is another level.
Yeah, Luke is without a doubt one of the most talented steerers around. I mean, there's a reason he's won multiple events around the world and is sought after as an appearance-based driver. So he's out here as part of the full send crew. This is a bit of a teaser of what you'll see later on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The International Drifting Cup and the full send drift crew will be part of the entertainment. So these are not necessarily competition-based vehicles. These are more demonstration, or they're just plain fun cars out here, just shredding some rubber and having a little bit of a, I don't know, what would you call it? Friday afternoon drive in Sydney, right?
Yeah.
Have a little bit of fun here at the annual World Time Attack Party. And there is the Pandemic Rat Rod Levi Clark's purpose-built drift weapon. Do always love to see that little raccoon tail flying off the front there, the pull and spec race engine in the front of the machine, and Levi's car will be a big part of tomorrow evening. Well, a clean little A86, I think that one's got a K20 underneath it, underneath the bonnet. One of the demo cars. Oh, got well wide there, and big old sand trap dirt turbo as Tony B coming back on up. You've been down on the stage, you've been playing host, you've got some water, you had a bit of ice cream, and what's going on down in the pits? What's the vibe?
Look, I haven't had ice cream, thank you very much, but I've definitely been getting involved in everything that World Time Attack has to offer. We had a driver signing, so all of our drift drivers were down there meeting the fans, signing posters and signing t-shirts and signing body parts, the whole lot. So that was really, really great, and we'll be doing that again tomorrow as well. I was down in the Super Cheap Auto activation area behind the grandstand too, which was very, very cool. So there's a Super Cheap Auto signage and seats and umbrellas, so there's a nice place to hang out and watch on the big screen all the activities. It's right near the Hot Wheels stuff, so you over the back of the grandstand you can see that whole area. Yeah, I've been running around, mate, I really have. So it's nice to be back up in the tower and watching a bit of drifting.
Oh, rather you than me, mate. Drift Cat Galero, Catherine Hewitson out on track with her NASCAR-powered VK Commodore. And we talked about that before, of course, the yellow associated with the Australian Cop cars. And Arios Suzuki-san in the McLaren...
MP412?
MP?
Yeah, MP4-12C, I think that one is.
Man known for also building a drift Ferrari.
Amazing.
Yes. I said to him before, when do we get to see the two McLarens go head-to-head and drift, just as a bit of a teaser? I didn't get an answer out of either he or
Mike.
Moderately angry Michael.
Yes.
But they're out here having some fun. And Arios just said he's been a guy who's wanted to build and drive and live race cars since he was 3 years old, and just feeling that passion come through as he spoke to us in VIP was pretty amazing. Jay Duca's four-rotor in a VK?
So VL. VL Commodore in the yellow livery, which, you know, we'd sort of call it a bit of that BT1, so the ex-police car style, but JDM style as well, really low to the ground with cool wheels, and that's his style. If you've seen any of his builds on YouTube, Low Standards, check him out. And yeah, all of his cars are just scraping God's green earth with cool wheels and cool style, and he's just a ripper bloke.
Didn't used to have a cage, did it? I think the cage has gone in for this event.
Very recently, yes.
Yeah, wanted to pick up on the drifting vibe and get involved and be a little bit more than, I guess, just a car park demo car. So pretty cool to see Jay and the team doing that sort of stuff. And did you have a chance, when you were down there, to check out I saw the drivers have got merch stands down there, so Jay's got merch, Levi's got merch, Mitch Pullen I think had some stuff.
Yeah, they've got a little section there just off to the side, kind of behind not the race control, not the hamburger, but down the was it the ARDC end, so this other end, track exit end of the pits. So yeah, obviously Levi's cars there on display, and there's a little bit of merchandise there, so you certainly can support the Clark family if you choose to do so, which would be nice, would be really lovely. And yeah, Mitch Pullen's cars down there as well. I think that's where all the full send team are, and Cat Galero's down there. So yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to grab that stuff too, right, before it sells out. So, look, closing in on the end of the day here. It's been a big old day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, I guess. Plenty of time attack action, plenty of drifting action, plenty of excitement still to come as well, because we haven't yet seen the Flying 500 cars.
No, that's coming up. Yep.
Yeah, which Diggle's getting excited about, because he heard a drag car fire up, and that sort of piqued his interest. I think he was still, to be honest, he was still frothing from what Barton did.
Yes.
in RP968. And then we've just seen Josh go out and throw the FZ around in a 121. So hopefully we get some talk, some banter going backwards and forwards. I'd personally, I'd love to see two 117s tomorrow from different cars. And would that be enough to push for is 16 there?
Are we calling it early? Is that possible?
I don't know. I don't know where it goes. So that's a Luffy and a Charlie question in terms of wandering through the pits. And does Barton call a shot? Does Sammy Severnon call a shot? Does Ferris come out and say, I'm going 24 tomorrow?
I'm going for it. Yes.
Trent Grubel going to go and try and get a car sorted and come back for a big swing tomorrow. So there's plenty still to play out here, and there are still tickets available. So if you are looking for something to do tomorrow, jump online and grab yourself a ticket. Get out here nice and early. The peak conditions are going to be the first session. So just so I guess you kind of know how the program works, the club sprint cars are the first ones that come out. They fill sort of the first 3 brackets. Gribble's already been under last year's record, right? So, and we've got 3 cars sort of in that same bracket, all chasing that same time. So they're all looking to put themselves into the top 5 for tomorrow night's shootout. Then we're going to see what gets thrown at the. Then we're going to see that big swing from Barton. We're going to go down to Charlie and Luffy in the pits.
The first day of the 2024 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge is done. Stick a fork in her, Luffy. But there is so many different stories up and down the lane, up and down our different categories. So let's just start, because you are the king of World Time Attack. Who has impressed you today?
Look, I think just that everyone just being able to turn up and be at this event, I think it's a massive hats off to all the competitors, all the teams. There's so much work that goes into building these cars. For our internationals that have come over, it's great to see some new internationals this year. So look, I honestly, my hat goes off to everyone here, but obviously there's some people that have also got a fair bit of work tonight. Obviously we've had some mechanical issues today. Some people obviously need to sort of work on their cars and try and get that little bit more speed. And we know that the conditions today haven't been ideal. It's been quite hot today. As you can tell, it's still very windy, but we're looking tomorrow for a maximum of about 24 degrees. So we're looking at a cooler ambient temperature. Hopefully the wind is going to drop down a little bit. So I think everyone's really banking on trying to sort of come out and go fast straight up tomorrow morning.
Well, let's talk about those people that do have a little bit of work ahead of them tonight. So Trent Grubel, that was a tale of 2 cities today, because we saw him do so well, and then we saw him break something pretty important, and now the car isn't even here anymore. They've got to take it back to the workshop to fix that engine. That's an awful lot of work before you come and just send it tomorrow.
Yeah, look, it is, but like again, credit to those guys and that team. Like I talked to Trent about it, and he goes, yeah, look, we've done an engine, that's fine. He goes, we'll take it to the workshop, the boys will get in, they'll change the engine, and we'll be back for 8:30 tomorrow morning. So it was just kind of like a walk in the park for those guys. And that's what I mean, the spirit of World Time Attack, to see the effort that everyone goes to. It's just like, oh yeah, we'll go to an engine change, we'll come back tomorrow, it's fine. So yeah, look, those guys have got some work. Obviously, was down in the lane earlier, the guys at Tanuki, they're doing a diff change. They're saying it's just a bit of regular maintenance that they wanted to be able to sort of do ahead of tomorrow. So I think tomorrow morning is going to be really exciting.
And of course, this morning we just saw Bart go straight on out and hit another 117. Oh, sorry, I get feedback in my ears. I'll just wink at you then, lovely. But yeah, I guess we have to expect more from Bart.
Yeah, and again, like Bart knows that there's a lot more up their sleeve with that car, because again, the conditions weren't perfect today. They knew that their best chance this morning was to roll straight out and try and go really fast. He wasn't that happy with the balance of the car. They were talking to some things to do with the braking performance of the car, that as a team that they weren't happy. So again, you're going to see Bart roll out first thing tomorrow morning, and he is going to go full send. I'm pretty sure that we've seen enough of the jumping off the roof of cars, but I'll be really shocked if those guys don't lower that 117.8 lap record tomorrow morning. But again, this is World Time Attack. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Unpredictable. That is the word for World Time Attack Challenge, isn't it? And of course, we cannot control the weather. The Extreme GTR team, they're very frustrated. Not a lot of clean running for them today. So they're still struggling to read what might happen for them tomorrow.
Yeah, look, having a good talk to Slatey about that car. They came testing here a bit over a week ago. They're very confident that with the conditions being better tomorrow morning, and literally just to be able to get a lap under their belts. As you said, there's been red flags. They had a problem with the car this morning. But again, it's one of those days where you'd rather get those things out of the way before, when the conditions are better tomorrow, you want to be able to roll out and put your best foot forward. So Slatey's going to come out and he is going to absolutely go after that record. They want that championship. They want that title. They've worked so hard to get back here this year. So yeah, look for Slatey. But again, right across all the categories, everyone knows that their best chance is going to be tomorrow morning. So yeah, the gates open at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Get yourself here, because it is going to be electrifying out there on track.
Absolutely. Make sure you are here at 8:30 for all the action kicking off. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We are going to know who is going to take home the crown. But before that, we have the Turbo Smart Flying 500, and then as the sun goes down, we start drifting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see those, not only the Flying 500, but to see, we've had a bit of a taste test of the drifters out on track today. They've done the demos out there. I'm actually keen to come back. I'm going to go back to the hotel, have a quick bite to eat, come back and watch the drifting tonight, because those guys and girls, they absolutely lay it on the line every time. It is one of the most exciting things to see here at World Time Attack. There's always something to be watching, whether it be here on track, whether it be off track. Sort of, you got out the back before, you had a bit of a look around. There's so much to see here, but really the drifting tonight is going to be off the charts.
And of course, if you have joined us on the live stream, please stick with us. Once we do a quick reset, we'll be back to cover the Flying 500 and all of the drift action. Luffy, you and I, we'll see everyone tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
Move back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Don't build or own a car, just drive it. That's my advice.
Oh, here we go. That is just the sexiest Lotus on the planet.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Road to World Time Attack 2024 presented by Supercheap Auto. Today we're at King of QR at Queensland Raceway and we're catching up with Matt Plowman, the owner of the Skura Motorsport Lotus, and its new driver, Tim Slade.
Here's the dark horse. This is Batman in a car, right? This is Nelly Batman right here.
My name is Tim Slade and I guess you could say a professional race car driver. I always feel wanky saying that, but it's what I do.
Obviously you also drive in supercars. What do your supercars colleagues think about your journey in time attack?
Yeah, I guess a few of the other supercar guys have done a little bit of time attack, so yeah, they know I guess what I'm doing, and yeah, some of the other guys have driven the same cars, but in much different versions when we talk about Hammerhead. Yeah, I guess a few of them keep an eye on it and yeah, know what it's about, and I think yeah, for any race car driver, when you jump into a race car that has so much grip and power, yeah, it's awesome fun, and so yeah, I think they know I have a lot of fun doing it.
Tell us about what you're driving in 2024 at World Time Attack.
Yeah, 2 cars again this year. So the new one is the Skura Motorsport Lotus, and I'll be in Extreme GTR again in Open. So I've done just the one sort of test day in the Skura Lotus. Yeah, it's a really cool little car to drive. Yeah, Matt, the car owner, approached me about doing that, I think, yeah, sort of towards the end of last year.
My name is Matt Plowman, and I own the Sydney Motorsport Lotus Exige. We were testing out here last year, and Tim was out here with Tanuki, and Tanuki was stopped for the day, so we offered him a drive in our car. And pleasingly enough, he said yes. And then obviously Tim's relationship with Les helps a lot. We asked Tim when Tanuki had its mishap if he'd like to drive our car.
I've actually known Les Laidlaw, who built the car, for a very long time. When I raced at Stone Brothers in the supercars between 2010 and 2013, Les was there in that team as well. So yeah, it's nice knowing and trusting, you know, the person that's built it, and also you know, the way he's built the car, it's a lot more like a race car rather than a time attack car. So everything's been done properly in the first place, and it's nice to drive a car around for more than one lap before it's overheating. So at World Time Attack 2023, we had a pretty good campaign for the initial one for its car. We had, obviously with a new car, a few niggling issues, just one being we had a little bit low oil pressure. So we've gone in now and put a daily pump in the car, resolved that completely. It was been best part of 11 years before I was down there before, in the old Lotus Escura. But we were limiting our RPM basically to save the engine. We're at King of QR today, and today would have been the day to test it, but unfortunately it's not. Come across a little bit of an issue, which we are unable to diagnose at this point until we take it back to the shed and find out what's going on.
Where did you feel the need to put a pro driver in your car after campaigning in Pro-Am?
I'm getting too old. It's as Tim mentioned earlier, I'm not going to get the most out of the car, and I'm quite keen after building a car like that to see what we can get out of it.
What adjustments have you needed to make to accommodate a driver like Tim, not only into the car but into the team?
It wasn't hard at all, really. We just made a seat insert for him so we could push him forward a little bit, and put some tennis racket grip around the wheel so he can hang on to it.
You know, the Lotus is good, like being so light. It's not. I mean, it's obviously got a massive aero load, but you know, it's quite easy on the tyres, being as light as it is, and the cooling in the car is very good as well. So yeah, you can string a few laps together before, you know, you need to give it a rest and cool down. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to you know, seeing what it's capable of. It's just like a big go-kart, to be honest. No power steering. Yeah. Like any pro time attack car, it's got a hell of a lot of grip and power, whereas Extreme feels, you know, a lot more like the supercar. Yeah, bigger, heavier, moves around more. So yeah, it's nice that they are so different. But yeah, so when you jump in and you push things a little bit further and harder, I guess you kind of yeah, discover some areas that need changing or improving or whatever else. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, there's ABS in the car. For me as well, I just think, you know, for time attack, something like that, you know, ABS, TC, paddle shift. If you want to go around the track as fast as you can, you need all those things. So yeah, they're just a few other little things, but nothing, you know, they built a very good car to begin with, so yeah, it's not like yeah, it needs wholesale changes or anything like that.
So Tim's mentioned that you've built the car once and built it right, and obviously it's not a one-lap bandit as well.
Yeah.
Where do you find the compromise between those one-lap bandits and what you've built?
You get most of the cars built these days for time attack out of a time attack shop or a tuner shop, for example. And as Tim mentioned before, our car's been designed, built by someone that's been in the racing scene for a long time. And they just do things properly the first go. You know, measure twice, cut once mentality, and there's no shaving of weight in that respect, where we'll only weld one side of a pickup point, for example. It's fully put together, so everything's done right first time. So I've known Les for the best part of 12 years. When we built the first iteration of the car back in 2015, Les was put on the project at the shop that this was at in the last 4 months of it, and did more in 3 months than the last person did in 2 years. The situation came about where he came out of that shop and I put him inside with us. He works from home now with us in our shed.
What's the ultimate goal of the car outside of World Time Attack Challenge? What did you build the car to do?
We built the car not to be a one-lap bandit, so we want it to be able to do 4 or 5 laps, which will allow us to run Adelaide Motorsport Festival. I run in the sprint days up at Morgan Park up here, which is 4 or 5 laps at a time, and I wanted to be able to compete in that. And touch wood, we've built a car that can do that.
What does the path ahead look like for you and your team after fixing what's been done today?
All I can say is we look forward to going to World Time Attack this year, and then we'll reassess after that. My goal would be to take the car to Phillip Island, The Bend, Sydney, and just put it around there and see what it can do.
I mean, in saying, you know, that, you know, Skura is a car that's been built to do, you know, multiple laps. I think that's where the Porsche RP is at that point, and I think that's kind of the next big step with Time Attack, having, you know, a car that can do multiple laps, you know, push lap, pull lap, push lap, because purely just as a driver in a car that's capable of doing a 1 minute 17 at SMSP, yeah, you need those multiple laps just to figure the car out and really maximise it. I don't think I've ever done a lap in a Time Attack car and gone, yeah, you know, that's all it's got, that's perfect. Because it's just so hard if you're only able to do 1 lap at a time to really maximise the car as a driver. But I think, yeah, what's allowed that to happen is running on the slick tyre now in the Pro class. Like obviously on the previous tyre, that just wasn't possible, because it wouldn't matter how cool the car was running, the tyre was dead after a lap. So yeah, I think that's definitely a step forwards. If you're starting from scratch right now to build, you know, a winning Pro class Time Attack car, that's, you know, that's one of the very important factors is having a car that's more race car like, in that you can do, you know, multiple laps in the one session.
So we were testing up at Morgan Park Monday fortnight ago. We had Tim in the car, and it went quite well. So we took 5 seconds off the tin top record out there, and I think talking with Tim, there's probably more time to be taken from it. So we'll be hunting Dean Ty's record.
I think it's been simulated to be able to do a 19. So, but until we get there and run around the track, you know, we're never going to know. So simulation's one thing, and until you actually get there and do it is another. So yeah, the testing, you know, that we've done is just been up here in Queensland. So we haven't, you know, we won't run at Sydney Motorsport Park until the actual event. So it is crazy, yeah, to think how fast, well, the Porsche is going now. So you think 1 minute 20 or sub 1 minute 20 is pretty fast, but then, you know, you're probably still 3 seconds off what the Porsche is doing. So
I just hope we can build a good package, a good team, and have a good event.
And what would your advice be for anyone looking to get involved in World Time Attack like you have?
Give it a go, because it's a hell of a lot of fun.
Don't build or own a car, just drive it. That's my advice. Nah, I mean, remember the saying, poor man pays twice, so just do it It's hard in racing though. I feel as though there's so many people that talk a big game and can't really follow through, and try and find the right people to begin with, and yeah, just do things properly the first time. If you're going to build a car, I'd say take your time and do it properly in the first place. And I think, you know, that's, you know, on the subject of Obscura, I think that's what they've done really well, because you've had a race car person build the car.
So is there anyone you're looking forward to competing against this year in both classes?
It's all just about maximising your own performance in the car that you're in. I mean, there's massive performance differences, I think, between most of the cars now. So, I mean, even if you win, say, personally, if I won the class but I didn't know I maximised, I'd be pissed off. Especially if it got you into a different second bracket. I think with, like I said, with Skura, have no idea what it's capable of. But if it's, you know, you base it off the simulation, it'd be awesome if we can do, you know, sub 1 minute 20. And then with Extreme, we didn't maximise last year just because we lost a lot of engine on that fast lap at the end. And yeah, it's got more power and aero again this year, so I think we can probably expect some you know, pretty decent numbers. Yeah, you just don't know, so I think that's what makes the whole event so exciting.
No, I think this year I wouldn't mind seeing if I can compete against Rob in Mighty Mouse, but then they've got that little back and forth with Sammy over there with the R8. So Sammy's going to be stupidly fast down the straight but can't go around the corner. So we'll see what happens there. I just want to improve on last year, and hopefully by a reasonable margin.
And outside of your driving duties, anything else you're looking forward to at World Time Attack this year?
Baker's always making it bigger and better year after year, and yeah, there's always plenty of on-track and off-track entertainment. So yeah, look forward to seeing all the existing exciting stuff that you normally do. Plus no doubt there's lots of new stuff.
Super and Super Cheap Auto. For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new. Yokohama.
back to the future.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
White line suspension. Delivering more grip. That's what it's all about. That's White Line.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Ladies and gentlemen, within a Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. And it's old school Porsche against Lambo as the first matchup. And the Lambo gets him on the stripe, does he? We didn't quite have the right angle there, Tony Bish, but I had a quick look over the shoulder to look back. And I think the Lambo might have just got the 911 in the last inch.
Blink and you miss it. The front straight is where it is at right now. Turbo Smart Flying 500 in the house. There is some serious cars in this lineup.
Yeah, and you know what? We were just talking about it before, and I didn't know that we were going to be treated to this. We heard it getting warmed up, and I asked for a bit of two-step, but I've got a bit of deja vu here because it's not the first time that Pack Performance has come out to Sydney Motorsport Park and let rip on one of their new drag vehicles. So as a little bit of a treat, and of course Turbo Smart, Pack Performance use a lot of Turbo Smart products on their vehicles, and including this one, the first ever, once we get the tow vehicle out of the way, the first ever RX-9 period.
Wow,
I know Mazda's built a concept RX-9, but this is what an RX-9 Pro mod looks like. Of course, Pack Performance have made their name in Australia and the world through drag racing rotaries especially.
Wow.
So right there you can see Rocky at the door, George inside, billet 20B, all billet by Pack. So billet rotary engine in an RX-9 Pro mod, and you want to hear the scream of a 20B billet? Georgie's going to probably do a skid here, I think. He won't be in any flying 500, but he wants to let the world see the world's first billet 20B RX9 Pro mod. Of course, they based here in Sydney, staff of over 20. They built an empire through rotary engines in this country and world famous. So, Georgie, what's he going to do here? Just drive it down? Or is he going to try and let it rip? No, he's just going to take it down.
What an awesome looking race car. That looks absolutely phenomenal.
No, they're going to line him up here, is he? All right, a little bit of water. Little bit of water for him. All right, folks. So, a little bit of Billet 20B coming. We've heard some screaming V10s, V8s, RBs. We've heard all of that. But the rotor fans out there, you want a little bit of Aussie-built Billet 20B in the latest ever, first ever RX9 Pro mod. I'm gonna just let him go here, Tony.
Absolutely. Let's listen. You guys up on the roof of Sydney Motorsport Park pits. We can see you up there. You guys have got such a great view to check this out. Here we go.
So don't worry about too much of that water getting left behind after Georgie's finished with it. In fact, whoever's in that lane will go for lane choice because he's about to put some rubber down here, I'd say. Okay, so George in the car, there's Rocky.
Wow.
All right, folks. There we go. Georgie! Boy, oh boy, the skid, the effort, the Billet 20B. I hope that's just fiberglass we've heard there and nothing else, but oh my God.
Oh.
Big moment, big effort, big power skid, and it's turned into a tank slapper. Oh boy, he's being pursued. He's in high-speed pursuit of the tow vehicle and the recovery vehicle. But Georgie, he's worn the nose. He's worn the nose. Look, folks, give him a round of applause. He's still got the 20B going, I think he does. But, man, you talk about a man that set out to entertain. It wasn't going to be exactly all of that, let me tell you. That was not a planned move. And that's a shame because the thing's brand new. But talk about casualty. He's put it all into the skid and he'll bring it back over. And yeah, how are you, Tony B? The heart rate? The heart rate?
The heart rate was up, absolutely. Watching it come past us, it sounded absolutely phenomenal when it took off. And it just caught the corner of my eye going a little bit sideways. Oh, mate, I had no words.
He was intending to obviously skid it all the way up and then idle it back, but he's actually just gone ahead and proceeded to do that part of it. Left a little bit of carbon fibre behind, but there we go. Not the, we didn't schedule that or plan that. That's Georgie letting the Billet 20B absolutely eat here. That is big skid right here. It just goes into that, the tank slap. And lucky enough, he didn't hit early, a bit later on. He would have been even more square, but that's an absolute shame and a tragedy. But the man has gone to give the world Billet 20B goodness, and he did. But then he's also gone and given it a tank slap as well. Not a good outcome for the boys. And look, that's a shame because that car was debuted last weekend, would you believe, at Jamboree, and it only had some limited testing. And then yet there's going to be a new RX9 front clip having to be tuned out before too long.
Yeah.
Lucky enough, there's so much nose on that car. I think hopefully that's only superficial. They'll check that all out. But talk about letting it rip.
I just hope on that front quarter, that's right where the exhaust was, so hopefully it hasn't pushed into the back of the turbo housing or anything else and potentially done any other damage.
Well,
so
sometimes the dump pipes are the nice little impact.
Hope so.
The impact absorber there, but right now we are just checking out that part of the track. Like I think he obviously left a little bit of debris there off to the side, and the recovery will be looking to pick that up. But they set off definitely in high-speed pursuit of Georgie Rahayem, and he's decided to take it back to the pits. And yes, he'll also not be particularly happy with himself either. He'll be definitely not very happy, knowing the boys. They put a lot of hard work into getting that car to where it is, and for it to go and do that, well, look, he's not going to be too happy with it. But I tell you what, talk about full intent, wanting to absolutely let it rip. So we're just about ready. Here's the replay. Yeah, so it was into a full skid, and then it just went for a big tank slapper. It just happens sometimes. You get that wheel speed up. The back tyres are doing 250 mile an hour, and then the thing just breaks into a what we call the good old-fashioned tank slap. Matt from Turbo Smart's joining us here. You found the box. You've been running around all weekend, and now you're here at the Flying 500 part of the night, and you walk into that.
No, mate, I was right by it. You went by me. Oh no, that's not the direction it's supposed to be going. So that was feel for the pack boys. That car looks absolutely beautiful. I took a look at it in the pit today, and the thing is stunning. So, but you know, they're professionals. They'll get it fixed up.
They'll fix it. They'll be back. But you know what, folks? I knew, like when I saw them tow out, I thought they're going to show the world their rotary brilliance, their new car. Obviously, it's going to be etched in everyone's memory now anyway because of that. But just up until then, folks, did you not hear that Billet 20B going off in there? How good. I mean, that thing makes some big horsepower. The only trouble is when the back tyres probably get to about 300 mile an hour, you're playing a dangerous game. And look, tank slap kingdom sometimes.
When you're in high gear like that, the wheels are just carrying so much speed, so much inertia. It's a big tyre on that car as well. So, you know, a lot of the weight is actually in that rotating mass.
Yeah,
when they're doing that kind of speed.
You can see him just beating
little front runners there.
You can see himself beating himself up inside the car. He won't be pleased with himself because he knows how hard they've worked to get the car to here. But look, the thing's still rolling around. Thank goodness that. Well, I mean, still happened at a decent speed, but. You know, this thing's been designed to run a 5-second run and go, you know, 230, 240 odd mile an hour down the quarter mile. Look, the intention is with that car, no one in the world has run a 5-second rotary run. And of course, you know, we've got a lot of Turbo Smart products on a lot of rotary drag cars and street cars and all forms of vehicles. Of course, Turbo Smart, an Aussie success story. But yes, the world record's at like 603 for 13B, 606 for a 20B.
Close.
So I'd love to see it. Almost have an America's Cup feel to it if Aussies were to take the rotary 5-second ET.
There'd be no doubt that the Puerto Ricans would not be happy. They would be knocking on every racetrack to get them to open the doors to try and take that one down if the record came to Australia before them.
You certainly know how all that works, doesn't it? Because they're keen. There's been this great rivalry over the years, I suppose friendly rivalry through the internet from when that record started to tumble and Pac claimed it at one stage there and then they got it back within a couple of weeks and it's toot and froed. But let me tell you, all this online sort of, it seemed like hatred for Pac, thinking they were cheating, they turned the engine upside down, they're doing all sorts of things. And then they start talking about, oh, well, we use cast parts still, we don't use billets. And then it became the whole, how quick can you go on cast parts? And then it's like, well, it doesn't matter, it's an engine, whatever components you need to change, you change them, and it's still an engine as far as I'm concerned. So guess what? The quickest ones are all billet now.
Ultimately, the scoreboard tells the tale there. The world record is the world record, and you're right. When it goes tit for tat like that across continents and cultures, it's part of the community.
But doesn't that feel good when you get in the middle of that and you know some of that? Well, we know half the story because predominantly, you know, we've grown up calling import drag racing for so many years, and these guys, and knowing that the world knows them. But you know what? The opportunity was they actually took their car to Orlando and sold the place out. In fact, Puerto Rico was empty that weekend because Rocky said that they had sold all their merchandise before 11 o'clock in the first day. They were absolutely mobbed for the entire 2 days. They said there were people there speaking Spanish back to Puerto Rico saying, it's true, they're here, get on a plane, get on a boat, get on whatever you can to come here and see the car in person. Look, we didn't clean them all up that weekend because it was supposed to be him and Lakita Killer, but, you know, these highly strung machines, when they work, when they don't, but then you still got to pedal to the finish line, and I suppose that's another form of motorsport that we really love. And it's a big part of Turbo Smart especially.
It is. And the other thing that you tend not to recognise is just the difference in tracks, even the difference in the track here at WSID. But obviously you see here at Sydney Motorsport Park, you know, that was just, there was no traction. In a big tyre car like that, there's a lot of prep that goes into a drag strip. They're completely different surfaces, and even when you go from someone like Sydney, it's quite dry. WSID here, you go to Orlando, and I mean, there's water coming out of the sky. That place is so moist.
So it's funny that they can go that quick at the right time over there, but they do. And then Maryland for World Cup final, of course, is a big event over there too, which everyone knows the air's really killer there. But how good does it look here at Sydney Motorsport Park? The Flying 500 head-to-head. Look, I used to love that, you know, and it was hard to get all the radar gun stuff to work every run, so we kind of decided, you know what, head-to-head's a nice way to do it. We don't have to measure the speeds per se, but we get to see what's now just turned into one of the biggest pastime, spectator-wise, here in Sydney is roll racing.
Well, it's racing. That's
Yeah.
what it comes down to. People want to come, and especially roll racing, an event like this where you have two cars that sort of roll up next to each other. They can be very similar or very, very different. You've got guys that are driving Lambos versus guys driving Datsuns, and it's a totally different level of motorsport, and it's really cool to see. You know, it's one of those things you pull up next to a guy and you go racing, and that's ultimately, I think, what fans like to see, and it's super exciting to be a part of.
Oh, always the stands are always packed here when they run them here, because Sydney's got quite the lineup around in the tuner scene, and look, some of those players are going to give us a sample here. Who is going to be that winner? Remember, we've got to hot lap them all. Pretty much, if you want to be here at the end, we kind of run you around until we've got none left. So let's see.
Well, today we're going to run passes, and then tomorrow we're going to start eliminations.
So racing tomorrow, so just passes today.
Because we don't have the lights happening today, they're falling over in the wind, and they did a bit of repair work. So they'll hit the soldering iron tonight and get fixed up for tomorrow. The other thing that we don't mention is there's a big Queensland contingent here with a lot of fast cars that have come down to hand it to the New South Wales boys. So State of Origin, it's on.
Isn't it amazing that? Yeah, and even out the bend, I hear they're doing rolls down there too. So all over the country and all over the world. That why that TK2 in the in the States,
Florida 2K.
There's some huge events there with all the big horsepower cars are coming out. Where's it going to end up today? Just time trial. Well, not time trials. As we said, no tree. So we're just going to try and do old school arm drop, I guess.
Well, we're not allowed to arm drop because we're very safe here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So we're going to roll into the concrete barriers, and then the driver's been given the word. You're going to roll into the concrete barriers. You set speed, and once you get to the barrier, you're on.
That's not a bad idea. You know what? We could eliminate the tree altogether that way, couldn't we?
Well, it's not silly.
It's not a silly idea.
Yeah.
Once you get there, of course, and then if anything,
there's games.
Well, it does prove, because you see the games guys play. Sometimes they are up there. Look, you can only hit about 80 there. You're not allowed to hit any more.
Yep.
So one thing would be good to have the old the speed signs you get into the suburban streets.
That's right.
One of those each side would tell you whether as soon as you go over 80, you should be disqualified.
That's
you know
it.
what I mean?
Yep. You got your number. You can be anywhere between 60 and 80, and you hit that line at the same time.
But there's always just this little play about when you first take off. One guy might just beat you to the front. Here we go. Let's try this out. I don't know. Okay, we're only just running trials today, so eliminations tomorrow. All right. Well, it was all Evo, lots of noise, but only a couple of shifts, and then he's given it up, and the R35 not delivering under power. Yeah, you just know how much when those 1,000 horsepower Evos turn up, I think the only thing that stops them dead from winning is they got to change gears, where any of the auto cars, if they can get that momentum up, or a DCT car, anything that's got that sort of tricky gearbox in it, those H pattern, unfortunately, a lot of those street Evos are still H pattern.
They're running a H pattern Mitsubishi box in those things.
So it's hard to grab a good shift on them.
It is.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
All right.
Hang on
a sec.
Now this car's been around the blocks. If you know Western City Dragway, you know this car.
Dom Perry. I didn't know. I don't know whether he quite got the instruction right there. They said, righto, Dom, just you could just give the tyres a little skid. I didn't think that, but here we go. A couple of turbo rotors, I'd say, out of the pack stable, because, Dom Perry with this RX2. I think it's got God RX2 licence plates. He actually made it into the Australian version of Street Outlaws late last year, where he actually got to race. I think he raced the late, great Lizzie Musey. I think he raced it twice and lost twice, but I think he was only doing that to keep talking to her, I think. Dom was a smooth operator that night, but here he is in the RX2. Now, he also claims that he's one of the fastest guys on 20-inch wheels, because he's run this thing at the drag strip on 20-inch billets. Now, I don't know whether he's got them on here today. He's got a drag radial on it today. Now, they're both autos here, right? So they run, if it's a pack setup, it can be a Turbo 400 or a C4. They normally go Turbo 400 now. So now, boys, you're going to have to foot brake your way all the way here. Look at this foot brake.
Push right through those front runners there.
I tell you what, the RX3 is coming in on the RX2, but how good does it sound screaming up Sydney Motorsport Park straight? Just the howl of two Australian-built rotaries, and may these cars live forever, and they will. And PAC are going to make sure they live forever, because honestly, if you want an 8-second RX3, go and get one, because they can make you one.
I reckon I've seen those two cars race each other when this used to be the drag strip.
Oh, absolutely. Here we go. Now, I don't know what's lurking in the little Dado 1200. Oh, that is too quick, that little Dado. That is too quick. I think we're VR38 on board for that thing.
Yeah, you want to listen to that thing. That's no rotor. So
yeah,
that's Dado's had a few engine swaps in its time. It's 13B, 20B. Now it's running a VR38 big turbo in the actually in the tray. So it's a rear mount turbo setup.
Is that still Frankie's car, or did he sell it? I can't remember.
No, it's still his car.
It is still Frankie's car. Oh, here we go. Oh, where do you go here? Oh. Yeah, I think that was a little too early on the jump there for the Evo that time. The GTR was way too far away, but again, it's whether or not he just gave it a squirt there. I thought that's enough to try out the surface. Remember, tomorrow's going to be completely different today as far as what we've got out there. Yes, we've got a little bit of dust around. Yes, we've got a bit of debris. We'll clean the track tonight, come back tomorrow. Here we go, RX-7, R33. Peddling the R33 all the way through. Oh, screaming RB.
I'm pretty impressed with the RX-7 there. I mean, obviously the Skyline got a little bit crossed up, but the RX-7 was moving. It was pulling some pace.
Here we go, a little bit of Euro versus JDM there. I know there's a lot of people rooting for the Euro, but who are all the GTR fans out there? Where's all the GTR fans? Watch out! Oh boy, it makes a big move. It had all the horsepower in the world, but it made the move. It made the move.
That was a big moment. Big tank slapper there.
Wow, I'll tell you what, that was an epic move, and hats off to him for holding on to that thing, because you could just let the adrenaline go there, because he rolls through now. Look, let the Audi go. GTR is going to have him covered. Let's rip their wheel speed. And yeah, he needed to get out of that. Here we go, 35 against Dado. And I think we've got a Barra in the Datsun 1600.
Big turbo Barra set up there, so that we know that car's got plenty of power. Put it down against the four-wheel drive.
Only in Australia will we give you a Datsun 510 with a Barra 6-cylinder in it. Mind you, last weekend a KE20 Corolla with a Barra went 199 mile an hour at Jamboree. So we nearly got a KE20 with a Barra in it, done 199, nearly 200 mile an hour with the Aussie Barra.
Who would have thought a taxi motor would handle it?
And God bless them, they're getting exported. If there's one thing else we can export out of Australia, it's Barras, and it's an industry in its own.
20Bs and Barras.
Yeah,
I think that's what America knows us for, to be honest.
The Barra.
There, the Barra, the 20B,
and Russell Crowe, and Hugh Jackman.
Well,
yeah.
And they're questionable.
Yeah, that's right. Well, all right, here we go. 2J fans in the house. 2J fans, watch out. What's the Sylvia got? Nothing at the moment. No. Oh, too much in the Sylvia, and he's going to have to bring a better game on his next run. I think they might get 2 practice runs each. Is that right? I think.
Yeah, they're going to do a couple of laps today.
And of course, tomorrow, normally with the elimination style, is that you've got to come back and have another crack. Oh, here we go, a bit of Aussie Commodore in there. Where's all the Commodore fans out here down under? Where's all the Supra fans? All right, whoa. Too soon, rookie. Oh, no, little false start. Give it some anyway. There we go. I do love a VHSLE. I really do. I still do. Just something in my upbringing. VHSLEs were a sexy thing.
Is that because it looks like your lunchbox when you're in school?
Pretty much, yeah.
So there's an attraction there, a square, boxy looking Commodore.
They'll never go out of style, those things, true. I tell you. If you put it this way, try buying one cheap anymore. You just won't get one. Oh, here we go. Hypercar against Suspect. I love it. Yeah, look, you couldn't have that license plate on an Evo and even be sucked into a race with this thing. But tell you what,
those Evos guys they've got some confidence.
I know, and you know what? Anytime someone dusts the Lambo, the crowd goes wild. You know, let's see if that can happen here today.
Happened last year, didn't it? We had a 30-year-old Datsun.
Yeah,
Skyline dusted. That was a great race at the final last year. So,
here we go. Here's the Lambo now. Watch out. Okay, here we go, boys. All right, gentlemen. Jeff's just going to pull you up here. Right, I go. There we go. Okay, we'll call that clean. Why it clean. Lambo's out here trying to get that Evo horsepower down, but the Lambo just too long in the legs this time. Just too long in the legs.
It's got a lot of top end, that Lambo. It's got lots of RPM, lots of boost on its side, so if it gets away on you on the line, you are going to have a hard time reeling that one in.
And that tricky gearbox where you can just go pop, 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 and then back to H-pat, and it's just so hard to keep up. You know, it's a matter of half a second per gear change. That's enough. You can lose a car length in that.
Well, that Lambo's shifting in milliseconds.
Yeah. So it's hard for H-pattern cars to, unless you've got so much horsepower, it's not funny. H-pattern, you can get by with H-pattern. You've got to be able to bang them quick though.
It's just not the transmission as well. Every time you let off, you unload the suspension. You've got to take the power out, put the power back in. That unsettles the car. It's a very tricky ask when you're running an H-pattern. Go
the 911, hey? Here we go. Against one of the ultimate fighting machines, 35. So again, that's about all. You might as well go, mate. You might as well go, because guess what? Here he comes. Godzilla around the outside, and sayonara Porsche. I'm sure, I mean, that Porsche is definitely a quick car, but just during this roll racing stuff, it just gets to display a pretty raw display of just how long some of the legs are on these cars.
I think you've got a few ponies advantage in that GTR right there.
And the Aussie roll racing scene is basically this: if you don't have 1,000 horsepower, you're not going to win many races. Because we've got them here. Okay, here we go. Oh, who's off it? The Evo's off it. Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't know whether or not there was smoke out of the Evo or just wheel spin. Plenty of poke out of both, but yeah, the little Dado. I tell you what, Mr. Helly, he might be good by tomorrow in the little Dado. He might take a few scalps as a rear-wheel drive car. Very rare.
It is
very rare for rear-wheel drive cars to go rounds.
Well, we're running a rear-wheel drive class this year, so there's two separate classes of cars going around. We'll have a four-wheel drive and a rear-wheel drive class, so they'll be paired up by drive type tomorrow.
All right, so here's a nice little drive-through run there, and just taking it easy. Of course, Matuk's on the side of that means that it's an RB and it's got enough horsepower. We know that whenever you see that name on the side, or Croydon, or many other tuning shops.
You do not
here in Australia,
need to be concerned whether there is enough horsepower under the hood of that thing.
Not in this country. Not in this country. We are a horsepower country. Here we go. He's ready. He's ready. The skyline. There we go, son. Oh, we got ourselves a drag race right down to the finish line. Oh, I think it was skyline by an inch or so.
Geez, that was close at the end of the line there. I don't know if you... that's a close one at the line.
Well, you stayed there, Matt, and watched it on the stream. I turned around to watch it for real, and I think I did myself an injustice there. I missed the finish.
That was a very close one over the line.
All right, here we go. A bit more rotor action against the GTR. Now, remember, GTR, be careful out there. Watch out for tense nuts. Here we go. Yeah, going for the walk again, the GTR walk. He's not going to give up. Oh, not going to give up, but yeah, he needed to readjust the GTR's attitude, because it does that big drag radial GTR walk when it's spinning all four. Here we go, the Audi. I don't think the poor old RX-7 might not have a chance here. That Audi could be a sledgehammer here tomorrow.
Yeah, it's got plenty of traction in that thing, and it's really nicely controlled. A lot of electronics there.
Yeah, that's... Keep an eye out for the Audi tomorrow. He's trying to get all that horsepower down, and it does a really good job of it. So, I don't know. This is what I love about it, because all it takes is one run out of control, and you're out. You know what I mean? Here, the beautiful... Look at this for Australian engineering. Yes, it's a Datsun 1600, but it's got a Barra in it. Beautiful combo. He's won a bit of no-prep stuff with this car. It's good at both things. And, of course, Dom Perry beside, 20B guy, RX2.
This is going to be a great matchup.
Two rear-wheel drive cars. Here we go. Oh, the Dado on and off it there, trying to get the power down, and Dom, not so much luck that time for God RX2. Beautiful car, but just not playing the game.
It's a very different track here versus drag strip, and I don't know that you can bring the same setup that you might bring to a drag strip.
No, absolutely not here, isn't it? It's got that real no-prep feel about it.
Oh, it's looser than no-prep.
Go the Commie. I just don't rate the Commie's chances here, though.
Just not quite sure that rear end's going to keep up with the extra horsepower.
I'll tell you what, he's given it best. The Skyline, he's just got him, but hey, the Commodore is a little bit of a, well, I shouldn't say a sleeper. There's no, I mean, we got sleepers and then we got sleepers. That Commodore kind of looks pretty tough as it is, and we would expect nothing but, you know, more than stock horsepower output from it.
No, it's definitely probably marginally over 300.
But to be honest, the amount of cars like that in this country are in their hundreds, in that stance, in that look, and that setup. And God bless this country for having people that want to keep owning these cars, because they're going to live forever. Okay, here we go. Short shift for the Lancer work, but here comes some 2J horsepower, but the Lancer drives away. Nice race, nice side-by-side race, and nice echoing off the Sydney Motorsport Park grandstands as well.
Evo just ran around him on that one. It was interesting. I expected the 2J to come in a little bit stronger, so that was an interesting race.
It sure was, and yeah, look, there's a few of them still want to come back and have another go. I don't blame them. It feels good doing it here on a Friday afternoon.
Porsche obviously got the jump there, and the GDR's decided, I can't catch that.
All right, hot word coming from the pits about possible reruns by certain vehicles. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know.
There's plenty of smack talking that happens down here with these guys. They all know each other.
Yeah, Hooch is just giving some inside info. Whether or not that'll happen again, whether they'll let it happen again, I don't know. But right now, he's back for another go. Mr. Helly. He wants the Lambo. Righto, okay. The little Dado 1200 wants a little pick a fight. Let him pick the bully.
There's a little bit of David versus Goliath going on here.
Let him pick it. He doesn't mind playing this little game either here. Oh! It turns into a. Jeff's just.
Are you sure, mate? Are you okay?
Just making sure.
Are you, sir? Would you like to just count to 10 here, please? Into.
I don't know what he's.
Let's just check that he hasn't had too many drinks if he wants to take this race.
He's just, I don't know what he's describing here, but he might be just telling him where he should be lighting up, because yes, look, on occasion he's been going a little early to the lights, kind of leading everyone there. So maybe Jeff's just explaining that to him.
Well, it's his first Flying 500. He's not been to the event before, so it's great to have that the Dado here. He might just be learning the rules of the road a little bit.
Yeah, no, they are the Lambo game. There we go. All right, so yeah, he's going to leave it behind this time. But that's all right. The little Dado gets another run in full noise, and yeah, this thing does cruise the streets of Sydney on occasion.
Oh, you drove it here today?
Yeah, it's a hell of a car, and you had that. I think it had a 20B in it initially.
Is that all the rotaries in there at some stage? Yep.
And now, there we go. I tell you, the rotors. No slouch, legging it through the end. But yeah, the Evo did all the good work early, and yeah, they just get it done, don't they? That you can tell just how much horsepower they have by just how short of how much they run out of gears. You know what I mean? It's like they need a gear.
No, that's the end of the race.
Yeah, that's the end of the race. And when you run with the autos, of course, you just sort of get it out as long as you don't wheel spin it too much. Grab another gear. I know a lot of guys have done really well with 3-speed autos. So get through that first gear and you know, be able to spin it. You know, if it's spinning in low, hit second, and then at least you've got
still. Can go.
Yeah. So 3-speed seems to be a good auto to use in smaller engines, especially.
Now you don't have the torque you've got in a big engine. A big engine, you can keep moving things, but you
Yeah, here comes the Barra powered 1600, but the RX-7's going to get him. Yeah, good hit for the RX-7.
Well, he had him on the jump there. I didn't think he was pulling away at the top end. That was an interesting race. And again, if it started head to head,
he just needed one little pedal there. The Datsun 1600. He just needed that one little pedal.
Oh, it's just two Skylines.
Yes, sir. What a great display of horsepower indeed, isn't it not? We can't get enough of the Screaming RB around there. Can't get enough of that Screaming RB, and there we go.
Mate, that commie.
Yeah, it's a neat deal. It's a neat deal, the SLE VH. It's about 1983.
Is that a factory colour?
Oh, could be. Could be. Oh, I'll tell you what, yes, the Commie gets one. Takes out a rotor, which back in the old days you'd be considered it'd be easy fodder, but then when rotary started knocking over V8s, everyone got everyone's attention.
A bit of a weight advantage on the rotary there, so it's not too dissimilar, those two cars.
Well, the rotors would normally, take any naturally aspirated rotor would take out the odd sort of half-done V8. And then, of course, any decent V8 would knock out a hot little NA rotor, but then these turbos come along, and then you need a pretty serious V8 to knock one of the rotors out. Oh, wheel spin.
Look at that wheel spin.
Wheel spin. He's trying to hunt him down, but it's the Audi. Boy, horsepower. Oh boy, oh goodness me. What happened there? See what happens when you unleash so much horsepower in one run, it throws the old commentary box into pitch black.
Megawatts worth of energy just turning the lights out.
Is everyone else okay? Everyone else okay after that? Did you see everything sort of zoink out in here? Did you see that? Did it zoink out downstairs there, Tony? You did too. See what happens when you put too much horsepower in one run? That's called shifting off the Earth's axis there, mate. That goes with all the other, whatever.
Anti-gravity and
and chemtrails and all of that stuff. Yeah, right. Now we're going to fresh live stream here now. Mr. Halley takes out the 2J. We lost all screens. Is that... Yeah. No, I won't. I won't at all. Just too much horsepower. That's what's here. Oh, the Lambo's in trouble. The Lambo's been handed one.
But did you see him reeling it in?
Yeah, wow. Lambo gets handed its first defeat here today at the hands of a pretty stout Evo. Incredible action. Incredible stuff. Oh, the Porsche is going to get him too. Mind you, the RX-3 just a smidgen there behind. Gotta love this stuff. You can see why people watch it for hours. It's just a race every couple of seconds, It's just, it's horsepower aplenty, and our Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head.
That Porsche wouldn't be out of place going around this track and trying to set a fast time in one of the event classes of World Time Attack here.
Absolutely.
So it's a beautiful car. If you see it up close, the engineering work on that thing is phenomenal. It's a work of art.
And again, another car that'll never die because someone will own it and keep it and realise just how important it was and how much of an impact it made on the scene.
Absolutely.
One, when it was first built, and then two, when someone, throws 50 years of the automotive. Oh, there we go. I just had to let that 20B go a little bit there. I think we might have to send it. We might let a few engines go here for a sec, Matt, honestly. We've got no screens to watch on right now, so we're just going to go by sound.
We're watching the second half of the race. We're playing a little game up here to determine what engine do we think he's running. What car do you think's running from the sound of it? It's easy when there's one of them.
Oh, I can't pick, mate. I can't pick it, honestly. What do you reckon it is? Going by sound?
Oh, that sounds like it's got an RB in it from the sound of things.
Okay.
From the idle, I guess.
Probably. Tony can probably see more than us right now. Mate, we kind of got restricted vision here. We're just waiting for him to come this way. Anyone else got anything? Nothing on the screen here either here? Have you got anything? Can you guys watch it on the screen? I can't see it. So he's going to have to let this one rip. Oh, actually, no, I can see other reflections. Other screens might be working.
Well, it's just us, mate. There's just us. Just no love for the two of us.
No, so we know it's still getting out there. That's good. All right. I can hear it. It's idling like a kitten, by the way.
My guess, it's got a turbo on it. Just a stab in the dark.
I'd say so.
And a big one.
I'd say, and yeah, auto, maybe auto by the sound of it, could be. So I just want to know who the next pairing is, and I don't know how much more we've got of this, because I can tell you, these things start to feel the pinch after a few lap to laps.
Well, and they're hot lapping them like that, there's no chance to cool down though. Some of them have big cooling systems.
Yeah. It's the fuel I'm worried about after a little while. You have to fill them right up.
The old splash and dash.
Yeah, the splash and dash.
And most of these cars are street cars. They have tanks, you know, they've got a few litres in them, they can lap.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh no, it's our Sylvia. I don't know what's in that, Matt. Oh. I was going to be bold. I was going to be bold and say it was a that's an RB, but you just don't know these days in Sylvias. There could be 2J on board.
No, I think that was an RB on that one.
It is an RB.
I think so. Don't quote me on that.
I do love seeing RBs in S15s. Of course, Golby's got a 2J and a yellow one over here on display this weekend, owned by Naomi. But when you do see an RB in the engine bay of an S15, I think factory fit.
It just fits nice. It's just meant to be there.
Wouldn't it be nice if Nissan put that in there?
It's just meant to be there. It feels that way. You take a look and think, oh, that fits just nicely.
That's what I love about automotive freedom, is it just allows someone else to do that instead of the manufacturer. The manufacturer, you sometimes feel, has given up. They build a nice car that they gave up, and they let everyone else make it better.
Well, the Nissan Toyota was a big good that. Gives us good platforms to work with.
Oh, the GTR comes down on him and misses by about a car. Misses by about a car length. Yeah.
You see that? That was a half-track burnout.
Yeah, just driving through the wheel spin. Driving through the wheel spin.
Just think about what it takes to keep your foot planted like that. You can feel you've got wheel spinning everywhere.
Where else do you get that much side-by-side rotor love on a Friday afternoon? Anywhere in the world, I ask you, Matt?
Well, I mean, if you're in Puerto Rico, you could probably do it on Tuesday afternoon, but outside of that...
It's probably peak hour traffic.
It's probably peak hour traffic, yeah.
Yeah, no, the rotors, we love them. And you know what? I think there's only one other place per head of population that does it even better, and that's the Kiwis.
Cheer, bro, I was going to say that. Look at that, Dado, he's back for more.
He is just hot lapping that thing around, Mr. Helly. That VR powered 1200 working an absolute treat. You're right, Matt. These things are normally geared up to keep doing what they're doing and not get too low on fuel or too hot.
I had a quick chat to him in the data when he got here this morning. I said, did you tow that thing? He said, nah, I drove it here, no problem. Does it get too hot? It's like, nah, I drive it all the time. So you can just go laps if he wants to.
It is. It's pretty much like an R35 without the R35. It's probably lighter than an R35. Same running gear.
Definitely think it's lighter than an R35. No, they're not known for being on diets, those R35s. They weigh a bit.
And of course, being rear-wheel drive only, the thing's actually going to be less frictional loss and all that, and that's why it works an absolute treat.
No, you got less traction though, so it's an interesting combination.
I don't think it's even. I don't know whether he's even opened the VR in it. I don't think he had to. The thing's just doing what it's.
Wouldn't think you need to.
You can do with a boost upgrade, and in that little car, it's probably just the ultimate weapon.
It's in the stock position. It's standard firewall.
It's in there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't a fight you wanted to pick when you're in a Supra.
No, just ate him for breakfast, didn't he? Ate him for breakfast. I still can't believe he got his backside handed to him though the last run for the Lambo. It's good to see one.
It's always nice.
Go the other way.
It's a bit of tall poppy syndrome, but I do like to cut a Lambo down.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. Once in a while, if a hypercar can get taken out by anything,
it doesn't happen often. So
no, so that's why when we do see it, it's a special thing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that's what we come here for. That's the beauty of this rail racing, isn't it? You just never know what's going to happen.
Oh, it's very unpredictable. And you know what? It's really good that even for the events you can't get to, sort of during the year, and you know this happens on a regular basis, especially for people in a state. And then you see someone's filmed it and put it on YouTube, and you just get to watch it that way. And it just goes to prove the depth of the amount of cars that want to turn up. Sometimes it's a workshop thing. You might see a whole bunch of them from one workshop here in the night. We've had a few come down from interstate and really do well down here. The same as well from New South Wales up to QR. Of course, they run it up there. And as we said, Taylor Bent's starting to get a little bit of that sort of stuff happening as well. So it's doing pretty well here in Australia. I mean, you know, it's the same with the drift culture. It took years, it caught on. And you know, a lot of Australians got into it, and yes, there's still events that happen. But yeah, Rolls is kind of the fresh-faced new form of motorsport that more people are drawn to watch. And it is a little harder to then take that transition to doing it, because as we say, you turn up to an Aussie roll race, you've got to have you really got to have 1,000 odd to even play the game.
It's definitely really stepped up. It's really interesting because it's similar to you look at a drag race car and you think this thing should be set up to go roll racing, but when you actually come to an event and you see the kind of cars that are performing really well, you realise, oh, this is actually nothing like drag racing. It's really a combination of drag racing and circuit racing, and it's unique.
And it's good that they've had to, you know, you come down and start saying, look, we should probably run rear-wheel drives all together, run four-wheel drives all together, purely because you do know on surfaces like this, Godzilla just same as what it did when it entered the Australian Touring Car Championship. When Godzilla turned up, everyone sort of cried about it.
Oh no.
The same thing with roll racing, you know, you get a half set up GDR and there's no way you're ever going to take one of them out with a rear wheel drive car. So yes, the GDR principle, the four-wheel drive principle, mind you, Evos and Rexes are the same. They're perfect platform for this sort of racing where there is a little maybe issue of ultimate traction.
Yeah, and I think you've also got the more modern cars. So you see the Lambos and some of the Euros where there's a lot of electronics. You've got paddle shifts and all that sort of stuff from factory. It's very unique in that regard.
All right, someone's lighting something. Is it the Commodore again? Is that what it's...
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, very, very sweet car. I'd love that to be Holden V8 powered, but you know, plenty of LSs are in Aussie Commodores these days, and we do have, I mean, honestly, we have got them in a plague proportion, 8, 7, some 6-second turbo LS Commodores in this country. Lots of VLs, VHs, nearly in every state I've been to, especially in drag and drive events. These cars are around, mainly all LS powered, single turbo, twin turbo.
Now, when you start looking at the power, you think that what you can build with an LS versus having to go with something with an iron block, and it just starts to make sense that you're starting with a better platform, thing breathes better. There's a lot of performance parts out there, it revs. So it is a great platform if you want to make big horsepower, and there's just so much knowledge out there, and you've got a lot of local engine builders that just know that engine inside out, back to front, and they perform, they're reliable.
You can say the same thing about Barras these days too.
That's true.
The Barra revolution has been up and going for nearly 10 years now, and we're pushing the edge everywhere with them. And you know what? So many more weapons just come out of nowhere with those things in it. And right around the world too, seeing plenty of cars in Europe with the Barra swap, the US.
Yeah, coming in the US, and you're starting to see, on the Ford side of things, the Coyote motor, now the Godzilla motor. So there's still plenty of performance platforms that you got to choose from, depending on what your budget is and how far you want to go, what your capacity is. It's really cool to see that there's still some really, really strong platforms out there for people to start modifying, and it's an interesting time to be a modifier.
Yeah, isn't it what? We're on the cusp where they're asking us to maybe consider an alternative other than internal combustion, and we're all kind of still bucking it to a fair extent, because really, at the end of the day, when you go electric, you still can't. You can only give it as much as you can, and then there's no extra.
There's a lot of limitation there.
At least with the boost, at least with internal combustion, you can get to a certain level where maybe you rival the very best EVs out there, but then take it to the next level. And we're talking about, 1,000 horsepower, that's nice. But if you want to go 1,500, you can. If you want to go 2,000, you can. It's just how much you want to spend.
You're really limited only by your imagination with an internal combustion engine in a lot of regards.
That's right. And in EVs, you can only go so far. You go, right, well, I've just about got everything that the world industry has given me here. I can't go anything more.
Well, more is just more weight. So there is a tipping point where there's no advantage in putting more into it because it has to go heavier to do it.
And, of course, you'd be looking at trying to put more electrical energy into the motor to work.
That's exactly right.
Remember, you're sitting in this thing you're sitting in the middle of this thing all the time too. So sometimes that stuff can, if you're looking for more horsepower, well, you're limited. EV gets you to a certain level and then that.
Well, that's certainly a tipping point.
But mind you, I'd love to see a few enrolls come up, and I know that a few enrolls come up, and they take names and they
do very well. They
beat
handle
people.
very well. They handle really well. They got a lot of torque, and that's the thing with an electric setup. You've got a lot of torque on demand, and for roll racing, that's sort of what you need. You need to be able to turn it on quickly.
And talking to Ferris last night, a man that's no stranger to thousands of horsepower with turbo LS and a Corvette, to tell me flat out last night that he would go EV if the opportunity arose in his time attack pursuits, because he's been lent the Ioniq 5N. And he said for the last 2 weeks he's had a hell of a lot of time in the car. I think he came out to Rolls or did something, He was trying to get to the drag strip with it as well. But he's a believer that, he could do something with it. So to convert a turbo V8 guy like Ferris, that actually said that he wouldn't rule that out at all.
Yeah, it's interesting.
All you got to do is drive. Honestly, folks, all you got to do is drive one. And I tell you what, I'd be getting on to Hyundai about maybe booking a test drive for an Ioniq Q. Ioniq 5N.
Definitely a unique car to drive. It's got a lot of torque for a little car, and you think, oh gee, this thing might be all right.
Ferris was also telling us that you can dial in a soundtrack if you want, where you can get it to sound like a WRX if you want. You can get it to make gear changes and make noises and
come on, that's too much for me.
I know, crackle and snap and everything like that.
Oh,
he said you could program
load the crackle tune into your EV.
But in the EV. But then I wonder, is that sort of the noise you hear inside, and what does anyone else hear it outside? If no one else hears it outside, well, that's just you in your own little fantasy world there. And I said, well, maybe they could dial in and make it just feel like like a VTEC. So you only bring in so much power, and then the thing gives you the power band that VTEC gives you.
Just program that in.
But that's it. So instead of all the torque straight away, you get some and then more simulated VTEC.
Does the screen come up with Too Soon Junior or some other smart aleck comment from the 90s like that?
You never know. You
could do that.
You never know what might be in there.
I think you could do that. That would be that'd get the people on board.
I don't know what we've got down the side here, whether we've got any more. I know we were probably preparing for the International Drift Challenge coming up in the not too distant future, because the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. They've called it a day down there, have they?
Looks like there's no one in the lanes down there, so we are moving on by the looks of things.
I would say that we're getting into the evening show, and that would be, of course, the International Drift Challenge up the other end. So we've just wrapped that up for now. And folks, you know what time of the day it is. It's getting that time where we move the track from where we are here with activities and then start setting it up the other end, where 24 of the best drifters in the world are going to be doing battle over the next few hours up on the top part of the circuit for the International Drifting Cup. It's been great to talk to Matt from Turbo Smart. Are you going to come again tomorrow when we see them all go to eliminations?
Let's absolutely do that. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, it's been a great day here, day one, on track as far as not only World Time Attack Challenge categories, but of course all of the great entertainment that we've seen with the Turbo Smart Flying 500, and of course our Roden FZ Mad Mike demonstrations, Matt Bingay and everyone else. Crazy stuff we've seen this time of the day, but we are going to give it to the drifters very, very soon with our evening program up the other end, and we'll be having Tony Bish, Kazai in the pits, and of course Warren Sayre on the mic here as well. So I'll be bidding you farewell, but I'll be right up the hill watching the drifting with you guys soon.
Test 1 2, testing 1 2.